through video. We have one workshop item and a couple of staff updates, but I wanted to just start by, again, thanking the commission for their time and for being here, and let you know that I think you met Grant Miyachi, who is the Design and Preservation Division Manager. Grant has left the city and taken a new job in Wilmington, and we have a new Design and Preservation Manager. And so she's here to introduce herself and so you can say hi in person. Monica, if you want to stand up, here's a microphone.
Oh, thanks. Hi, my name is Monica Holmes, and I am the new division manager. And so if you're unfamiliar with the City of Charlotte Planning Department structure, we have 5 divisions, and Urban Design Center and Preservation. Historic Districts is what my division will be or is. And so there's Christy, and then the Urban Design Center is the other half of it, which is on Camden Avenue in South End. I previously was the program manager, so Christy's role for the Urban Design Center for the past 2 years. And before that, I ran the placemaking program. And before that, I was just an urban designer for the city. The 10 years prior to that, I spent in the private sector working at architecture and planning firms. And I'm really excited to be here. So hopefully I'll get to meet all of you either online or in person. You probably won't see me a whole ton. Christy does an excellent job at managing the historic district. So, but if you ever need me, please feel free to reach out. I can send along my email address. And I work closely both with Christy and with Allison, our deputy director, and Taiwo, our director. So I'm here kind of in case of emergency if you need me. If you want to sit down and talk and just talk about how you see historic districts growing and changing, feel free to reach out to do that also. But I'm excited to be here. We're excited about kind of all the opportunities over the next couple of years with the comprehensive plan, the UDO, how we've grown both urban design, how we can grow historic districts even more, the great work you guys are doing. And I just look forward to it. So I wanted to make sure and come introduce myself. I started approximately a week ago. So this is the first meeting I could come to. Started meaning right now I'm still doing 2 jobs. So slowly getting used to it.
Thank you, Monica. We're thrilled to have you. And Monica, like Monica said, we've been working together for the past, 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
Really closely. And we're just really glad that we're going to continue to work really well together. And we're glad to have her support on board. And we just wanted to make sure that you could put a face with the name and, know the new structure. So thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it. You're welcome
nice
to hang
meet
out.
you guys.
And
for a couple minutes and listen, and then I'll go back upstairs. Back to Zoom land, which probably most of y'all spend a lot of time in Zoom already.
Thanks, Monica. The next staff update I have, let me share a new screen, is okay. It's about our design guidelines or design standards. I'm sorry. We looked at the timeline last month. We are officially in the public comment period for the design standards. They went live October 6th. We have a web page dedicated just to the design standards updates. I sent that, I think, in an email to the commissioners yesterday, along with a bunch of other stuff. So I understand if you haven't looked at it yet. Our public meetings have been determined, and we sent out postcards to every single property in every district to get the word out. So we have our first public meeting next Wednesday, October 20th. It's like a lunchtime meeting. The following week, or in 2 weeks, it's November 4th from 6 to 7 in the evening. When we were planning this, we didn't know that the Government Center was going to be opening back up, and we had to get this information out. So with, the unknowns and the things getting dark out early, we elected not to have an outdoor public meeting, but to do everything on Zoom. Of course, we are always available through email. We're glad to set up phone calls with people. On the website, there is a public comment form. So if you can't come to a meeting, are shy about speaking up, or have a very district-specific question or project-specific question, enter it in that online form. We're monitoring those. We're answering all those questions. Cindy is going out to all the neighborhood meetings that are being held between the end of September, beginning of December. So she's already been to Oaklawn Park and shared information about the update. I think you've attended Fourth Ward, but there wasn't a chance to speak. So we're working on that. And Plaza Midwood, I know, is coming up. I think Dilworth's coming up. So if you have a neighborhood meeting, either a regular neighborhood meeting, a neighborhood land use meeting, you want us to come and talk about it, we're glad to do that. But we're really excited, and this has been a huge effort of this commission since early 2019. We've been working on all these, and through retreats and public workshops, and I'm just really thankful for everyone's help and input. So that's where we're at. Any questions from the commission? Public hearing is tentatively scheduled for our November meeting. The way the process works is you have a public hearing and then you vote at the following meeting. So the vote won't happen until the December meeting. So we have plenty of time for public comment. And again, just thank you, everybody. Oh, there's a highlight sheet on the website about just if you want a quick overview of what the changes are. Most of the guidelines have stayed the same. There were edits for consistency, for clarity, grammar, spelling, all of those things. But the overview sheet kind of points you to the certain sections of the guidelines that have had the most change. One of them being, we've added that new section on murals. We've incorporated all of the Oaklawn Park information in mid-century architecture, which has already been formally adopted by the commission. It was adopted last year, or at the beginning of this year, I believe in February of this year. We've just now officially incorporated it throughout the document. There is a whole new section on commercial. Chapter 7 is now going to be commercial buildings. And we've combined the additions and residential construction into Chapter 6. The residential construction, Chapter 6, has been expanded to include multi-unit and multifamily buildings. Those are the big changes, but again, there's a one-pager on the website that points you to some of the other smaller changes we've made. And we'll talk about those more in depth at the public meeting. Jill, you also brought up last time about maybe having maybe a 1-hour workshop with the commissioners to talk through things. And I'm working on finding a time that all of us can meet. And again, that meeting would also be open to the public as well. So thank you all. That's all I had. Any questions about that? Okay. Then we are going to move on to our project workshop portion of the meeting. We have one item proposed for Wilmore. And Stephen, are you with us? Stephen and Jessica?
Yes, we are.
Oh, wonderful. Welcome. Okay, I have your presentation coming momentarily. Here you go. And I'm going to turn it over to you. We have about 15 to 17 minutes that you can share just high-level overview of the project with the commission and get their non-binding feedback as you start planning your projects. So, Stephen,
All right.
the floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much. I think the packet, if everybody has access, is pretty self-explanatory. We're on a prominent corner of the Gold District. It's officially in Wilmore. It's officially in the Gold District. We had to extend the boundary of the Gold District a little bit beyond Summit, because that's where the first and the last gold mine was that are going to be sitting on top of and celebrating with this building. So it's at the corner of Summit and Mint Street. We did reach out to the Wilmore Historic Association, talked to the president about a month ago. They never could find a time that we could get together to show this. I didn't want it to be first time they saw it today, but it didn't work out for them. So we did reach out, and we know them very well. We meet with them a lot with I'm on the Gold District board when we have our meetings. So this project, we set a goal back in 2014 with the Gold District to celebrate and educate about Charlotte's gold mining history. For the ones that do know, the reason Charlotte is because of this mine right here that we're sitting on. There was more gold coming out of North Carolina than California. Charlotte was the hub of gold mining back in the 1820s. This was the most prolific mine. It was the last one to close back in 1937. And we want to tell that part of the story of why Charlotte is the huge financial center that it is today. So we want it to be mixed use. We don't really have a programmatic use yet. We're looking at a combination of a hotel, office, maybe some residential, maybe educational. We will definitely line both streets with retail, and we are not asking for any sort of rezoning. With the planning department, we were assigned this zone, and we're playing within the rules. And so from that, you can flip through the booklet. Back in the 70s, there was a report done by the state that was trying to get Charlotte to celebrate the gold mining history. And they came up with a 100-page report, spent a lot of money, and they came up with 4 directives, and they're outlined on the under the Rudisill narrative. If you go back one page, but everybody can read it. But basically said a lot of these streets over there were named after gold mines. There was Summit was Gold Street, and there's lots of other streets, and they said put the street names back the way they were, and we're trying to do that. We're in the middle of getting some streets renamed, so we're following that directive. The second one, they said you need to have some kind of a commemorative marker celebrating the Rudisill. We worked with the Charlotte Center City Partners and got that done. There's a monument there. It said construct a park where the old mine was. We tried to do that. We met with the Park and Rec and wanted to do something that would celebrate if they wanted to make this a Best Pocket Park. And they were not interested because it's just too small. They want bigger parks, more substantial, and I can understand that. And the last one was to do some research and see if you can really open up some shafts, some mines, make it an educational thing, like a museum. There's no public money for that. Nobody really too much likes to go to museums, but we've got the next best thing. We want to create a very urban mixed-use development that it will be very educational. It will be immersive. People will understand. There will be all types of displays and things that celebrate the history. There will be phone apps that you can point your camera and it'll show you what was there 200 years ago. And we want to create where the mine was, where the old mine was. And like I said, it went down 350 feet. We're not going down 350 feet, but we're going to create a very interactive, rickety elevator that you feel like you're going down 300 feet and you see gold specks and walls and it shakes and it rattles and you end up going through some tunnels into a speakeasy. And we've got it all figured out. The speakeasy will celebrate the whole gold mining history. Maybe there'll be some Goldschlager for a shot. So why not? But what we want to do, and then there's also a very over-the-top roof garden. Another one of our goals back in 2014 was to use the Gold District to celebrate biophilia. We even mentioned about having roof terraces, and nobody was doing roof terraces in 2014. Now everybody is, but we think with the skyline views, it would be so neat to be down in a damp speakeasy and dark, and the next thing you can get on the elevator and you come up and the whole skyline is in front of you. So it sort of goes from 1825 down in a mine shaft to, wow, 200 years later, look at Charlotte. This is all where it started, to bottom to top. And so we think that that will be a nice softening at the top. It'll be a great amenity for Wilmore, for South End, for all of Charlotte. If we get a hotel in here, which we really won't, we'll be bringing in people from all over the United States that will learn a little bit about Charlotte's history, and it will just make it very immersive. Let me see if there's anything else. I know my time is probably getting short, but like I said, we want to solidify sort of the uses. But right now we're just saying mixed use, and we want to get as many different uses in there as possible. There might even be an educational component of some sort. As you can see on that map that you just went, if you went back one, Christy, we've got lots of zones around us. We've got industrial, we've got TOD this and TOD that. There is residential behind. You can see the green, R5, I believe. So we feel like we're right in the hub of things that we do step the building back one story toward Wilmore when you get to the upper levels. So we are having a nod. I walked that street back there today, and there's so many large trees. I don't really think you're going to notice the height. You can keep going through those to show all the different views, Christy. We've got tons of different views. The materiality we want to respect that two-story base that you can see on the original shot. That's about the same height as David Oakley's building right across Summit there. There's a lot of buildings in the Gold District that are 1, 2, 3, 4 stories, but we feel like that strong two-story base will really relate well to the existing buildings to the right. And then we step back as per TOD, and we go up from there, and then we have the rooftop terrace. So we think walking down the street, you're going to respect that two-story base. This building really is very similar height to the District Flats apartments that are on the other end of Summit, a couple of blocks away. We're really hardly no taller than that. And materials, we want to use a brick. Oh, stay on that shot. That's a nice shot. Go back to the portal where you are, right there. But materials, we want to use a brick that is sort of similar to what was used in the 20s, 30s, 40s in the Gold District. We obviously want to use a lot of wood, heavy timber look. That was what was supporting the gold mines when you went down, and some of the structures were built out of heavy timber. This sort of gives you the feeling of going into a mine. That's sort of what it looked like, much taller. And as you go up the ramps, and there'll be displays out there and all types of, we've talked to the archives in Raleigh, and they have agreed to loan or give us some memorabilia that was used in the gold mining era. If we would do something like this to celebrate it, they would, so we would have real stuff out there that might be 100 or 200 years old. And then the big glass you see beyond is where you enter into the building where the shaft is and was. We're obviously recreating the shaft for safety and all that, but we'll put it back approximately where it was. You get on it and you feel like you see gold specks in the walls as you go down, and you're in the speakeasy. So that's my presentation. We hope that the Historic Commission will, embrace the whole concept.
Thank you, Stephen.
You bet.
We're going to turn it over to our current acting chair is Commissioner Hinman in the absence of our chair and vice chair. So our second vice chair, Jessica, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Stephen. Do we have any commissioners that would like to, we're having commissioner comments, correct?
Yes, commissioner comments.
Do we have any commissioners that would like to start comments? Joe Walker?
You have hold on, we need to get you a microphone and. So sorry. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I missed it, but is there a illustration that would show us this building in relationship to the historic residence on Westwood?
That map, that's at the first of the presentation with all the circles. The circles were 200-foot diameters, which tells you got to be a lower height if you're within 200 feet of a residential.
No, I just mean an illustration as you've shown us this building from all the other streets, how it appears, but we don't have something that shows how it appears from the properties on Westwood. If you go, just
but
go
we can
forward
provide that.
go forward a few, and you'll see what I'm referencing.
Gotcha. I think that's a great idea, and we'll provide that. We are
Okay.
leaving a green buffer, as you can go back one slide.
Yeah,
We're not
all
up
those
against
streets,
the
except
property.
you don't have the,
Yeah. We'll-
Actually,
we'll-
I think that's a really insightful note, Jill, where Christy, perhaps you could help with this, where we usually ask for the street facing Zoutwells on projects like this. It would be really helpful to have all of the blocks on Zoutwell.
Great.
Any other commissioners that would like to comment?
Any comments on size, scale, massing, height?
Stephen, I do have one question. Part of this property is with landmarks too, right? Is that correct?
So we've got the property owner in the room with us right now, Larry Welch.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
what, when you.
Stephen, did you hear Commissioner Hinman's comments? She asked if part of the property is under historical landmark purview.
We don't think it is. We've got the property owner sitting in the room with us, and he doesn't think it is either.
Okay, yeah, we should have somebody with the city to follow up on that. I thought the Landmarks Commission had jurisdiction over part of this property. But I could be wrong about that.
We'll double check.
Yeah, I think height is going to be a major part of the discussion. I understand your reference to an apartment building further down Summit, and I'm up and down this street all the time, so I am familiar with that, but I don't think that building is in the historic district, so I don't know that we can use that in our conversations about height. And so I think we're just going to have to work with what we've got in the historic district on our discussions regarding height. Do we have other questions about size, scale, massing, height? Cindy, do we have any commissioners online that have comments?
So,
Jill Walker.
oh, go ahead, Jill.
well, as I'm sure Christy asked when you continue with this project to reference the guidelines in terms of scale reducing techniques, especially as relates to the historic district. And that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, so staff had conceptual discussions with the property owner and Stephen's group and some other folks. And we've been talking about this property since, I think, early this year. My direction to them was, and I think they fulfilled it very well with the first 2 stories, was really making sure that the building reflects the historic character around. Jessica, this building is a landmark
Yeah.
across the
Boone Oakley
brick,
building, yeah.
the Boone Oakley building is a landmark. So even though it's outside of the district, because it's designated, we can use that
Excellent.
as comparison. And then also the 1-story buildings. I indicated that much more than 3 stories might be tough on this lot. So that was staff's direction to the architects and to folks earlier. So if I am wrong, or if you have other ideas, this is the time to share that with them. And obviously, this is what they are looking for feedback on, of course, in the non-binding workshop setting.
To Christie's point, actually, there are other buildings of this era in the immediate vicinity that may or may not be landmarks, but I think this 2-story platform is speaking well to some of those patterns. There's one I'm thinking of on Moorhead that I love, that's got these curvilinear masonry walls and curvilinear faceted glass walls, and which really speaks, I think, to this 30s, 40s era on this specific part of this neighborhood. And so I think I'm pleased to see that. I do just think it's going to be a very challenging conversation about height. Thank you for the clarification that we can lean on some of the nearby landmark properties, because there are a few, and that will provide really meaningful context for us. Anything else from the, Stephen, do you and your team have any other comments you'd like to leave us with?
I don't think so. We were delighted to find out that they're looking at putting a Silver Line rail stop within a quarter of a mile of this property. And we've got another rail stop the other way, so we feel like it's well positioned to for a little density here.
All right, thank you guys so much for the presentation and the workshop. Your presentation documents are really beautifully rendered. Thank you so much for that.
Okay, thank you
Thanks,
so
Christy.
much. Thank you. Thanks for coming. I have some notes, and I'm sure you did, but glad to circle back and compare notes afterwards, and talk about next steps. So we'll be in
Circle
touch.
back
Thank
with
you
you.
all.
Thanks for your
All
help.
right. Okay, so we are going to move on and start the meeting. It's right about 1 o'clock. Do we need everyone good with starting? It is, that clock's a little slow. Every computer and digital device I have says 1. So we'll go by that instead of the kind of outdated room clock on the wall. Jessica, you have the script, and if you would like to call the meeting to order.
Good afternoon. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the October 13th meeting. I am Jessica Heineman, the second vice chairperson, and I'm calling the meeting to order at 1 p.m. Is that correct? All right, exact time. 1:01 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Jim Hayden, Jill Walker, Phil Goodwin, who are present in the meeting room, and the rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Chris Barth, Nichelle Bonaparte, Chris Mirren, and Krista Lineberger. Also present are Christy Harps, the HDC administrator, Cindy Kochanik, Candace Lady. Grant is not here. Sorry, can you remind me of Okay. Jill Sanchez Myers, the senior assistant city attorney, Linda Keach, and Candy Thomas, a court reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of the city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you are not speaking. Please only use one source of audio, your computer or your phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Please make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silent electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and the deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and the HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and for final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? Okay. The first application on the agenda is a consent agenda item. It is 203 Dilworth Road East. Jessica, I turn this over to you. As a consent agenda, it is recommended by staff for approval. So unless a neighbor or a commissioner objects to this remaining on the consent agenda, you would just call for a vote. Is there anyone here, a property owner or commissioner, who objects to this item being on the consent agenda?
We have no property owners objecting.
No property owners. Cindy, no commissioners? No commissioners objecting. So this item will remain on the consent agenda. Can I have a motion for this item on the consent agenda?
I have a motion.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I move to approve this project as presented.
And this is Chris Barth.
Yes.
Motion by Chris Barth. Can we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jim Hayden. Let's vote. I'm going to do a roll call of the commissioners online first. Chris Barth,
Yes.
Nichelle Bonaparte,
Yes.
Chris Mearn,
Yes.
Krista Lineberger. Oh, she's not on yet. Okay. Krista Lineberger is not present for this. Note that Krista Lineberger and PJ Henningsen are not present for this application. Jill Walker,
Yes.
Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Phil Goodwin,
Yes.
and Jessica Heineman. Yes, the motion passes.
Should be 7-0. Okay.
The motion passes 7-0. Christy, I'll hand over number 2 to you.
Okay. Number 2 is also consent agenda. This is 1940 Park Road. And the project is for a rear addition, but due to the conditions of the lot, as you can see on slide 3, they are a corner lot with a really visible rear elevation. So staff cannot approve this project. There is information in the staff recommendation about the 2 options given for the column, and staff is recommending this for approval with those conditions outlined in the memo on page 2.
Do we have any property owners or commissioners wishing to remove this application from the consent agenda?
No property owners?
Commissioners? Okay, this item will remain on the consent agenda. Can I have a motion for this item?
Yes, I make a motion to approve this application and that it meets the standards for additions, Chapter 7. Subject to the applicant submitting permit-ready drawings to the staff for final review with minor clarifications to use column option 1 and add the right elevation wall height dimensions and trim to be coordinated with the staff.
Motion by Commissioner Goodwin. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Let's take a vote on this one, starting with the remote commissioners. Chris Barth,
Yes.
Nichelle Bonaparte,
Yes.
Chris Mirren,
Yes. Sorry about that.
Krista is not here, Jill Walker,
Yes.
Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Phil Goodwin,
Yes.
and myself. I'm a yes. It is approved 7-0.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 3.
I have one quick thing. There are 2 unknown callers on the line, and I think we should just check in with them really quickly to make sure that they weren't calling about these 2 cases. Candace, can you unmute our unknown callers? If you are calling in on the phone, can you just let us know what case you are calling in to speak about?
Case 12.
Case what?
12.
Case 12.
12. Okay, that is going to be a long time from now. If you want to email HDC staff, we can keep you updated so you don't have to sit on the phone for the next 7 hours. We love to have you, but you sound like you're traveling, so I would love to help save you some time. This is Christy Harpst, Cindy Kohanek, or Candace Lady. Typically, we don't provide technical assistance during the meeting, but email us, please, and we will help keep you updated on the process. Okay, we have another second caller. If you would just let us know what case you are calling in to talk about. Okay, no answer. I'm taking as it's not for case 1 or 2. So we will move on to case number 3, which is also a consent agenda case. And this is 1945 Park Road. It's a rear addition case, and this, I've got to commend the architect and the property owners on this. They have worked so closely with staff throughout this whole project. And it's also been approved for tax credits through the Park Service and the state of North Carolina. The project, they are restoring the project. They're removing asbestos, vinyl siding. There is one, staff is recommending full approval. There's one issue on the right elevation, and staff feels that the header height of the new art glass transom window should be aligned with the headers of the 2 4/4 windows. But other than that, the project in staff's opinion, meets all of our guidelines. And just due to the size and the slight change in roof pitch on the right elevation, this has to come to the commission for review. So with that, I don't think we have any callers about this. So unless any commissioners object, Jessica, over to you.
Great. Do we have any commissioners who object to this being a consent agenda item? No one in the room, no one online. Okay, this will remain on the consent agenda. Can I have a motion for this application?
Make a motion to approve as it meets our guidelines 7.2 for new construction with the following condition that on the right elevation, the header height of new art glass transom window should be aligned with the headers of the 2 4/4 windows.
Motion by Jim Hayden. Do we have a second to this motion?
Second.
Second.
I'm going to give it to Nichelle since she's remote. And you guys were all at exactly the same time. So motion by Jim, second by Nichelle. Can we have a vote on this motion? Starting online, Chris Barth,
Yes.
Nichelle Bonaparte,
Yes.
Chris Mirren, Jill Walker,
Yes.
Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Phil Goodwin,
Yes.
and myself, I'm a yes. It is approved 7-0.
Okay, great. The next application is also a consent item. And it's a different project, and staff, again, worked really closely with the architect and the property owner on this. And we applied the guidelines given the total reversibility of this. If it weren't on a visible elevation, staff could approve, but they are essentially putting a new facade on the front of this building and also on the rear entrance. It is a commercial 1970s structure on East Boulevard. So I know this is an unusual consent agenda item, but the staff recommendation is for approval. I don't think we have anybody. Oh, we have one new unknown caller. Candace, will you open up the unknown caller line, please? Hello, caller. Can you verify what project you are calling in to speak about?
729 Mount Vernon Avenue.
Okay, great. Thank you. We are not quite there yet, but we'll circle back with you when we get there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jessica, over to you.
Great. Do we have any property owners or commissioners who object to this being a consent agenda item? None in the room, none online. Okay, we will proceed with a consent agenda item. Do I have a motion for this application?
Yeah, I would like to move to accept this or approve this application and the project for meeting all guidelines as it pertains to additions on 7.2 and new construction, chapter 6.
Great. Motion by Chris Mirren. Do we have a second for this application?
Second.
Seconded by Jim Hayden. Let's proceed with a vote. Chris Barth,
Yes.
Nichelle Bonaparte,
Yes.
Chris Mirren,
Yes.
Jill Walker, Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Phil Goodwin.
Yes.
Myself, I'm a yes. This application is approved 7-0.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Moving on to our items that were not heard at our September 8th meeting. David Wales and Danielle Wynn, are you with us?
Yes, this is David Wales. I'm here.
Hi, David. Welcome. Is Danielle joining us?
I'm not sure if she is or
Okay.
not.
Okay, we weren't sure either, but we included her just in case.
Yeah,
So, David, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, that's the first step.
David, if you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, this application is for a new accessory building in the rear yard. And all of the information about it is on the memo on pages 1 and 2. There are a number of staff comments about some details and information that we feel is needed. But at this point, I'm just going to turn it directly over to the applicant to explain the project. So David, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter and let me know what slide you would like to start with.
David Wales, 400 Roselawn Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211. And you can just write where you are.
Okay, perfect.
And so this project is for a new garage in the rear left yard of the house with an apartment above. And the one of the biggest complications we had with this that we went through with staff was the height of it due to the existing streetscape and the existing house. But we believe we have resolved that and now have the apex of the new construction below the existing roof line. So if you could go to the next slide. So this is the existing house. We will not be touching the existing house. All the new construction, if you look at the bottom right photo, the backyard from the deck will be in that back left corner. And the owner has indicated that they will most likely be removing the shed that's in the right corner. One thing to take note of on this is the existing board and batten siding on the rear of the house. Next slide. Again, this house, most of the homes on this street, pretty much all of them are single level, with a couple of the houses having what dormers on them and what appears to be a second level. But that is why this the height of the rear project became a little bit complicated because the original apex of the roof was above the existing roof lines. Next slide. You can't see that well, but let's see. Trying to see if I can zoom in real quick. So the house is, our project is the one that the red numbers, the red are directly above, and I'm sorry, I can't. The existing height of that roof. So let me find it real quick. I thought I could read it on the presentation, but I can't.
Hey, David, is it the
Yes.
19 feet 9 inches that you have in red?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. For some reason, I was thinking that was the new elevation, but yes, you're correct. So 19 feet 9 inches is the existing elevation. Next slide. The project also consists of an outdoor area and a driveway. There is an existing tree. There's 2 existing trees, or 3 in the backyard. One right at the corner of the house that will need to be removed. It's actually dangerously close to the existing house right now. I'm not sure if that was I don't believe it was a planted tree. I think it was just a seedling that found its way, because it's pretty much touching the corner there. And that's the one that we're hoping to remove. The driveway obviously makes a little bit of a jog back to an existing paver to allow for them to pull their cars around back. And there's also a covered patio with an outdoor kitchen area off to the right. The existing rear yard is just under 3,600 square feet, and the proposed non-pervious surface is of 1,454. Next slide. So this is the front elevation showing a garage door. It is a single garage door, but we will be installing the door style that is set up so that it appears to be more like 2 separate carriage doors, even though it's one door. The siding is board and batten on both the upper and lower level, with a dormer across the entire front elevation. and a standing seam metal roof. The standing seam is being used due to the low slope that we were forced to, or that we had to include in order to set the dormer below the existing or the new roof ridge, as well as setting the dormer back from all of the lower level walls to appear more like a separate dormer. So you can see where it's inset a foot on either side and from the front. Next slide. Oh, and the windows are all Windsor Pinnacle clad casement windows with grids to match the existing home. Okay, so again, just same notes. Standing seam metal roof on the back side, and board and batten siding, and the trim would be wood. The window trim and corner boards would all be wood, while the board and batten itself, or the board panels, would be fiber cement. Next slide. This is a view from the right side, looking at the outdoor area. Again, just some pretty basic wood posts with wood trim, the board and batten siding on the outdoor kitchen, as well as the walls beyond. Next slide. Again, just just very basic, same comments, same siding, windows, and roof treatments. Next slide. Again, just these are just the axons, or the 3D perspectives of the entirety of the project. And the next one is from the back corner. And then the final slide, I believe, is just the details of the Pinnacle clad windows. And I believe that's it.
Okay, thank you, David. We have no callers, and there's no one that signed up to speak for this project.
Okay.
Great. Are there any commissioners that have questions about this application? Commissioner Bonaparte?
Thank you, Jessica. Hi, David. I just had a few questions or points I wanted to cover. I've noticed that because this is an accessory unit or accessory building, usually it will be good to have some image or drawing that shows us the new building or the accessory building in relation to the main structure.
Okay.
The main home. And so just wanted to point that out, that without seeing that, we really wouldn't be able to, confirm that it truly looks secondary to the home. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was with the garage on the accessory building. I know you mentioned that it would be a single door. Just wanted to make sure that whatever you end up using, if we could see maybe an example of what that is, and just ensuring that it truly looks like 2 bays and not a single bay. And it does a little bit, but just making sure to call that out, that it looks like 2 bays. And then a tree protection plan. You mentioned there might be removal of 2 trees or 1 tree?
Just 1 tree.
Okay. So just making sure that we see how that's going to be addressed or replanted or what have you.
Got it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Just a few comments, if I may, or questions actually, and comments rather. Do you know on the existing house, is the bump out with board and batten siding on it, is that original to the house? Do you have any evidence to reflect that?
I don't have any evidence, no.
Sorry, this is Christy. Hi. While David was presenting, I did some research and I remember doing a COA for this project years ago. We reviewed it in 2016. It was a 2016 case with a small addition. The addition was originally proposed with wood lap siding and board and batten was installed instead. And there was a COA amendment for that. Back in 2016, pre-design guideline update, board and batten was considered an appropriate alternative for new additions at that time on houses that had a German lap or a regular lap. So that addition was installed in 2016, 2017.
Okay. So then, David, my question becomes, and I think this probably helps rather than hurts, but when you were calculating your rear yard, I would assume you took that area to be from the back thermal wall of the addition or the back thermal wall of the main historic house?
It included the addition.
Included, okay. And just looking at the elevations of the accessory structure, I see some window proportions with regard to the divided light that are getting a little horizontal. I think we might take out a one horizontal light pattern to make them a little more vertically oriented. Other than that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, thank you. I have a question, and I think it's on slide 9, where I'm looking. It appears that the garage, the accessory unit, is wider than the main house. Is that the case?
Only with the outdoor covered patio.
So it is. I mean, the wall of the
But
house.
the main body of the addition is smaller, is not as wide.
Okay, thank you. And then I missed it, but are those garage doors actually separate?
No, they were at one point, but as in many cases, due to budget, we had to go to a single garage door with the appearance of the two separate garage doors. But we will make sure and provide a door that does have the appearance of being two separate carriage style doors.
Okay, I could be wrong, but I think they need to be two separate doors, not just appear to be two separate
I've
doors. Am
done
I
a number
wrong?
of projects that have been approved through this commission
Sorry.
as single
Apologize.
doors.
You said the right thing though, Jill. They can be a single door, but appear to be two separate. So a lot of times people accomplish that with handles and maybe hinges or trim and other solutions.
All right, and then my only other question is, in your impervious calculations, was that with or without the shed's existence on that property?
That was still including the shed, and the owner, since this has, they're still kind of deciding whether they're going to keep it or remove it. But right now, in the calculation, it was shown as the shed staying in place.
Thank you, that's all.
Commissioner Hayden?
It appears as if the dormers are coplanar with the lower walls. Are we okay with that? It seems consistent throughout. All the different elevations show it that way.
Yeah, on they're set back on the sides, but yeah, you are correct. They are currently coplanar on the front and the back.
Okay?
Great.
That would be something we would probably have reason to take exception to. We typically like to have that set back. You know, not a lot, 6 inches, 8 inches.
David, this is Commissioner Heineman. Can you talk to us about the roof pitches that you selected for the ADU relative to the roof pitches of the historic structure of the house?
Well, the existing roof pitch on the house is the 812 as shown, and the if you actually look at the dormers to the side, if you go back to the rear view on I think it's the second slide, Christy. Yeah, so you can see there's already a very low slope on those existing dormers on the back side, which is what we have matched on our project. And the only one that is not a slope that was pulled from the original structure is that over the covered patio.
Okay, thank you. And I will echo a couple of the other commissioners' comments about having a site section showing the topography so that we can understand the height of the ADU relative to the height of the house.
Okay.
Needing a little bit more information on trees to be removed, the dormer being coplanar at the front and back, the proportions of the divided lights of the ADU coordinating with the historic house divided light proportions, which
Okay.
are visible on some of your side and front photos, and appear to be, elongated in a taller proportion. We will need a common shared jam detail in between the windows. They're close, but not too close, and it's unclear whether there's a trim and a gap of siding or whether they share a jam. We'll just need clarification on the drawings that the rear yard calculations are taken from the back wall of the historic house and not from the 2016 addition. And I think that the relative roof pitches to the main house will be clearer in the documentation once we have that site section. So that may be something that resolves itself. Any other comments from commissioners before we go into deliberation? Oh, Commissioner Bonaparte.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Okay, with that, go ahead, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, just one minor comment. It appears that existing maple tree will also have to be removed because of its proximity to the new structure. So that I would expect that 2 trees would have to be removed just with regard to the tree protection plan.
Okay, with that, we will enter deliberation. Does anyone want to start with deliberation?
Well, I mean,
Commissioner Bonaparte.
I just reiterating the questions or comments that I shared with the applicant. I do think seeing the accessory dwelling unit or accessory building in relation to the home is pretty critical to us, really evaluating this application. So, and the tree protection plan, I think are huge ones that we will probably need him to bring back.
Great. Anyone else? We feel like we've covered the discussion in the questions with the applicant. Is anyone prepared to make a motion for this application? Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes, I have a question regarding board and batten. Is that permissible in this particular district? I know the part on the rear of the original house was not original. So wanted to know if this is something that would be allowed in the historic district.
Christy, can you speak to that?
It's at the commission's discretion.
In my experience in this district, I've more commonly seen board and batten used as a secondary element, but I have seen it used. Is that a fair statement, Christy? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Any other commissioners want to weigh in on board and batten as an enclosure? I mean, I think I'm accustomed to seeing it on dormers, you know, in engaged gable components. The garage is also a secondary structure, so. Do any commissioners have a strong inclination one way or the other on the board and batten?
I don't think it's appropriate here for the main volume of the garage. As you mentioned, Commissioner Hammond, I think it might make more sense in a dormer situation. I'd like to see something that reflects back to the original house just to create that relationship, the original historic house, excuse me.
Yeah, that would actually, Commissioner Barth, the way that you articulated that would speak to the guideline, which I will look for, about the accessory unit borrowing the language of the main house. Since the main house is a lap siding and the secondary components of the main house are board and batten, is that correct?
Yes.
That would be 8.9, number 3. Okay, I have a bunch of notes here, but I'm not permitted to make a motion, so I'm going to lean on one of the other commissioners here to draft a motion.
I can attempt if you would like me to.
Great, please.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons. One, go back to my thing here. One, to provide accurate dimensions for the ADU addition with relation to its architectural elements as well as dimensions to property lines. Also, would like the applicant to show its relation to the existing house in elevation forms to study massing and scale. Would like the applicant to provide a tree protection plan for all trees being saved on the property. Do we have a note about making sure the site drawing is accurate with relation to whether the shed stays or goes, or does it matter at this point?
I think this is Commissioner Hyman speaking, I think if the site calculations support it, that could be at the owner's discretion later. Is that correct, Christy? If the site calculations do not support it, that decision would have to be made. Is that correct? For the shed? So I think the shed decision only needs to be made now if the site calculations are a problem.
Right.
Okay, so we're good. All right, I apologize for that. Moving on, with regard to the materials used on the exterior of the structure, would like to request that the siding on the main form of the garage relate back to the existing house, as well as the light configuration pattern of the windows relating back to the house with more vertical vertical emphasis. Would like the applicant to also Chris or Jessica, did you mention something about the mall spacing between windows?
Yeah, that we would need to understand the spacing and the window trim detail.
Okay, so requesting that the applicant provide more detail of materials between windows, spacing between windows in their mall configuration, as well as trim on the head, jamb, and sill condition of each window. We also request that the two dormers on the slope side of each dormer, those thermal walls be aligned, or sorry, misaligned with the thermal wall below by at least 6 inches. And I think that's all I had.
Chris, this is Commissioner Heineman. Did you capture tree information and tree protection plans in that?
Yes.
Number 3. Okay. And a clarification on the pitches of the ADU roof relative to the main house roof.
I did not.
Can I friendly amendment add that?
You may.
Any other commissioners want to?
Yeah, I'd like to add a friendly amendment. Chris, on the second, request that you spoke to, can you just add on the end of that, that be from a street perspective?
Yes, and they gave that, yes.
Yes, I'll accept that amendment.
Great. And then the other thing was just a little more clarity on the garage doors appearing to be clearly double, whether they are or not.
Yeah, I can add an amendment to that, to my motion. Just more detail on the doors. I mean, they're represented graphically in elevation form. It might help to see some actual product data or images of this condition.
This is Commissioner Hyman. Just to clarify Commissioner Walker's friendly amendment, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. We are requesting a site section through the site showing the garage relative to the main house and topography, but also the view from the street. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Do we have a second to this motion?
Second.
Okay, I'm giving this one to Commissioner Goodwin. And let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Mirren,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hyman, I'm also a yes. This motion passes to continue 7-0.
Thank you. I would like to note for the record that Commissioner Henningsen has joined the meeting at 1:46 p.m. And I would also like to note for the record that due to a conflict of interest, I cannot be point on this next case, and it is being handed off to Cindy. Hi, welcome. No.
Hi, Tim Cooper's here.
Hi, Tim. This is Cindy.
Yes,
Have you been sworn in yet?
Just at the beginning of the start of the meeting, but I can do it again.
Oh, no, if you're done, you're done. That's fine. Thank you. I think we're just gonna get 1 minute to settle in. Is everyone good to go? 2 minutes? Okay, just a few minutes to settle in and then we'll get going. Thanks, Tim.
No problem.
All right, our next project is for 1836 The Plaza. This is new construction. Tim, before you get started, I'm just gonna go ahead and hand it over to you, but if you could just state your name and your address for the court reporter, that'd be great. Yes.
Sure. So
Oh,
my name
sorry.
is Tim Cooper. My address is P.O. Box 5472, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28299.
Thanks, Tim. Feel free to go ahead and present and let me know where you'd like me to go.
I'm good kind of jumping in on the first page, essentially, of the submission documents. We are essentially proposing to erect a new single-family house on a vacant lot that's located at 1836 The Plaza with a detached two-car garage. The overall footprint is 45 feet, 11 and a half inches. I believe it's 55 feet deep. And so the design that we've kind of come up with is more of a bungalow style, similar to most of the homes on the plaza. If you want to flip to the next slide. Here's the proposed site plan. Currently, we're proposing putting a entrance driveway off of the plaza to the south side or the right side of the property with a walkway on the front coming from two spots. We're proposing a traditional walk from the sidewalk to the front of the house and then a secondary sidewalk tying to the driveway. That driveway is essentially going to hug the property line and allow access to the rear of the property to the garage. And we're also proposing, again, a two-car garage in the rear of the property, and currently working with CDOT and the City of Charlotte Water to try to gain access to a rear alley that is still an active alley per the city, but it's been abandoned by the neighborhood, and there's a water sampling station in the right-of-way. So without confirmation that that's going to be moved 100%, we're moving forward trying to get this permitted with the driveway off the front because I don't have access to the rear 100% yet. Moving to the next page, please. Showing here the site plan with the two adjacent properties. The setback for the neighborhood by zoning is a 20-foot setback. The current structures to the north and south are back roughly about 50 feet. I've got that dimensioned on the plan here. I can scale in on my copy. Yeah, you're about 50 to 51 feet back on the south 1830 The Plaza home. The 1842 Plaza home on the north side setback is 48 and a half feet. So we're proposing to start the main foundation of the current house at 50 feet, 7 inches, essentially matching 1830 The Plaza, and then allowing our front porch steps to protrude forward a couple feet, which is essentially going to align it with property at 1842. Next page. So here's our relevant map of adjacent structures within 360-degree view within the current 1800 block and one on the 1900 block to kind of give some relevance to the architectural profiles and structure we're trying to erect. Most of the homes around this area on the single family side are American Tudors or Craftsman bungalows. And like I said to begin, we're looking at coming back with a Craftsman bungalow style house. Next page. The historic height overview. We are showing elevation to our ridge at, bear with me, I'm going to follow along in my set so I can read this a little better. We're showing a ridge height of 27.9 feet. The adjacent 1842 has a 20-foot 7-inch height. 1830 to the south has a ridge height of 25 foot 1 inches. And we're kind of playing off with similar home on that block at the corner of Chestnut and the Plaza, which is the 1800 home, which has a 29-foot, 8-inch ridge height. So we are not going to be the tallest ridge on that block. And we also, even though it's outside the purview of the historic district, I understand, we're also smaller than the Riviera apartment complex that's 2 structures south of this property. Next slide. Next slide, please. So here we're showing the north and east elevations. The east elevation is the plaza facing elevation. It's got a front porch that's roughly half to 2/3 of the front of the structure covered with railing around it. And it also has a side access set of steps to the driveway side. The north elevation is shown above. Textures on the home essentially are going to be brick knee wall, lap siding, and aluminum clad windows, and asphalt shingle on most of the home. The front porch, if you go back to the east elevation, has a decorative accent of a metal roof down front. And we've also got some metal roofing on the rear of the house. If you want to proceed to the next slide, this is the slide of the rear of the house, which is the west elevation, and the south elevation, which would face the driveway side. Rear of the house, again, has a covered patio in the back with some French doors. Up in the gable locations, we're going to be putting some shake siding, continuing the lap siding and brick veneer around. Next sheet. This is the elevation of the proposed garage. Just kind of doing some studying of what y'all have approved before. We're proposing a garage with 4 doors. It's astronomical expense to do so, but to give you the look of 2 singles, and I understand we kind of need to give that look on the front elevation from the plaza, even though the intent long-term, if we get this stuff worked out with CDOT and Charlotte Water, is to have this as a main entrance to be to the rear of the garage structure. Textures and materials are going to be same as the house. We're going to do brick base, lap siding, asphalt shingles, and a little bit of decorative metal roof over the garage. Next slide. Quick section cut of the home. Some details of the columns, which I believe are required. Our bracketing detail is on there. Really, I think that's most of what we've got going on with the home. Part of the reason that we've got a taller ridge height on this property is it's actually going to be a 2-story house. So it's going to be a vaulted 2nd story with some usable living space upstairs, which we kind of need the ridge height that's proposed to do such. Also in that so in that context,
Tim, you cut out there for a second.
I'm sorry.
Tim, this is Cindy. You cut out for a second. Can you just repeat the last couple sentences?
Sure. I was saying the ridge height's kind of needed because of the 2nd story livable space we're doing, and that the elevation data that's given is also assuming that the porch is elevated 2 foot from grade.
All right, thanks, Tim.
Yeah, that's all I've got. First time applicant here, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet and grab feedback.
All right, thank you. Do we have anyone signed up for this? Nope, okay. All right.
All right, commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Barth?
Yeah, first of all, pretty good, Tim, for first time applicant. That was a wonderful presentation and looks like it's going to be a great house. Just a couple of questions. Want to see if you know the answers to them just to help us out a little bit. Typically, what we like to see with regard to our site plans is a rear yard calculation just to establish impervious area. Do you have that readily available? It looks like you're fine. I just want
I do not have it. I'm gonna off the cuff say we'll be fine. It's a 1/4 acre lot, which is larger than most structures or plats in the neighborhood. So I'm guessing we'll be all right, but I'll get one pulled together.
Okay.
I could ask some clarification on that. Where do you guys like that to start? The rearmost point of the structure of the main house, or
Yes, the rear thermal wall of the house.
Okay.
That would be great. And then it looks like you're taking down a tree or two possibly on the site. Do you plan to put any trees back to take its place to maintain the tree canopy in the area?
I certainly plan on putting a landscape package together. Have not engaged my landscape designer to this juncture. Quite honestly, I wanted to get through this and find out what comments were before I spent dollars to do such. Most of the shrubbery and trees on the property are scrubs. The only significant tree there is the one that's shown on the site plan. The intent really was to save that, to be honest. That's why we orientated the house and the driveway as we did, but quite honestly don't think it's going to be salvageable without pushing the house back another 10 feet. If you got some knowledge about trees, if we leave it and dig footers where the house is at, I think it's going to be detrimental long-term to the tree. So I feel like it's probably really going to need to be removed. Everything else is scrubby shrubs that are on the property. Probably planning on leaving a lot of that stuff on the fence row. 1842, the plaza has a chain link fence on the property line with a lot of vines and stuff. Probably will leave that and just clean up the scraps around that. The other side, the south side of the property has nothing. It's just grass right now. This was part of 1830, the plaza's property before we purchased it. So there's nothing over there. And really where that tree sits, there's a chain link fence in there that's overgrown with wild shrubbery and vines that we're planning on ripping out. So we'll definitely go back with some shrub work and probably 1 to 2 monumental trees. Just haven't laid that out yet.
Okay. No, that's perfectly fine. And then I have some, if you could go to the elevations. Yeah. So material questions above, let's see, you have some storyboards going across, for example, on the front elevation, between those 2 pair of 4 light windows. There's some material above there. I want to start with the 3 square dots. Are you seeing that as like a dove coat or something like that? Or is that just like a trim detail?
It's more of a trim detail.
Like a nod to a craftsman style.
Yeah, it's really called out on my plans, which I haven't. I've tried to clean these up a little bit without noting them to death. It's really called out as a 4x4 recess within a hardy panel style siding. I'm wide open, quite honestly, of eradicating those from the drawings if nobody cares.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm sure we'll talk about it in deliberation. Second piece of that question is in the uppermost part of both of those gables, are you imagining that cedar shingle siding being in that position as well?
As it's currently shown, that would be the band board up there would break the shake siding, and it would go back to like a smooth hardy panel style or solid wood panel. Again, not tied to anything that specific in my world, to be quite honest. If you'd rather see the shake go all the way up, I'm open to that.
Okay. Let's
I think
see.
this plan that we're proposing has got a lot more detail than most of the homes on the plaza, so I could see some value, honestly, in watering it down a bit.
That's a good observation. Thank you for commenting on that. And then also, everywhere on the house, you indicate what appears to be square cut rafters or actually, I'm trying to see on your section. Is that a closed soffit or an open soffit?
The intent would be at the porches to be an open exposed rafter detail. Up the gable rakes would be an enclosed.
Okay. Yes, especially for this style of house, and of course we'll talk, speak to this in deliberation. But I think what we'd rather see, which I'd love to see if you're amenable to it, is a plumb cut rafter tail with exposed rafter tails on the underside of the soffit.
Sure.
Going through, and just curious about the detail you have with regard to the foundation and having a brick water table. Is that something that did you take a cue from somewhere, another house in the neighborhood or something to implement that, or was that just sort of a design decision?
I'll be blunt with you, my friend. It's just a house plan we've had that we've been going to build somewhere, and it's how it's drawn. I mean, if you guys want it removed, we'll take the lap all the way back down. I kind of like it because it dresses it up a bit and keeps wood. And I'm not a proponent of hardy siding, and I'm really not a proponent of wood siding. So I like the concept to get raw materials up off of the floor with the termite world around here, but certainly peel it back easy and just run lap all the way down.
Okay.
It's part of the house plan we've got. There is no, I mean, I'll be transparent. There's no precedent in the Plaza Midwood neighborhood, but at least on the plaza that I'm aware of, it's erected like that.
Gotcha. Okay. And I think the majority of my other questions, I think we'll probably handle in deliberation. They're more architecturally detail and aesthetic related, but otherwise, oh, shoot, one more. On your sections, I'm sorry, who is Christy or not Christy? Cindy or Candace, are you running the slides? I apologize.
It's Cindy, it's me.
Hey, Cindy. Can you go to the last sheet? It's on their drawing list. It's A301. And zoom into the porch area on the long section there. The rear, the front porch, excuse me. There we go. Tim, on that porch ceiling, you have noted 1/2-inch T111 cedar soffit. Can you is that a like a T111 siding type thing, or did you imagine something else there?
I typically would put tongue and groove style ceiling up there.
Like a V groove or a shiplap or a...
In that note up, I certainly am not planning on putting a cedar soffit on this house.
Yeah, so I think, given the context in Plaza Midwood, which I live a couple of blocks from this house, typically what we see is, like you're mentioning, a tongue and groove plank style ceiling material. And I would recommend that for both or any open porches on this project versus the T111, whether that be V groove, square joint. I think on some of the lower end houses, sometimes we even see beadboard porch scaling, which might be acceptable. I'll have to ask staff on that. But that's just something that we may mention in our deliberation.
Yeah, what I typically have been using, honestly, in the neighborhood is pine, tongue and groove, and stain grade and staining it out.
Okay, great. Okay. All right, that's all I had.
Thank you.
Cindy. Thanks, Tim.
Great, thanks, Commissioner Barth. Other commissioners, Commissioner Hinman.
Hi, thanks, Tim. I have a couple of questions for you. I think Commissioner Barth covered most of my questions. Cindy, can you go to the Zoutwell elevation, the street elevation? And can you zoom in on the house here? I think this may be a graphic representation issue, so it may be as simple as updating the drawings, but I'm not sure whether the proposed house is shown correctly in the streetscape or not. It seems from the aerial photos and the site plan that the house should be pushed significantly to the left to relate to the neighboring structures placement on their properties, and to accommodate a driveway. Can you speak to that by any chance?
I can speak to two things. One, the house wholeheartedly needs mirrored over. That was done when we were initially looking at putting the driveway on the north side of the property. So it's an oversight by me to get that mirrored. Secondly, I was not under the assumption that that was a site adjusted thing. I thought it was there for height only, so it was just plopped in there with no thought about. where it was
Okay, yeah, so we use this particular exhibit to evaluate, probably more than half of the standards on our checklist. And so we're looking at height, width, spacing, rhythm on the street, and a variety of other standards that we need to comply with. So this particular exhibit ends up being a really critically important one for us in evaluating the project.
Am I able to ask a question real quick? Can you speak to how one would locate widths on this thing, since there's no site plan or property lines shown on that? That was a CAD file provided by the city.
The city's CAD files are 1-to-1, as I assume as your site plan. So they should be able to relate to each other in a 1-to-1 fashion.
Okay, so how does one, I mean, the Polaris does not necessarily 100% accurate on where a house sits to the property line and the setbacks. How am I supposed to know how far to come off of the 1842 home to start this property?
I may need to lean on staff for that. We are assuming that your site plan is based on a surveyor's data when you provide it to us.
Well, it is for my
And
parcel,
so-
not the adjacent parcels. So I have no idea where 1842 sits relevant to the property line.
I'm just gonna have you meet with staff on that information. That has never been presented to us as problematic.
Okay.
My next note is again, this is just a graphic representation note. If we can get, a north arrow on your site plans, and I believe there's some discrepancies in the documents about what is north, east, south, and west. And just for the record, it would be great if we could get that shown appropriately. The front elevation is probably the west elevation based on the city maps. It appears that there's a really significant street tree in the location of the proposed driveway. That may fall into CDOT or Urban Forestry's jurisdiction and not ours. I may need staff to tell me whether that's something we need to discuss or not.
street trees don't come under your purview.
Okay, that would be CDOT and urban forestry's purview. Okay. And I think you alluded to this at the beginning of your presentation about some uncertainty about the alley access. It looks from the site conditions that Duke Power has taken over and blocked that alley. So if we can get ongoing clarification over whether that's the case or not, that would be helpful from the perspective of reviewing the drawings.
Yeah, all I can speak to, I just built a house behind this property last year and tried to get the alley cleared. And I was told from the city it was still active and it's not a dead alley, so it's still accessible. I just have to go through the bureaucratic red tape of getting something moved that was put there where it shouldn't have been by the water department.
Okay.
And I'm currently working on that as I've been working on that now, jokingly, but not jokingly, for 2 years. It's been exhausting.
Excellent. That's sorry, I'm pulling this up on my,
So if you walk down Google Earth,
on Belterre, it looks like it's blocked.
yeah, there's a green water sampling. I don't know if Google Earth has it up there yet. I'm going there now with you. Yeah, there's a green water sampling station that sits right in the right of way. The fence on Belterre, on the property that sits off of Nassau and Belterre, is actually in the alleyway. So that's illegally placed as well.
Yeah, what you're describing is exactly what I saw when I was there. So yes, that's exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, that stuff's all in the alley right away illegally and is able to be moved since it has not been an abandoned alley per the city.
So Cindy, this is, stay on this slide. This is slide, what number is this for the record? 12. So I'm on slides 12 and 13. And my next question has to do with the wrapping condition on the porch and the cornices and eaves. It looks like the cornices and eaves are not quite reconciling. The alignments as we turn the corners is not lining up from one elevation to the next. Cindy, this might be, slide 13 might be more clear. Yeah, so for example, when I'm looking at the rear elevation, if I'm looking at the larger of the two gables, it appears that the eave to the left of it comes lower than the eave of the gable. But if I'm looking at the right side elevation, it appears that they align. So I think we just need some information on which of the rakes and eaves align and which don't, so that they reconcile across the drawings. And then for clarification purposes between the front and the right side elevation, this side entrance it's coplanar with the wall of the house, correct? The porch is not wrapping around, because on the front elevation, which is slide 12, it appears that the porch may wrap around and have some depth at that side door.
It has moderate depth there. I think there's I don't have my working files in front of me. I think there's about a 2-foot recess from the front of the house to the side, what would kind of be the side porch, the window you're seeing there on the right side.
So is that window pushed up to the corner, or should there be a field of siding to the right of it? That's where I think I'm getting caught up.
Should be some siding to the right of it.
Okay, all right.
I think what you're missing, if I remember this plan well enough, everything that you're looking for and the line weight on lap siding is just kind of missing. The corner of the house is behind the front porch column.
Okay, the corner of the house is behind the front porch column. Okay, thank you.
So it's kind of looks like white space, but it's really got plank side, lap siding there as well.
Okay, graphically, it looks like it's open. So if we can get that corrected. And then Cindy, if you can go to one of the side elevations for me. This one's a good one. It is the right side elevation. This has to do with the foundation condition, which I know that Commissioner Barth discussed with you as well. We don't typically see a brick veneer condition in these historic neighborhoods. The brick is typically used as a structural material and not a veneer material. And so I think that's truly why we don't see it very commonly. So, so I think if there is some sort of a water table or a common sill, then the windows have to have a very strong and consistent relationship with it. And if there's not, it frees us up to have sills that vary in this way. But I think when there is a strong water table condition and the windows have varying sills, that would be inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. If that makes sense.
It does, and there will be inconsistent sill heights on that elevation because that's the kitchen elevation and the windows need to stay taller due to the cabinetry. So that specific elevation we're looking at now would not be able to align with the brick table.
So that would probably play into the decision about whether there's a brick wall there or not, which is inconsistent generally with the district, because the brick is not typically used in a veneer fashion in historic structures.
Understand.
Okay. I think that covers my notes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hinman. Any other commissioners? I know I have a couple of questions, but any other commissioners? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, Tim, would you be amenable to using wood siding? There's a lot of lap siding on this house. Would you be amenable to using wood siding or a synthetic material that more resembles wood siding as the hardy material is quite thin?
I would be. I actually am glad you brought that up. I was told you've never approved it before, but I'm a fan of LP Smart Side, which is actually a compressed wood siding. I hate hardy siding. And I think wood is an atrocious material to use in the South with termites. So I emphatically would be open to that, but I'm not sure what type of material you have in mind.
I'm not familiar with the LP siding, but we've approved hardy artisan in the past, which is a thicker 5/8 inch thick siding. But that's no longer available. So something equivalent to that is what.
Tim, Commissioner Goodwin, we have not approved LP Smart Siding.
Are you able to, I don't know if this is the forum, are you able to speak to why? I mean, it's a wood product. I know it's a compressed wood product, but it's a wood product. It's got termite warranties for homeowners, and it's got smooth or wood grain options. I actually am confused that you wouldn't approve that when you would approve hardy, honestly.
I'm not saying that we ever approved LP. I'm just saying that we need to see what it looks like.
Okay. What's the process for that, folks? Do I just bring samples into the district's headquarters, or how do we provide?
That would be great to get a sample.
And bring it down to the corporate office?
Tim, you can coordinate with me on dropping off any sort of samples or in-person things.
Perfect. Thanks, Cindy.
You're welcome.
What else, Commissioner Goodwin? Nothing else? Any other commissioners on the phone? Commissioner Barth?
Sorry, I think I still had my hand raised up. I do have one additional question. I mean, I think this would probably be an easy thing to change, and we could talk about it amongst commissioners too. But you show a tapered chimney coming up from the roof. I mean, would you be open to doing a straight chimney? Typically, when we see these staggered or tapered chimneys, they're on either a gable end or an exterior wall where they're trying to avoid a window or something. But being in the middle of a roof plan like this, I think we'd probably much rather see a straight chimney form.
No problem at all.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner Barth. I had a couple questions. Tim, did you say the cedar shape was wood or hardy?
Yes, that's again my understanding. That's all I'm allowed to use.
Perfect.
Is that a correct assumption at this juncture?
Yes. And then just kind of a comment, I know it'll come up in deliberations, but just looking at some of your double and triple ganged windows, that historically any windows that are grouped together, we've got trim boards in between the windows. So that'll be something we'll ask as well.
Yep, that's typically how, and I think the line weights are a little off there, but typically we'll do, I mean, we can vary it to what you guys prefer, but typically I'm doing a double 2x, so a 3-inch wide intermediate with a 1x in between as a trim.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Other commissioners, final chance before we close for deliberations? All right, let's close for deliberations. Commissioner Barth, do you want to lead us through this?
I certainly can. I think everybody brought up all of the points that I had. I mean, I think we need to obviously see some additional information with regard to the site, information and context. It looks like we need some additional material information, especially if the applicant is going to propose non-conventional material. We do approve synthetic, as you all know, but if they were to go with that LP, we need to have staff approve that selection. Architecturally and detail wise, I mean, I'd love to see plumb cut rafter tails, open soffits with exposed rafter tails, engaged brackets with the barge rafter. I'd definitely reference some of staff's notes regarding storyboards, particularly on what's labeled as the north elevation. I think it would be more appropriate for that storyboard to be aligned with the double window on the second floor attic space there, just in relation to the architectural style. As mentioned previously, I'd rather see a straight chimney versus tapered. We have some slender windows on that, while we're on that elevation, that would probably lend themselves to be a little bit wider to reflect, again, going back to the architectural style, same thing with the mall gap between ganged windows, double and triple ganged windows. We want that to reflect more historical examples where we have sash weights in the walls, so there'd be a thicker mold there. Let's see. Also, the columns on the porches, I think we'd want to see the neck of those columns to be aligned with the beam. So, I'd like a little bit more detailed of a section there, as well as some details as far as the trim around those columns. Otherwise, I think the proportion in relation to the rest of the house is pretty close. Let's see. Can you go to the south elevation, Cindy? That side entry door there, because of its proximity to the front of the house and visibility to the streetscape, I think I'd probably rather see divided light in there. I don't know if any commissioners have an opinion on that as well. And then staff had a note with regard to a shed roof off the porches. Not sure what that was about.
Chris, what number are you talking about on the staff memo?
Let's see, that was number 6, materials, metal, shed roof at front porch. So I guess was your comment to the use of metal and its appropriateness in the neighborhood?
I think it's more that we see metal, standing seam metal typically on the rear and not necessarily on the front.
Okay. Yeah, I can see what they're doing here. I mean, they're trying to mimic a craftsman detail, post, bracket, and beam detail with a shed roof. But I can see how this would be more appropriate on the rear versus the front. I don't know if any other commissions see see that as the same way.
I agree.
And then, overall, I think the house is appropriately sized for the community. I think we need just a little bit of clarification on, overlaying the plan in its context. So, perhaps even putting the footprint of the house on the GIS survey showing the footprints of the houses nearby. They were wonderful to put the dimensions to the thermal walls of the adjacent houses, but I think we need to see that in site plan and context, just so we have a better idea how everything relates, as well as I think something else that we probably need to see are, even though we don't review what goes on inside the house, I think it would be great to have a floor plan and potentially even a roof plan here. I don't know if any commissioners brought that up in discussions. But just to understand doorways, windows, context, all that sort of stuff, I think we need dimensions, floor plans showing windows and doors, as well as possibly a roof plan might help as well. I think that's all.
Okay. Other commissioners, Commissioner Hinman?
I was actually going to speak to this metal roof detail too. I think it is actually like a charming detail that has some precedent in craftsman style homes. I think that it does have a really strong relationship with the form and function being tied together. And so on the front of this house, since there is some depth to the porch and it's at a gable, it naturally creates the depth that we need in a hot climate to protect the windows and sheds the water effectively. So it's not a place we would typically see that detail unless the windows failed to be protected from heat gain or didn't shed water appropriately. On the back of the house, because of its placement on that gable with the windows, it actually, I think, does have a historically appropriate relationship to the windows in terms of protecting them from the depth of sun penetration in a hot climate. So that would be my take on this detail. I think it's a really charming detail that would probably blend with the Plaza Midwood district quite nicely and breaks down the scale of the house quite nicely. I just think on the front of the house, it doesn't have a form and function relationship in this particular design. I have one other note, which is on the rear elevation, Cindy, which is the other slide, either 13 or 12, whichever one we're on. I think those are skylights on the back of the house, and I think we'd need more information on what type they are and, what whether they're low profile or not.
Those are actually attic vents. There's a note. Sorry to butt in. Yeah, so I wanted to actually, I meant to ask that question, but I'll let you continue, Jessica, on whether we allow that type specifically.
I see the note you're talking about now. That's on the section, which is on the last slide, the Airhawks. It's not something that we've seen in an application before, but then again, I don't know that we typically get into ventilation details in the commission itself. And so I would defer to staff on that. If it's a previously approved ventilation method and it's not visible from the street, I wouldn't have a problem with it. If it's not a previously approved ventilation method, I'm sure staff can advise the applicant.
All right. I have a couple comments, but any other commissioners, anyone else on the phone? Commissioner Bonaparte, and over here, Commissioner Walker. Let's see, Cindy is getting the name. Commissioner Barth again. All right. Oh, that hand down. I had just a couple other questions. Can we go to the front elevation? Am I the only one that feels that the dormer is a little undersized based on the massing of the roof?
I feel it's appropriate for a craftsman.
Okay. Another comment. The on the gables in the front, I think we talked about this in questions, but keep me honest here. Is that a combination of shake and siding on this gable ends and the porches?
I believe
Just a drawing.
if I could chime in here, I believe the applicant's response was that it would be shake up to the storyboard line between the windows, and then it would transition to a synthetic panel, so smooth panel.
Okay, that's what I thought too. Generally speaking, I would say that's incongruous, right? Typically in the, in this gable ends on the porches, it's all shake. Can we go to one of the side elevations as well? Perfect. Also with the storyboard or Craftsman band, typically we're seeing those where they separate the first and the second floor. So I think it's more appropriate to have that band farther down, farther below the window and use it to add more separation between story one and story two.
This is Commissioner Hyman. I actually quite prefer the bands having an offset relationship, and we do see that in some places in the district. It's not quite as common, but it is, I think, a detail that we do see in this style. I think that what we need in this application is a consistency about the relationship of the bands and the windows. And I think it's actually nice when it interrupts the window a little bit, it starts to create a little bit of rhythm and breaking down the scale of the house. But we're looking at a different relationship between the band and the windows on each elevation in this house. So we need some consistency across this project about that relationship between the band and the windows. This is a good example.
Yes. Okay, I think that probably better sums it up than being more specific about a location. Thanks, Jessica.
I'll cite slides 12 and 13 on that comment.
And then other comments? That was it. Commissioner Barth. And of course, Commissioner Barth, I'm sure you're starting to think about a motion. I know you are. I mean, I would be, but I can't.
I
can't
am. I have it written down. My hope is that I can be organized though. One question I'd like to pose to other commissioners on the sitting here is how do we feel about corner boards for this style of architecture?
This is Commissioner Heineman. I think we see both corner board conditions and a woven or a mitered condition on this style pretty consistently throughout the districts. I think the critical issue on the corner boards is that they are of the appropriate depth to bookend the lap siding. So if it's a 3/4 inch lap siding, the corner boards need to be, at least 1 3/4 inches deep. So they need to be padded out, or they need to have a back band so that they can have the appropriate depth relationship to the lap siding. How that corner board relates to a brick water table, if that's something that the applicant is going to pursue, is another question. I think also that whether or not there are corner boards, I think the project could go either way, but whether or not there are corner boards is heavily dependent on the type of siding that the applicant intends to use. Because some of these composite sidings cannot be mitered.
That's a good point to bring up. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Barth, let's start putting it together.
Okay. First, I'd like to start off by saying, as I mentioned earlier, I think this house is well designed. So there's going to be a lot of comments here that I'd like the applicant to pay attention to. But overall, I think it's a great addition to the community. But let's jump right in. So I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following items. With regard to site, we need more information for the accessibility or use of the alley as requested. We would need to see a north arrow on the site plan. Check through these as I do them. We need HVAC locations indicated on the site plan, tree protection plan, as well as trees to be removed, indicated and photographed. We need the rear yard impervious area noted from the rear thermal wall of the new home indicated on the site. We would also request that the applicant show the house as it relates in plan and site to adjacent properties. and structures, excuse me. We also ask that the applicant provide accurate accurate house plans with dimensions, windows, and doors shown. In addition, we ask that the applicant update their drawings to reflect the proper orientation with regard to the planned site and elevations. Let's see. If trees are to be added back into the site, we request that the applicant reflect those on the site plan. These are all site items. We ask that the applicant provide additional photos showing site elements. Let's see here. With regard to the project's architecture and detailing, for windows, we ask that the applicant review the windows on the labeled north elevation, the two windows toward the back and toward the middle to be viewed as wider windows, more incongruent, and can't speak, more aligned with what we typically see in the neighborhood. So those need to be wider, as well as ganged windows need to be separated with wider mulls reflecting traditional details. Doors, it is requested that the applicant add divided light to the pedestrian door side entry on the south elevation. Let's see. We would also like to see, with regard to material specs and details, more information on gable ends, particularly towards the ridge in the upper part of gables. I would say that we don't allow solid paneling in these locations. And we would also like to see a consistent relationship throughout the design with regard to storyboards and trim bands. Let's see. Going to eaves and soffits. Typically on the house and the garage, we would like to see plumb cut rafters with open soffits and exposed rafter tails. As well as on porch ceiling material, we would want to see a appropriate material, whether it be tongue and groove, V-groove, beadboard on the ceiling surface, as well as the soffit, exposed soffit material. Additionally, we would ask that the applicant provide more details with regard to the column and beam construction and detailing on the porches, and requests that the top of the column neck be aligned with the face of beam. For masonry, we ask that the applicant either provide precedent for adding brick water table and brick veneer details for the base of the house, or if none are found, to only indicate brick being used in a foundation treatment. Next, the chimney is requested to be a straight chimney versus tapered. Going back to soffits and eaves. This is something that I noticed. We would request that brackets be engaged with bar drafters. So they need to be bird mouthed around the bar drafters. Let's see. I think. It is also requested of the applicant that alternative materials be submitted to staff, as well as attic vent detail and specs submitted to staff for approval. I think, let me just go through here. That is all I had.
Commissioner Hinman.
Commissioner Barth, can I make a couple of friendly amendments?
Sure.
For spacing, height, and width, accurate placement of the elevations on the Zoutwell surveys. As, for roof forms, reconciling the alignment of rakes and eaves and fascia around the corners of the elevations.
Okay.
And this might not be an amendment, this might be for discussion, but the actual width of the common jambs between the windows, we probably need to provide a little bit of guidance on. What we're seeing a lot of in the neighborhoods is 2 jack studs and a king stud, which ends up being approximately 6 to 7.5 inches of trim, whether that's a nominal wood or not.
Agree.
Thank you. That's it for me.
All right, accepted.
Commissioner Barth, I've got one thing to add as well. Provide a brick sample
Okay.
as a friendly amendment
For staff to approve.
for staff to approve.
Thank you.
All right, other commissioners, any other comments? Okay, Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
We do need to get some guidelines in there.
Oh, I knew that was coming. Okay.
We'll help you.
Yes. With regard to site, we would request that the applicant, the site comments made, we'd request that the applicant reference 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, 7, 8, 8.1 through 11 as well for landscaping. 612, and that is for site. With regard to doors and windows, applicant would please reference 612, trim 611, foundation 610, material changes and suggestions 6.15. And does anybody have any others?
Commissioner Barth, I'm just going to give you a quick correction for the record for foundations, 6.9.
I apologize. Foundations is section 6.9.
All right, we have a motion. We have friendly amendments accepted. Any other discussion, comments?
One staff question. I don't know if it was addressed. Where did you guys land on that front metal roof? Did you guys address that?
No.
The awning?
Commissioner Barth.
I think we deemed that it was not appropriate for the front elevation, but acceptable on the rear. Jessica, is that your understanding?
That was my reading of our discussion as well.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to add amendment to my own motion that the awning over the shed awning over the porch be omitted from this scope.
All right, any other final questions, comments on the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Jim should beat you. That's okay. All right, we have a motion to continue by, fourth by Commissioner Barth, motion to second by Commissioner Hinman. Let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen. Yes. Now I have to count. It passes 8-0 to continue. Thank you,
we-
Tim.
We've had a quick request before we continue to the next case that we potentially take a small break. About 10 minutes. Is that okay with everyone? All right, we'll be right back.
Okay, please note, everyone attending, we're taking a 10-minute break. Cindy, would you? Hey, hello. Candace, is everyone back?
It looks like we're waiting on Chris. Oh, we're back. We're all back. Thank you.
We're all back. Okay, great, thank you. Before we get started, I need to note for the record that Commissioner Hinman has left the meeting at 3:02. And Commissioner Lineberger has joined the meeting at 3:02. And the next application is 729 Mount Vernon Avenue. So I am looking for William and Harry. Are y'all with us? William?
Okay. Yep, we are here.
Oh, okay, hi. Is the property owner with you? Is Jason online?
Mrs. Burgess is here with us, yes.
Did you say Mrs.?
Mrs., yes.
Okay, so Liz is with you. Okay.
Yes.
Have the three of you been sworn in?
No.
Okay, that's the first step. EJ?
All right, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So this application is a vacant lot. There was a house demolished back in 2019. It is also the resubmittal of a previously denied project that was denied in March of 2021. All that information is in your memo, but the proposal is for a new single-family home and accessory structure. And the applicants have prepared a lengthy presentation, so I'm just going to turn it right over to the applicants. Applicants, I am starting on page 4, which is our kind of overview map. If you would, please state your name and your address for the court reporter, and the court reporter has asked that you spell your name as well.
Okay. My name is Harry Schrader, SCHRADER, and our office address is 1310 South Tryon Street.
And my name is William Philman, PHILEMON. And you can use the same office address at 1310 South Tryon Street.
My name is Elizabeth Burgess, BURGESS. My address is 215 North Pine Street, apartment 3903, and that's in Charlotte 28202.
Thank you all. I am running the slides per usual, so feel free to get started and let me know what slide number you'd like me to flip to. The floor is yours.
Absolutely. I'd start by asking, should comments from the homeowners come first or at the end of our discussion?
It's up to you, however you wish to format your presentation.
Would you like to go first? You want us to?
I can, if you want me to. Yeah, probably.
Okay, I'm going to give the floor to Mrs. Burgess first, and she's speaking on behalf of herself and then her husband, who was not able to attend.
Okay, so I'll start by thanking the Commission for your hard work and your dedication to protecting our wonderful neighborhood. Hopefully you know that we are committed to working with you in that mission. And I'll say that I addressed the Commission today pretty exhausted and feeling a little defeated. We've been in this process for a year now, and I think we can all agree that it's way too long. That said, we will persist in our work together with all of you to design a beautiful home. So first, I feel obligated to address the letters written by current residents. We truly appreciate those letters written with thought and in a respectful manner. It's this approach that's met with an open mind and a willingness to make considerations, even beyond that which is required by the Commission. Unfortunately, some letters were not written in the same demeanor, and many of those letters were filled with misinformation. For example, we did not build the first house we lived in on Mount Vernon. It was designed and built by Brett Taylor, and we purchased it after construction was complete. In addition, our previous home at 723 Mount Vernon was not built past property lines. The pool retaining wall is not outside the property line. In one letter, the author accuses us of taking liberties during construction, quote, after plan approval, end quote. They imply that we were doing something dishonest, and they voiced concerns that we will do it again. I can't blame them for thinking this, based on the absolutely false facts. That said, we have no idea what they're talking about when they reference our fence and driveway ending up, quote, well over the actual property line, end quote. The same individual went on to refer to us as investors, not a family who wants to build a home. We lived in 717 and 723 Mount Vernon for 10 years each. That hardly fits the definition of house flipping. All three of my children attended Dilworth Elementary, and I was a very active volunteer during their time there. Frankly, it just makes me sad that someone would imply that we're in this for only the money and not because we love this neighborhood. You clearly don't know us at all. Another letter suggests we shouldn't build in this neighborhood, but should instead, quote, build elsewhere, end quote. Let me be very clear. We have owned 3 homes in a row because we love the street and we love our neighbors. We've raised our children here. Their friends and our friends are here. My father and mother-in-law live around the corner. My brother-in-law lives down the street. The comments in these letters were not just inappropriate, but unfair and unkind. That someone can preach about neighborhood values in one sentence and then say something so unneighborly in the next, it's just not consistent with the community we've come to know and love in Dilworth. Let me be clear about something else as well. Jason and I are, and always have been, willing to follow all the rules and guidelines set forth by the Historic Commission. We would never and have never knowingly broken these rules. Our goal is to build a home that will enhance the beauty of the neighborhood and will one day also be a historic structure. That was also our goal in the previous home, and we were successful. Every single time I worked in my yard at 723, at least one kind person stopped to tell me how beautiful the home was. Many said it was their favorite house in the neighborhood. I know that people have different tastes in architecture, but that doesn't mean we should not be respectful of those differences. We are never going to make everyone happy, but we will respect historic guidelines, and we will build a beautiful home in our neighborhood that we love and consider home. Now, to address the more objective concerns, I think the use of technology in the presentation of our plans has misrepresented the massing and the way the house will appear at eye level from the street. If you refer to page 15 of the packet, you'll see that from this view, which is the street view, it does not appear inappropriately large. Compared to our original submission, there have been several changes made based on the feedback from the meeting at which our project plans were denied. In our revised plans, when you compare our house to the house on our right, it is 6 inches shorter and 3 feet 5 inches more narrow. It's also 2,000 square feet smaller than our previous home. That is not slightly smaller, as one letter writer wrote. We understood the concerns with massing, and it makes complete sense to us, and we believe we've addressed them. Last, I would be remiss if I didn't also address some of the criticisms made about our architect, Harry Schrader, some of which were also personal in nature. Harry's been villainized, and I don't know where it comes from. One person took a comment Harry made on his website completely out of context. Harry Schrader is not just an outstanding architect, he's a good person, one of the best, and we trust him completely, which would explain our hands-off approach up until this point. Most relevant to this hearing, however, I can say with complete confidence there's no one more qualified to build a beautiful home that will meet the guidelines set forth by the Commission and will also one day be another historic gem of Dilworth. I'll close by once again saying thank you to the Commission for your time and your fair consideration. It is truly appreciated. So next is a letter that my husband wrote. I just wanted to address 3 points that I think should be mentioned. First, our architect, we believe, has designed a beautiful house respectful of historic district guidelines and even more cohesive with the neighborhood than the design originally approved by the commission for this lot. He spent thousands of dollars on computer software to help present the house from every different angle. And I think by doing so, this has actually hurt our submission. Our submission is much longer and more detailed than most of the others that I've seen. The reality is there's only one view that anybody's going to see of our house, and it's going to be from the street view at eye level. Page 13 on the submission, I believe. Unless humans gain the ability to fly, no one will ever see the majority of these less flattering views, which are shown in our presentation. My second point is concerning the neighbors' comments. Unless routines have changed, I think the HDC sends out letters to all of the neighbors about upcoming projects. However, there was a flyer that was constructed, presumably by a neighbor, and the claim of the flyer was to increase awareness about this upcoming project. I think that everybody on this commission recognizes that the intent was to try to rally support against the project. If the author wanted to give a fair representation of the project, they would not have chosen the least flattering view of the house from above, which is a view that no human will see. If they were really trying to raise awareness in an equitable way, then I would have thought they would have reached out to me to give my blessing and contributions to the information they would be distributing. I would have asked them to present a street level representation. Despite their efforts, the majority of the residents of Dilworth, we can only assume, looked at this argument, shrugged their shoulders, and said this project is fine with them, whereas only 9 of the residents objected. So I would count this as about 100 yes votes and 9 very vocal no votes. Finally, I would like to answer questions about the porte cochere. This is not a cantilevered carport. The purpose behind the design has to do with the fact that I have teenage drivers, an aging father that has already crashed 2 of my cars, sorry Dad, and I am aging and plan to live here for the rest of my life, so my driving skills will likely deteriorate. The post on the outside is removed to prevent any of the above parties from crashing into it and damaging their cars or the house. The proposed design eliminates that possibility. It also offers an open concept design which plays well with the concerns of the neighbors and the commission. All we ask is that you consider the house on its merits and regarding the significant changes which were made to the front-facing portion of the house.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
This is Harry. I just wanted to follow that by thanking you for your patience and understanding how important it was for my clients to have a voice in this. By all means, we're all well aware that this has been a journey and one as their architect that has been uncomfortable. And it's hard architecturally to absorb all that when you've spent your entire career exclusively focused on custom architecture and trying to provide clients with the highest end solutions that we're capable of providing, including working in the district, which everyone, I think, is aware of on other projects. That all being said, we recognize that this submission challenges the norm. I just sat and listened to the last submittal, and I am in some ways taken aback by a submittal where we might as well be talking about a bungalow from 50 years ago. And so I'm asking quite transparently, how does an architect, I think I said the same thing last time, how does an architect who is challenged to design a comprehensive, progressive piece of architecture with great sensitivity to the historical precedents that have come before me, how do we add to the culture of a district without impersonating architecture of the past? And so this submittal, while full of plenty of revisions that I'd like to focus on, still represents an example of architecture that is not going to look like the last submittal, and in my mind shouldn't. So as we turn to review, I'll just say, as you've commented already, this is a piece of architecture that requires an open mind to our gestures of design. Since our last submittal, we have greatly reduce the massing of the structure. And as was mentioned in a previous review an hour or so ago, one of the most important documents for a review is the streetscape. And I would hope, and I think in our presentation, what page is that, Will?
17.
Page 17, that we've successfully addressed the idea of massing and scale and height and all those, a streetscape reference, all those things that we're fundamentally opposed to in our last design. We've significantly shrunk its street presence. We've significantly simplified the roof lines. We've significantly reduced glazing and studied window composition. So with that, I really don't think I need to labor. I'd love to turn it over to you all and let's get a discussion going on whether this is heading in the direction that you all feel is supported, or if we are fundamentally dealing with a square peg in a round hole, in which case I would then ask on behalf of my client, how is it that an architect can contribute to a historic district if all we do is try and duplicate the past? How do we not address progressive architecture that will one day have its place in the preferred and improved landscape of Charlotte? Because that's what I've spent my whole career doing, and I really need to know how we can serve our client in that regard. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Harry, did you want to walk us through the application or the things you wanted to point out?
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. I just didn't want to, not get into the meat of it with you guys because I know everyone's well aware of the submittal. So I'll be happy to take you through it. If we start with the streetscape image on the screen right here, yeah, I think some of the big bullets that we felt needed to be addressed by the committee was, how does the footprint of the house work in context with the streetscape? And part of our submittal is to show you the before and afters that are laced through the presentation. But you can see in this diagram that our thermal envelope is very much aligning with the streetscape. And we did previously have a lot of conversations about referential distances to the historically significant structures. Well, we don't have any direct adjacency to a historic structure, but I think if you look at that diagram, we're not challenging that front yard setback with our thermal envelope, as was described in the last commentary. We've reduced that projection both architecturally, but as a result, it has softened the form of the architecture and simplified the massing of the architecture. So I'd like, obviously, to directly, discuss whether that is a successful iteration of that facade, the front facade. We've, as our client has referenced, this front porch is as decidedly vernacular as it gets. We used metal roof as an accent only because the language of the commission suggests that metal could be used on a roof surface. If that becomes a fundamental disconnect, then I don't want that to get in the way of us moving forward on this idea of a front porch that has a great scale and a great reduced pitch and a great sense of connectivity to the streetscape. So I'd love to have some reaction to that. And all of our renderings do sort of clearly depict where we are suggesting that metal roof. I've told the clients, despite their interest in that metal roof accent, and despite there being metal roofs as referenced throughout Dilworth, that shouldn't get in the way of us moving forward if that's a component of concern. The post was well addressed by Dr. Burgess. Sure, can I find a precedent of a cantilevered, porte cochere? I can't. But why wouldn't we want address the technological advances of architecture and make it a safer and more progressive solution. And so I'd love to know if that's something that just fundamentally flies in the face of approval. So that was a big issue. Again, we can go to the elevations, Will, if that's appropriate.
Page 23.
Page 23 in our presentation. You know, one of the comments was that the design is incongruous, and honestly, I don't know what to take from that, because as an architect that tries to look through a keen design eye, I don't know where that statement has merit. But we've tried to use forms that are classically formed, you know, specifically as it relates to the front elevation, and we've tried to look really hard at compositional decisions that aren't about these giant glazed openings, is where I started, so that there is a sense of more traditional order to that front facade. Our materiality is classical. So I feel strongly about those points, and that we've made significant effort. And I don't feel like I need to cover any more unless I can address specific questions. And I'll say this, it's a big presentation, so I'm sparing you the page-by-page review of something that we've all looked at for a calendar year.
No worries, Harry. Absolutely appreciate that. Christy, should we open it up maybe for questions from the public?
Sure. We have an unprecedented number of people signed up to speak. We've never had this many, so we're going to take it one at a time and slowly. I have no idea how long this is going to take, but you know, we can't limit comments.
Sure.
Okay.
No worries. So we'll take the same strategy as some of the previous ones. We'll let anyone that wants to speak for or against have their turn, and then at the end we'll turn it back to, you know, Harry and the applicants to rebut or comment whatever they want. The only thing I would ask is, you know, based on some of the conversation earlier, obviously everybody, let's just, you know, keep this as respectful and as possible. So.
Okay, great. Okay. Let's see here. Paula Krantz, are you with us?
I think, okay, thanks for taking me off mute. Appreciate
Hi,
that.
Paula. If you would just spell your name, state your name and address, and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Absolutely. Paula Kranz, Paula Kranz.
And any comments that you would like to make?
Sure. My address is 1000 Mount Vernon Avenue. And I wanted to say first, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I can tell from sitting here for a few hours, the work that this commission does requires a lot of hours and a lot of dedication to look into meticulous details. So thank you for preserving our community. Interestingly, my home was one of the first in Dilworth and was even featured on the front page of the Charlotte Observer. So I feel great pride in preserving the historic aspect of my home, of this street, and our community. I believe that the Burgesses embrace that same mentality. I was one of the residents who received that same anonymous letter, apparently from neighbors. When I first got the letter, it struck me as providing an official position of this historic commission. So I'd never received one in the past, advocating for or against anything. So I looked at it with a curious eye. And it became clear to me that it was a biased presentation against the home. Liz, I think, addressed that biased nature of the letter already. But suffice it to say that sending an anonymous letter to neighbors and positioning oneself as an almost historic or official body is untoward behavior that is not welcome in our community. I think that there are a couple of people on this call with me that also live on Mount Vernon, the Basarwalas, the Cohens, the Veranos. We didn't realize that our neighbors were having this battle, but we wanted to point out that as we've lived with them for the last decade, their home and that family has been a tremendous asset to this community. Their home was featured, the previous home was featured in various Charlotte home and garden decorating magazines because of its aesthetic beauty. It has been featured in various Dilworth historic home tours, and I have seen year after year, many long lines of people down the street curious about the beauty of the home, the uniqueness of it. And while we were living in that previous home, we were approached by various businesses who commented on the beauty of the home and asked to film commercials there. So the point is, I think they understand how to make a beautiful home. I think they understand how to honor the historic aspect of our neighborhood. And I'm proud to stand up and say that I am 100% in support of this new home construction. I think they've addressed all the concerns. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Paula. Allison Cohen or David Cohen? I'm not sure if y'all signed up to speak together or separately. Are either one of you on the call? Allison Cohen?
Actually, this is David Cohen. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, David.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for unmuting me. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Like,
David, if you would state your name and your address for the court
Sure.
reporter and just spell your name for the court reporter, please.
sure, it's David Cohen, Cohen, and my address is 816 Mount Vernon Avenue. I also want to echo what Paula had just said. This is my first time taking part in any commission hearing like this, and I'm really kind of amazed and awed at the level of detail and the work that the commission does. And so I thank
David,
you as a
I'm s-
resident.
Thank you. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Our attorney just reminded me to ask if you were sworn in.
Oh, I have not been sworn in.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up to Paula too. Paula, were you sworn in?
Well, I was on at the beginning of the call and I did raise my hand, but I was on mute,
Perfect.
so.
Then yes, you were sworn. Anybody else who is signed up to speak for or against this project, or if you're a caller, if you would just turn your attention right now to our chair, who is going to swear everyone in, and then David, we will restart with your comments again. Thank you.
All right, everyone, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, David, feel free to proceed. I'm
Okay,
very sorry
thanks.
about the
So
interruption.
again, I wanted to extend my thanks and gratitude to the commission as a resident for this obviously challenging work. I also wanted to echo something that Paula said and that I guess Liz had alluded to, that I had no plans to speak at this hearing until I received the flyer. And I found it so unusual. And almost as Jason said, that in a neighborhood where we are friends and neighbors, to have this sort of anonymous and frankly, it's an organized opposition, which struck me so unusually and so negatively, as opposed to just providing a comment, that was almost the motivation for me wanting to speak, because I wanted to say, no, it is not the opinion of the masses or all the masses, and that I think we all need to work towards a positive resolution here. What I would say too is that we live virtually across the street from 729, and I will say that it's interesting to talk about things about what homes and character of the neighborhood, when what I've been looking at for more than 2 years is an empty lot. And if there's anything on this street that is sort of bringing the value down and the sense down, it's staring at this empty lot, which allows everybody to see the sides of homes that we shouldn't see, and HVAC equipment and garbage, and the back of the apartment complex in the back, and exposed air conditioning units. To me, it's like if our neighborhood street was a smile, this is like the missing tooth that always draws your attention to it. And so, I think it's really important to keep in mind that what we want to do is we want to help the street and help the neighborhood, and really remove what I think has been a challenging thing to look at on the street for quite some time. When I look at the drawings and the one that is shown now, and Jason had mentioned that I do see as a trying to be objective as possible. I see a lot of similarities between this design and many of the other houses on the street. The roof line, the covered porch, the singular columns. And so to me, this is the kind of design that does fit in with the character of the neighborhood. And I also appreciate what the architects are saying, that it doesn't have to be a duplicate of all the other homes. And speaking very honestly, if you were looking at eye level of all the homes on the street, I think my house would stand out as very irregular. It's the only one with giant 2-story antebellum plantation columns. And so I find it a little bit unusual about the nitpicking when you can see certain aspects of this home are shared by a bunch of other homes. And so I believe this revised plan does address a lot of the concerns and does fit in with the character of the neighborhood. And if everybody worked towards helping this project along, it would then not only help a family that's clearly shown their dedication to this area, but also the street in general. So that's really all that I wanted to say.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, David. Is Jana Hartson with us? Jana submitted a letter, but we weren't sure if she was speaking. So we'll circle back. I have Ed Williams.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Hi, Ed. And you were just sworn in, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Ed, if you would state your name and your address.
Ed Williams. I'm at 916 Mount Vernon Avenue.
Thank you. And you don't, Candy, you don't need spelling. Okay, thanks. Okay, Ed, feel free to make your comments. Thank you.
I think the shape of the argument has appeared already. The architect, I thought, did a good job of summarizing the challenge that he faces. What we have, as I understand it, is an architect and some property owners who want their home to make a statement. They don't want it to simply resemble the others in the neighborhood, but stand out. And that creates a fundamental problem, I think, in a historic district. And that's what I tried to point out in my letter about this. If you just use the evidence of your senses and walk down Mount Vernon Avenue, it's not long, it's about 5 or 6 blocks, and see which house to you stands out and makes you wonder why it's there. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, but it's a little like having a Picasso next to the Mona Lisa. I mean, both of them are works of art. The question is whether they belong side by side. And so the historic district notion creates that problem. That is, we're trying to have a sort of not quite uniformity, but at least a comfortable relationship among the houses on the street. And the previous one that the Burgesses lived in doesn't. I can help the architect with the word incongruous if he really has a problem with understanding that, but it's incongruous, and so would this one be. So the question is, going forward in a historic district, is that what you want to approve? There are a lot of other smaller houses in the historic district that, as land values rise, will probably be candidates for a tear down and a rebuilding of something new. So what we had in the first Burgess house, I think, might be considered an anomaly. What we have in the second, I think, would be considered a trend. And the question before you is whether that's a trend you want to encourage, or whether you want to have the new houses more closely resemble their older neighbors. Now, neither choice is dishonorable, but I think it is a fundamental choice about the nature of a historic district. This was not a house designed to look like its neighbors in the district. And I think its architect is quite proud of that, and the owners are apparently quite happy with it. The question is whether that's what you do in a historic district. I wrote the letter Mrs. Burgess quoted about build elsewhere. What I said was, if you want to have your dream house and it doesn't fit in with the requirements of historic district, what you should do is consider building it elsewhere. My great preference would be for them to stay here. I don't know them, but I know of them, and everything I know of them is good. I'm glad to have them as neighbors. The question is not about them or their motives or their devotion to the neighborhood. It's about whether this house fits in with the requirements of the historic district. So that's the decision before you, and it has, I think, far-reaching and long-ranging implications for the historic district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Ed. Next on the list is Peter Fulton. Peter, are you with us? And have you been sworn in?
Yes, I'm here and I've been sworn in.
Thank you, Peter. Peter, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and then you may start with your comments.
Yes, Peter Fulton, we live on 719 Romney Road. Anyways, I was on the first call, and again, I'm a 30-year Dilworth resident. We've had 3 homes with several renovations. Actually, 816 Mount Vernon was one of my homes for about 12, 13 years. And we had recently had a knockdown on Romney, and we followed the historic guidelines, and we built a new home there. And I got to tell you, every time I walk by, and most of the neighbors come by our home, and they say that it looks like it was supposed to be there. And I sort of echo what Ed was saying, that it seems like it's sort of you're at a pivotal point. I mean, how do you be progressive with design in a historic commission? And I'm not an architect, and I'm sure that's very difficult. I have seen from that last one, I definitely saw significant efforts to tone down the footprint, to get that setback back from the front, and they're still, without a doubt, making efforts from the last design. But still, that the design still is very similar to 723, which in my mind was, as I said before on the last call, it's an albatross on the street and completely broke up the rhythm of the street, albeit a beautiful home, absolutely gorgeous home, but just does not, it was an albatross on that street for a historic district. And being a neighbor and being in this neighborhood for 30 years, I love the fact that we're not a Myers Park, that we have a historic district, that you can walk by and homes have just that street appeal with large sidewalks. And I love Dilworth, and I don't want to see it get to other neighborhoods which would have more and more homes like this. Should be setting a precedent for future projects and keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. So that's all I have to say, but I do appreciate the efforts that were made. And the Burgesses are wonderful people, and they're great for the neighborhood. But this house continues to be somewhat of an albatross in the neighborhood. So that's my opinion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Peter. Susan Jernigan, are you with us, and have you been sworn in? Susan? Okay, we'll skip her and come back. We have a Marcy. Marcy, are you with us? Marcy Besrala?
Yes.
Oh, hi, Marcy. You sound very far away. Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. Can you maybe speak more into the microphone of your computer or your phone?
Can you hear me now?
a little bit. And Marcy, if you would just speak as loud as you can and state your name and your address, and the court reporter has asked that you spell your last name for her.
Marcy Boswell, Mount Vernon Avenue.
No, there is some weird sound going on and you are breaking up.
I don't know. I don't normally have this problem.
Do you want to try and exit and come back in, and we'll come back to you?
Sure.
Okay, try that. Is Carrie Beeman with us? Carrie? Okay. We'll circle back. Sarah Kerm? Sarah, are you with us, and have you been sworn in?
Yes, I'm here. I've been sworn in.
You haven't?
I have been.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Sarah, if you would state your name and your address and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
Sure, it's Sarah Kerm, 1001 Mount Vernon Avenue, CURME.
Thank you, Sarah. Please feel free to proceed.
Sure. I have lived in Dilworth since 1986. And so appreciate all the work that everybody is doing. I'm sorry that there's so much acrimony around this. I guess I would just add a couple things. To the person that spoke about the apartments behind 729, they're actually not apartments, they're condominiums, and they're on the historic register. And I think it's important to note that for the people that live back there. I actually used to live there. It's called Myrtle Square. It's a great place in spite of the window units. And I really can't think of much more to add than the two things that Peter said, which was that 723 just never felt like it belonged. And I think Ed's comments about the historic district, I know that the architect continues to mention looking towards the future, but it's hard for me to justify living in a historic district if we're not really looking to the past to define us and our future. And I guess I would just add that, you know, to the extent that we can all live inside our four walls any way we want, with a nod to the future, I just would hope that we can continue to respect the past, and in particular, the mass and the scale that is being proposed on 723, and that's before you look at adding a garage and a pool. So that's it. Thanks everybody for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. It looks like, oh, Allison Cohen. We had asked for Allison before. It sounds like she's back. Allison, are you with us?
Oh, hey. Awesome. Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome. Okay, Allison.
Hi,
if you
I was
would-
muted before. I was trying to speak in it, but I was muted.
Okay, if you would state your name and your address and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
Sure. My name is Allison Cohen, Cohen, and I live at 816 Mount Vernon Avenue. I'll be short because
Allison, I'm so sorry to interrupt. You were sworn in, correct?
yes, I was.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
I was just muted. So I'll be really quick just because I know a ton of people have been talking. I completely understand that we live in a historic district, and it's actually one of the reasons that my husband and I felt so fortunate to find this house. This neighborhood is so beautiful. My only concern is, you know, I feel a little bit like it says, I read something where it said, you know, we're not dictating the style of house that you build. You just have to conform to parameters. But it sort of feels like that's not true. It sort of feels like you have to pick, if you're going to build a new home here, you're going to have to pick like one of 5 designs, and then you can work with it and kind of make it your own, but you can't do anything that hasn't been done already. And to me, I just feel like that's a mistake. One of the beautiful things about this neighborhood is that all of the houses look different. None of them are the same. And, you know, I would hate to live in one of those areas where it's like new construction and every house feels exactly the same. And that's exactly the opposite of what the Burgesses are doing. They're building a unique home that complies with all of the requirements that the Historic District Commission has put in place to make sure that it blends with the neighborhood. But I think that you can blend with a neighborhood and not have a house that has to look exactly the same as all the other houses on the street. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Okay, let's see who else is on here. Jason Murphy, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Jason. Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Okay, great. Jason, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter and spell your last name.
Jason Murphy, Murphy, 718 Mount Vernon Avenue.
Okay, and feel free to proceed.
Yeah, I had sent an email just basically stating that I was against the design due to a number of factors, which are very similar to the original house that was built next door at I guess 723. Again, I think it's a really nice design. Both houses are very nice design, but I don't think they meet historic guidelines. I'm a builder and I've built many homes in different historic neighborhoods throughout Charlotte. And I guess I would argue that we've always been able to, there are certain parameters, of course, you have to work with in historic districts so that you're complementing what's already there and not standing out. Kind of reflecting what Ed spoke about, that, the goal of a historic home is not to stand out against everything else on the street, which I think most would agree that 723 does. And I think the new project at 729 would just be a continuation of this same feel and design. There's so many similar factors there that it would be, I call it a sister house in a sense. But I would argue that you don't have to build, only 5 designs. You do have to complement what's already there. But in the majority of the homes that we have built, we've been able to take them and kind of tweak them so that there is a certain uniqueness to each one, but we're also giving credence to what was already there. We're not setting any sort of precedents. I feel like both these homes would set precedents. So I'm against the design, although I do want to reiterate they're beautiful homes and nothing personal. The Burgesses have been our neighbors for years. It's just, we have a historic commission for a reason, and it's to protect the integrity of the rest of the neighborhood. And I feel that these just simply wouldn't, they don't belong. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jason. Kevin Davis, are you with us and have you been sworn in?
I'm Kevin Davis at 701 Mount Vernon Avenue.
Kevin, hi. Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And you don't need her. Okay. Okay, Kevin, feel free to proceed.
So I really wasn't going to speak again today, but I do want to say that I appreciate that there is more people expressing opinions about where they are with this. I think the bottom line is neither of these designs fit within the historic character or nature of the street, or I think they represent an inflection point that if this house does proceed, that it sets a trend that is problematic for a historic district. So I am against the design and against this this proposal, and that's all I need to say.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Susie Jernigan, I believe, was on and trying to speak. Susie, are you one of our unknown phone callers?
Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Would you please state and you were sworn in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could just speak as loud as you can and state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Susan Jernigan, Jernigan. I live at 919 Mount Vernon Avenue.
Perfect. Feel free to proceed.
I submitted a letter and don't have much to add. I do deeply believe in historic districts. I served on the historic district for 3 years when it was brand new and served as its chair for 1 year. I remember when the historic district was first instituted, and there was certainly controversy then, because being in an historic district, almost by definition, imposes certain constraints on what you can do. And I've always felt comfortable that the constraints that could be imposed on any individual home were much less significant than the overall good for the historic district and all the homes within it. And in this case, I think the Burgesses' prior home, and I think the home they are submitting for now, are beautiful homes. But I don't think they fit within the historic context of the Dilworth Historic District. And I agree with the earlier comments by several that in fact, they could serve as precedent for even more move away from the historic context. I don't think it's a matter of whether you're designing for the future. It's a matter of designing to respect the past. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. It is nothing against the Burgesses. I hope they continue to be our neighbors.
Thank you. And I'm also going to try and circle back to Marcy. Marcy, were you able to call back in and rejoin us?
Move rooms, can you hear me?
Gosh, we still can't hear you. Are you on a Bluetooth or something?
No.
What are you on a phone?
Oh, laptop.
You're on a laptop. Okay. So the key with the laptop is you've got to speak as close as you possibly can to the speakers or use earphones. Do you have earphones? We're going to let Marcy try and find some earphones and fix the sound issue with her laptop. And I'm going to move on to, we have another unknown caller. Okay, we'll come back to that unknown caller. John Ferris, are you with us? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we'll call on them one more time. Michelle Amoroso, are you with us?
Hi there. Yes, Michelle here.
Hi, Michelle. Would you state your name and your address for the court reporter and spell your last name, please?
Yes, Michelle Amoroso, Amoroso, 708 Mount Vernon Avenue. I have been sworn in.
Okay, thank you. Feel free to proceed with your comments.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is difficult conversation to hear. I've been following the case closely since it was introduced in January, and many of us are here because the proposal has significant precedent-setting implications in Dilworth and beyond. And I won't state the reasons or restate the reasons why the Commission's continuation and denial over the past 9 months. The staff has worked hard to outline those points. And the applicant has addressed the setback concerns with a redesign of the front wall and provided more data. And I'm feeling that the commission must now evaluate on the subjective design features. And as people have eloquently said before me, it's a difficult job in this historic district. I see the concerns as the combination of the width and the height, creating a two-story massing issue in this large building, and then adding accessory on the small piece of property. The porch has no precedent in a house nearby, and the two-story window is out of character. The hip roof is large and expansive from the street, and because of all this, the context and the spacing of the home doesn't fit the historic guidelines. And that's what we're building here. That's where we live. And we know the commissioners and staff must exercise a judgment when they interpret these guidelines. And the more we continue to expand what's acceptable, the less differentiated we are from non-historic neighborhoods. This situation will likely play out in all of Charlotte's historic districts as property values rise and growth continues in our community. And the commission has the difficult task of enforcing these existing standards and at times disappointing property owners. Collectively, the guidelines and the commissioner's enforcement have made the significant difference in preserving the character of Dilworth Streets. All I can say is thank you for the dedication to this committee. I agree that this home is beautiful. I'm sorry this is such a struggle, but I am against it being built on Mount Vernon. Thank you all.
Thank you, Michelle. We have two unknown callers. Callers, if you would just let us know what case you're wanting to speak on, or if you're just listening in, just so we don't want to miss you if you are wanting to talk on this case. Anyone on the phone?
Yeah, hi. If you can hear me, this is Josh Lanning. I'm at 1210 Myrtle, right around the corner from Mount Vernon. I had written a letter. I wasn't planning to speak today, but I did dial in just to listen to the hearing.
Josh, thanks. Is that all you intend to say? Or
Yeah,
I guess
I
I
didn't
should ask.
intend to give a statement. And having heard, I would echo what a lot of the others have said, consistent with what I said in my letter, particularly with regard to the trend setting, which is a major concern of mine. And there are a lot of people on the call that, and in the neighborhood who have spent a lot of time trying to do renovations that conform to the historic standards. And, we did that with our house. And I like to think that we have one of the most unique houses in the neighborhood. But from the street, it looks a lot like, what you would expect to see there. I wouldn't say it looks like every other house, and I don't think that's a requirement. And I think, I'm sorry, I forgot her name, but the woman that spoke earlier even said one of the great things about the neighborhood, notwithstanding that the houses are historically built, is that they all look different. And I think that's true. And so I think it's possible to do that and make things unique while honoring the character of the neighborhood. And we worked really, really hard to do that.
Great, thank you. Josh, can you spell your last name and just restate your address and confirm that you were sworn in?
Sure. It's last name is Lanning, Lanning. Address is 1210 Myrtle, Myrtle. And yes, sworn in.
And yes, you were sworn in?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We have one more caller. If you have called in, let us know either way. If you want to speak on this project or not, or if you're just listening in, that's totally fine. We just want to make sure we don't miss you. So, unknown caller. And I'd also like to circle back to Marcy. Marcy, were you able to work out the sound issues and the microphone issues with your laptop? And Marcy, I don't know if you can hear us, but if not, call in and use the telephone line that's on our website. Well, I don't hear her. Yeah, okay. I think that's all on my list, and Candace has confirmed that that's it. Thank you.
All right, so let's pass it back to the applicants to add any, final, any other questions or comments or rebuttals, and then after that, we'll open it up to the commissioners for questions.
This is Harry Schrader. I just wanted to end with, I guess, a appreciation for how exhausting this must feel for everyone involved. I pride myself on being not only receptive to, but also conscious of other people's opinions. And so I've listened intently to all that. And it's unfortunate that I can't influence opinions that I think are unjustified. Speaking from the perspective of someone who is educated in architecture, who has studied historical precedent, who's allowed historical architecture to influence my own definition of progressive architecture, I just want to say to the commission that there should be no question in your minds that I am not doing this design for some sort of personal gain or trying to upset the demographic of architecture in a historic district. I absolutely honor and favor historic districts. I absolutely cherish the fine works of architecture that we are going to preserve and enhance the culture of our city. That is not disputable. What I don't think I was asked to do was to impersonate architecture from a different period, which is by its nature how a historic district is defined. And the diversity of the street alone that we're building on offers a timeline of respected historical precedent, from federal style to craftsman style and everything in between, grand European influence, Tudor. Those are all being lauded by these folks that love and cherish the community so much. And by the way, I feel the exact same way. But I ask the commission, what is our real goal here? Like, if I presented a federal style center hall colonial with a pedimented front and impersonated one of the lauded examples of architecture, would I be doing Charlotte justice? Would I be helping weave a thread of quality architecture into the fabric of this historic district? That's an open question to the commission. And I understand the commentary about fitting in. I understand the commentary about mass. I understand as well as anybody, mass, form, scale. So when I hear the commentary, whether it's from a novice or from someone as informed as you all are, about honoring the past, but hey, I get it. But this building that we're reviewing is neither taller than historical precedents. It's neither wider. It has equal roof form. It has, we're looking at a piece of property where a house was approved by this board that, in my mind, has less opportunity to be a time-tested example of architecture, and yet that was an approved project. So I really hope as we get into the nuts and bolts of this review that we focus on those things that become our greatest responsibility as a group who cares about what's being built in this town. So thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Harry. I won't read the HDC's mission statement at length, but I'll paraphrase and just say, the Historic Commission's mission is to protect the overall character of the historic neighborhoods. Simply put, it's protecting the streetscape. But with that said, we've had a lot of great discussion. I really want to open it up to the commissioners so we can start making some progress on this application. So Harry and Burgess, is any other questions or comments before we open to the commission for questions?
I feel like we're good. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. I saw Commissioner Walker had her hand up. Commissioner Walker, let's start with you, please.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm just gonna try to respect everyone's time here and try something. If you'll indulge me, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I think that for all of our benefits, it might be helpful for us to step back and look at this project more from a macro level, rather than for all of us to get into all the multiple details that we are all want to do. So in doing that, I thought it would be helpful to look at why this project was denied back in March. And when I read that, it said it was denied for scale, height, width, rhythm, massing, further information on spacing and setback, and a more clear understanding of how, by reference to the Historic District guidelines, this project's spacing, rhythm, and massing respond to the context of the street. So I looked at the project and tried to answer those questions for myself, and these were some of the answers I said to myself. Spacing, in our guidelines, 6.3, number 1, it says that space new construction according to the historic precedent in the immediate surrounding. So when I look at this structure, on the left side, unfortunately, the house to the left of this proposed house was not required to do a driveway extending all the way to the rear. The garage is in front of their house. So the consequence is that you don't have that driveway that creates the space in between the two houses. So this side of this particular subject house's spacing does not conform to the streetscape spacing. And if you look at the right side, the porte cochere defines the right side of this house, and that's a mere 2 feet from the property line. So the spacing on both sides of this house does not accurately conform to the spacing of the surrounding neighborhood. Then I looked at the rhythm, massing, and form for guidelines 6.5, numbers 1 and 2. All the historic houses on this street, and I think there were 15, are characterized by a clear architectural rhythm, a simple repetition of maybe 2 or 3 balanced dormers or a solid roof line with windows in a proportional pattern. There is a symmetry and a simplicity. This project introduces both a complex and unprecedented roof form and building form that clearly does not align with the context of the surrounding neighborhood. Then I looked at setback, and guideline 6.2, number 1 states, no, it doesn't state, and that guideline I looked at. Given that the roof of this house is such a dominating feature in the front, it serves to visually establish itself as the setback location, which in this particular case is 30 feet. The average setback of the 15 historic homes here is actually 48 feet. So 30 feet for this house with both stairs and porch material that extend into and beyond that 30-foot setback does not conform to the neighboring setbacks as well. And probably most importantly is that the design of this house does not take into consideration the street's character and the surrounding properties per guideline 6.1. While there are many non-historic neighborhoods that this home would shine in, here in this historic district, it serves as a rather overwhelming exception to the historic homes on the street. and overwhelming historic homes ignores our mission statement, which is to protect the overall character. The house is clearly out of character with its surrounding neighborhood. That's my macro level vision. That's it for me.
Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions of the app. I could get into questions if we want to go that route. Okay, here's a question I had for the applicants. Can you tell me what the setback is to the front porch and to the front porch roof? On page 16, which you also reference as SP 1.1, it looks like the roof aligns with a 30-foot setback, but the stairs and the wall of the front porch encroach beyond that setback.
Yeah, the porch roof does not completely cover the porch. If you look at the drawing that's referenced right there where the cursor is, that dashed line is the line that indicates the porch roof, which is approximately 36 feet back from the property line. The porch then extends beyond that, like I said, and is about 28 feet to the top step of the porch.
And on your drawing, there are only 2 steps, yet in the illustration, it shows that there are three steps.
Now, let's see. Now it looks like in the rendering, the front rendering, if you go back 1 page, there are 2 treads, so 3 risers, and then it appears that there are 3 risers in the site plan drawing as well, and 2 treads. And that 28 feet that I referenced is to the top riser.
All right, I just read the illustration as looking like it had 2 steps. Maybe that was my mistake. The other question I had is the chimney. The chimney seems rather large to me, and it's hard for me to find out where in the neighborhood that particular kind of chimney has a precedent.
Slide 23.
Thank you.
Large as described by the detailing at the base where it becomes the wall.
And the overall size of it.
Yeah, I would reference 700 Mount Vernon, which has an extremely prominent, very wide chimney on the front of the house.
You can see that on page 19.
Page 19, sorry. By all accounts, our chimney being 40 feet back from the street will have a far more diminutive impact on the facade than that house.
Okay, thank you. And then, the other thing that's confusing to me. On slide 34, am I correct in assuming that there is a car that's going into the upper level of the house?
No. In the motor court in the back?
Am I on the right slide? Slide 34, upper level plan. Is this what you're talking about, Jill?
Yeah, it says upper level plan and there's a car in there, so I'm not sure I'm seeing that right.
It's the garage.
Right, well,
No, that's the detached garage plan. So
the
that
detached
car right
garage.
where the cursor
Okay,
is
we were
the motor
having
court.
trouble.
wait, hold on. Will, can you repeat what you said? We didn't catch that on this end.
Sure. Yeah, slide 34 that you're on is the detached garage floor plan, and right there where your cursor is, that car is in the driveway for the house. those other two cars that are shown in the detached garage, that's the main level plan of that building, that accessory structure. There's no car on the second floor.
Okay. And then the other question I had was this metal on slide 24. Are those spiral metal stairs outside of the home?
Yes,
Okay.
on the back side of the house.
Anything else? All right, Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes, I have a question for the architects, and Christy, if you could go, I believe it's slide 19, it's the homes, the 2 pages of homes on Mount Vernon. You know, when you look at those, there is really an array of styles. I mean, it's really an amazing collection, in my opinion, of styles in on one street, truly. And a number of those are new homes that were approved by this commission. My question really is, when you analyze this context and you started even with this design and looked at our parameters and our standards, and just if you let's just take the front elevation and compare it to these, you know, all of these homes that are shown here. I just would like to hear you explain how, just looking at the front elevation, that context. I've of course reviewed everything and read, but I don't feel like what I read and what I reviewed reflect truly the answer to that question.
So, Krista, to be clear with my answer, you're asking, based on a review of those historical houses on SP 1.4, did we seek design inspiration from those diverse examples within our own efforts? Is that generally the question?
Well, I guess what I would like to hear is your thought process, because this is your context. And I feel like we were very explicit in our description when we had a previous review of the other application. And this feels very similar. My comments would be very similar to that. And I guess what I'm trying to understand, I feel like there's a disconnect between what the interpretation of our standards might be and what you're trying to achieve. And I guess what I'm trying to hear is, when you look at this context, which is the most important thing, that is our purview, it's the context of Mount Vernon and all that encompasses it. And there's quite a variety of designs, quite a variety of styles. What is your, you know, how did you approach just the elevation, the front elevation of the design within this context? I mean, what to you speaks and is a response? What in that front elevation is a response to this context? Does that help?
Sure. I mean, I think it's a intriguing question that brings me back to this idea that part of my inspiration in this design is to actually look at the diversity before me in this historic district. And when I look at such diversity, I think to myself, I'm staring at a timeline of Charlotte's history. And if at any point within that timeline, the district was established and said, you must not break free from any of those parameters, we would never have some of the most beautiful stylistic phases of architecture in the history of American architecture. You know, the decidedly Tudor influence, well, we know that's coming from England. We know there's dramatic influences that date to a different period of time than the New England center hall clapboard siding, you know, 5/4 in the door. So when I to answer that question, it goes back to my key question to you all is, are we square peg in a round hole if we are to try and find new interpretations of architecture rather than regurgitations of what we feel is successful historic precedent? That's a big question. To the point about where we arrived at our own design, we read tirelessly what the language of the district is, and we did, by the way, for the last house. Let's all remember, even though everyone's got vitriol against the last house and how it got approved, we went through the process and dotted every I and crossed every T for that house. So I stand behind that house, even though it's under different subjective review at this point. When I look at the new house, and I don't view it for 1 second as the sister of the last house, we studied how to make it a historically referential house, welcoming scale, the front porch that draws the eye down to the human scale, the crafted details, which are not, they're at best interpretive of craftsman architecture, but they're intended to be architectural detail that holds their own for the next 100 years. If there's a misinterpretation, it's because the last commissioner who said, I look at this house and I don't see, I think it's too tall and I think it's too wide and I think it's, got too big of a roof form. The house that was approved by this commission is the same width and it's taller. And so I feel like my hands are tied. How am I supposed to get to a solution unless you want me to just redraw something that was produced across the street 85 years ago?
So I would say, when you look at these houses on Mount Vernon, this is our context. They span at least, I would say, 8 decades in maybe more. I don't know the exact date of the construction of each one of these homes that is presented in this presentation, but they span 8 decades. So at least. And there's a consistency to these drawings, or to these homes, to these photographs. There's a consistency in roof form. There's a consistency in massing. There's a consistency in
I strongly disagree, Krista. They are not the same in massing, and they are not the same in form at all. They're not.
See, that's why I say I feel like we have a fundamental difference in interpretation.
But as an architect who's licensed in the industry for 25 years, I can say with immense confidence that there's a diverse scale and mass and form to the historic homes on the street. And I don't think it's disputable. There is. And so when you talk about 80 years of architectural history on display, my question to you is, does it end at 80 years? Or does it end at 100 years? Or do we reflect at 150 years? Like, I'm all for salvaging and saving every historic house that we think is a contributing structure. No question of it. But would this commission be happier if I presented a 5/4 in a door that was duplicating the stylistic detailing and lifestyle of a 1940s house? Is the answer yes to that?
I don't think that's a yes. No, I don't. And I really appreciate I really appreciate the challenge. I know the challenge of designing within the district and designing within these standards.
I just want to make a comment. I mean, this is absolutely a great discussion. And Harry, one comment you had made is, what about that breakthrough architecture, right? If we didn't have the ability to have breakthrough architecture, you wouldn't have Tudor style. And the challenge that the commission is faced with is, our guidelines, our standards dictate that, we need to protect the streetscape. and that doesn't allow for new breakthrough architecture. And I love this. I'm not an architect, but I love this discussion. I love, the debate and the philosophy around architecture, but we really, for the interest of everybody and moving this application forward, let's stick to how we apply the standards to this application and just start moving it forward. So
I couldn't agree with you more. I'm passionate about the discussion, but of all the people who's sitting here with a client who's endured this for a year, all I want is to move this forward. All I want is to have an answer. And I feel uniquely capable as a professional of doing it. But man, do I feel like we spend a lot of time without understanding what those directives need to be in order to protect you, but allow us to move forward. When you say breakthrough, or for me to suggest breakthrough architecture, I'm not looking to plant the flag as the most, crazy example of modern architecture. I have plenty of clients that are pushing me to do that, and I've tried to be uber sensitive to a vernacular that is referential, that is at the right roof pitch, that has the right scale. Again, using the other examples, how can we get into a discussion where the commission is saying it's too wide and it's too tall when it isn't too wide and it isn't too tall? We've been asked, make it shorter, make it simpler. But so let's put checks in those boxes as opposed to getting, hung up on those.
Agreed. Sorry. So, all right. So commissioners, we need to get to a motion, and
You're still in open session, so I would say the next step is any more comments from the commission, any final comments from the property owner and architect, and then you move to discussion and deliberation.
no, I'm with you. So again, commissioners, we got to get to a motion. So if you have other questions out there of the applicant, now is the time. Okay. If there's no other further questions of the applicant, let's close for deliberations. Okay, so, all right.
Maybe a round robin, PJ?
Yeah. All right. So commissioners, we've got staff comments. We've had comments here in session. We've had comments from the audience. Let's do round robin and see who's in favor of denying this application. All right. Commissioner Walker,
I'm in favor of denial.
Commissioner Goodwin,
I'm in favor of denial.
Commissioner Hayden,
I'm in favor of denial.
okay, Commissioner Bonaparte,
I think because of the deep or large gap in interpretation and understanding of our design standards and how to execute them, I don't think we're going to get there at this juncture. So I'm leaning towards a denial as well.
Commissioner Barth,
I'm so on the fence with this project. I mean, I understand both sides. I totally respect the clients as well as the architect's viewpoint on creating a timeline in history, your own artistic expression, which I think they have done. I see certain things here that could be revised, such as material uses that respond back to our community. Certain detail aspects, but otherwise, I'm in favor of continuance, mainly because you know, they've addressed some things here with regard to massing, setback, height, which I think were good moves. But you know, it'd be different if they were, you know, trying to replicate a design and implementing new ideas into like a Craftsman or a Tudor house that just didn't fit the style, but they're, you know, trying to go with their, you know, their own artistic expression here. So would be a continuance.
Okay. Commissioner Murn,
I would vote for denial.
Commissioner Lineberger.
I would vote for denial as well.
As I. So it's pretty strong for denial. So need a commission to start using our standards to start forming a motion. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Limburger.
I would imagine I could craft a motion with some of the information that I spoke to earlier.
I'll jump in and help you, Jill.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I move to deny this application based on the following non-conformance to our guidelines. And that would be spacing guideline 6.3, number 1. Rhythm, massing, and form guideline 6.5, numbers 1 and 2. Setback guideline 6.2, number 1. And overall design guideline 6.1.
Do you wish to reference any Secretary of Interior standards?
I would reference the Secretary of Interior standards numbers 9 and 10.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion?
May I add a few
Okay, Krista, go ahead.
amendments to that? I would add 6.12, number 1, with regard to the rhythm of openings to the historic context, and 6.6 for height and width, and 6.1, or I'm sorry, 6.10, 1, 3, 4, and 5 for roof form.
All right, I got that.
And just for clarification, by nonconformance, you also mean incongruous with the context and district?
Yes, that would be a yes for me. How about you, Jill?
Yes, for me as well. Yeah. So should I restate the motion or?
Please.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to deny this application for the following. It does not conform to spacing guideline 6.3, number 1, nor rhythm, massing, and form guidelines 6.5, numbers 1 and 2, nor for setback guideline number 6.2, number 1, and design conformity guideline 6.1. Guidelines 6.2, 12, number 1, fenestration. Guideline 6.6 for height and width, and roof form, guideline 6.10, numbers 1, 3, 4, and 5. I think that's it. And I'm sorry, thank you. And also for Secretary of the Interior standards numbers 9 and 10.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? All right, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion to deny passes 7-1. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to take a 10-minute break because we have to swap out attorneys for our next case. So we will be back in 10 minutes, everybody. Yes. Okay, and please note for the record that Jim Hayden is leaving the meeting. Hello, we're back. We have our new attorney with us. Thomas Powers has joined us. We would like to welcome him to the meeting. And I believe I did already note that Jim Hayden has left. We are working on the next application. If I can get it pulled up. While I'm pulling that up, I want to make sure our applicants are here. Jennifer and Scott, are you with us?
Yes, we're here.
Hi, welcome.
Hello, thank you.
Have y'all been sworn in?
We have not.
Okay, we'll do that right now.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Awesome.
Jennifer, is it just you?
He's sitting right with me. We're on.
Okay, well, if Scott's going to speak, he needs to also answer to the swearing in.
I do.
Sorry.
I do. I said I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay. This application was continued from August for the reasons stated in the staff memo, which are on the screen. And there was a long discussion in August about the checklist and don't we have information? So to help the applicants and to help the commission, I've put together just an outline of what we had in June, what we had in August, what we had in October. I would just, commissioners, don't get wrapped up in like June and August. Let's focus on October. But that's why we put that together, just so we avoided all those back and forth in that question, just to help everyone be on the same page. We also have information that was submitted by the applicants for the agenda supplement. And that is starting on page 12 of the supplement. And so some of that information addresses the more extended staff analysis. So just wanted to let everyone know that's there. The agenda supplements on our website, it's part of this review. And they've also submitted some additional information about the rear of the building, about the steps, about the porch floor, and I will let the applicants go through all of that. So Jennifer, with that, I'm turning the application over to you. If you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter and let me know what page you want to start on.
Okay. Jennifer Ray, my address is 2120 Cumberland Avenue. And if we can start on I guess it's page number 1, actually, the rear building study page. Yeah, right there. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. In our August hearing, we were asked to perform further study on the rear elevation of our proposed building. One option we were asked to study was reducing the depth of our building. As you'll see from this slide, even a reduction of as little as 15 feet from the depth would result in a loss of 6 of our building's units. When we reduced our building from 4 stories to 3 stories earlier this year, we modified our project from 43 units at an average of 525 square feet to 40 units at an average of 325 square feet. Our project is simply not viable for us to build with a further reduction of units. Therefore, we are able to present you with revised plans for this particular option. Next slide, please. The second option we were asked to study was modifying at least 20 feet of our building's depth to 2 stories over the basement instead of our current 3 stories over the basement. Commercial building. This change would
Jennifer, I'm so sorry. We lost you. You just cut out and we lost maybe the last 2 sentences.
Okay. I'll start back over on this slide. So the second option we were asked to study was modifying at least 20 feet of our building's depth to 2 stories over the basement instead of 3 stories over the basement. With the fire codes requiring 2 sets of stairs in this type of commercial building, this change would require relocating the rear stairs to be able to service the balance of the top floor. This change would result in a loss of at least 5 units. Again, is not viable for us to build this building. Lowering a portion of the roof and relocating the stairs would also jeopardize our ability to place all of the necessary components of our building within the basement and on the roof. Having adequate roof space for all of the HVAC units and adequate basement space to house trash receptacles, bike storage, and building mechanicals is very important to minimizing the impact of our building on surrounding properties. Next slide, please. We have included examples of 6 other multifamily projects that have been approved by the HDC over the last decade that also abutted single-family homes. When we look at these examples, we do not see precedent in HDC approvals to require a building to step down from the front to the rear when not visible from one of the property's subject streets. We touched on this point in the last meeting, but wanted to provide some additional detail around this concern with what we are being asked for versus what other projects have been asked for in the past. The first example is the recently constructed Kingston and West Townhome project in Wilmore. This project, which has 3 single-story historic homes directly behind it, was approved with a small 2-story bump out, appears to be around 5 feet wide, on the side of the building, but no step down at the back of the building. This small step down was on the side of the building fronting Kingston Avenue, therefore is highly visible from and is located on one of the subject streets of the property. Next slide, please. The second example is the apartment building at 525 East Boulevard. This building also has a corner lot location. This building is 3 stories on the front and 3 stories plus parking underneath on the rear. No step down was required towards the single-family home located behind the building, despite the high visibility of the rear elevation from one of its subject streets. Next slide, please. The third example is Dilworth Court. This building is directly adjacent to 1912 Euclid, which is the home directly behind our proposed building. This building increases in height from front to back. The 3-story building at the back of the project is much closer to the rear of 1912 Euclid than our building will be. It is within 45 feet of the rear of that home versus our building that will be approximately 130 feet from the rear of that home. Next slide, please. The fourth example is Dilworth Terrace. This building is also in our block and closer in proximity to 1912 Euclid, the home directly behind our proposed building, than we are. This building sits approximately 25 feet closer to the rear of 1912 Euclid than our building will. The rear width of this building is more than twice that of our building, and the rear height is identical to ours. As you can see from the bottom right photo, extensive landscaping was used to obscure this view. Next slide, please. The fifth example is the Van Landing townhomes approved earlier this year in Plaza Midwood. This is another example of how landscaping was used to minimize the view from the home to the rear. The building in the project that abuts the rear of the Van Landingham estate is 3 stories on both the front and rear, but a large row of hedges will be planted to screen this view. In the supplement materials, you will also find a slide on the East Boulevard townhome project that was approved last month. This project was also a corner lot location with the rear of the property highly visible from Euclid Avenue, which is one of the property's subject streets. The 2-story bump outs incorporated on the rear of these buildings are very shallow in depth, approximately 1/3 of the step down depth that was suggested for our building. Next slide, please. As you look at our rear elevation, please keep in mind our building is not located on a corner lot and sits at the same peak elevation in the front as it does in the rear.
Oh, Jennifer, you broke up again. Could you
Okay.
just start over at the beginning of this slide?
Yep.
Thanks.
As you look at our rear elevation, please keep in mind our building is not located on a corner lot and sits at the same peak elevation in the front as it does in the rear. It is a 3-story building on both the front and the rear. The building's foundation height is simply higher in the rear than the front due to the slope topography of our lot. The rear image you are seeing on this slide will not be visible from Cleveland Avenue or from any other street in our block. As you'll recall, in August, we added 3 porches to this rear elevation. Since our last hearing, we have now added a raised rear patio with decorative metal railing, which further breaks up the brick massing of the basement level. We are now also providing you additional detail on the large wall of greenery we will be including on a large portion of the rear basement level's exterior wall. We have worked very hard to create a rear elevation that has just as much detail and character as our front elevation and is architecturally compatible with the other 3 sides of our building. We did explore adding a 5 to 7 foot 2-story bump out to a portion of the rear of the property, something along the lines of what was applied to the side of the West and Kingston townhomes or to the rear of the recently approved East Boulevard townhomes. But if we did something like that, we actually felt that would take away from the character of this elevation. It does not feel like a complementary detail to this architectural style of building. We feel the 3 porches and the large greenery wall are beautiful ways to visually reduce the scale of this elevation while keeping the architectural style consistent on all 4 elevations. We believe the most appropriate way to address the Commission's continued concerns with the impact of the rear of our building on the home to the rear is through the addition of extensive landscape screening. The next 3 slides detail all of our landscape plans, which, as you can see, have a heavy emphasis on the rear yard. Next slide, please. After the August meeting, we engaged urban design partners to create a detailed landscape plan for our proposed development. This slide shows the species, location, and quantities of all of our proposed plantings. As you'll notice on the rear of the building, we are proposing a total of 8 large trees. Trees will be placed at each rear corner of the building and at each rear corner of the rear yard. Additional trees will fill in the space between these corner trees. Our neighbors to the rear already have a large wooded area behind their home, making the rear view of our property already very minimal. But these additional 8 trees will provide a strong enhancement to this already existing landscape buffer. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides provide a more detailed view of each of the types of plants and trees that will surround our building on all 4 sides. Next slide, please.
Oh, go back just a minute. The last 2 sentences broke up.
So these next 2 slides just show a more detailed view of all the plants and trees that we're putting in. Next slide. And then one more.
We're now on slide 20.
Yeah. Okay. In August, we were also asked to provide additional details to further support our building plans. These next 5 slides provide those additional requested details, including information related to windows, doors, porches, cornice and corbels, signage, and brick. In addition to these 5 slides, after the staff
Oh, Jennifer, you broke up again. We heard in addition.
Okay.
Wait, Thomas has asked you to start over for the slide. I'm sorry.
Jennifer, let me ask a quick question in regards to your presentation. Is your video camera on at this
No,
moment?
it's not.
Okay, I was just trying to make sure because since you're breaking up periodically, I was trying to think of a way to ensure that we wouldn't be able to interrupt your presentation because we're unable to hear you. The court reporter is definitely signaling that she's not able to get all of your words as you're speaking. So I want to make sure I clear that. But the chair also wanted to say something.
Are you able to switch to cell phone audio?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It may be my Wi-Fi glitching. Let me check real quick.
Or get out a VPN if you're in a VPN.
Give me 1 second. All right, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I turned the Wi-Fi off, so maybe the cell phone service will work better. Is that okay now?
It seems to be.
Okay,
Let's
all
try.
right, I'll start over on this slide. So in August, we were also asked to provide additional details to further support our building plans. These next 5 slides provide those additional requested details, including information related to windows, doors, porches, cornice and corbels, signage, and brick. In addition to these 5 slides, after the staff analysis was prepared for this meeting and some further clarifications were requested and questions raised within those, we have also provided further plan details and answers within the supplement package you received today. Over the last 3 meetings, we have now provided nearly 100 slides to detail our project plans for you. If you cannot locate a dimension you are looking for, please ask us and we will help you find it. We believe everything you need to make a decision on this project has now been submitted, and we look forward to hopefully receiving your approval for this project during today's hearing. We have been Dilworth residents for 11 years and have enjoyed adding to the character of the neighborhood with the many homes and renovations we've completed throughout the neighborhood during those years. We feel strongly that the character and the mission of this project will be a wonderful addition to the Dilworth Historic District. We look forward to hearing your comments. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to neighbors who want to speak. I have a couple on the list. Ken Rayner, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Ken. Have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
Okay, great. If you would state your name and your address, and please spell your last name for the court reporter.
Name is Ken Rayner, R-A-Y-N-O-R, and I live at Cleveland Avenue, 229 East. I'm sorry, I live at 229 East Worthington Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, and I also own a property that has an address of 229 Cleveland Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, thank you. You may start with your comments.
I appreciate the commission's time and attention to this matter, and I know they spent a lot of time today already, so I'm going to try to be brief and not go through all of the items I went through the last time that this project was on the agenda. But I do want to reiterate what I've said before, and that is overall, I don't think this project reflects compliance with your guidelines, specifically in terms of massing, height and width and scale. And it doesn't reflect the context of the neighborhood, specifically the adjoining street structures that are in the neighborhood. And so I oppose this project and would ask you to disapprove the application. You know, I did notice last time you met, it seemed like maybe some commissioners were thinking that it was a good idea to adopt what Mr. and Mrs. Ray was asking you to do, and that is to look outside the neighborhood and specifically even look to structures in South End and what's going on there. And yeah, I would say that, you know, you can't look outside the historic district to waive compliance with your guidelines, because if you do that, then of course the historic district would disappear, because I'm sure people who are wanting to build houses on the fringes of the district, say, you know, the streets near the Lowe's, could say, look at all those houses there that didn't, that don't comply, and ask you not to apply your guidelines. And of course, eventually the district will disappear. And so when I look at this structure, I look to see if it reflects the context of the neighborhood. And quite frankly, I can't identify a single structure anywhere near this building that is consistent with the massing and the height and the width. It's basically a long, narrow brick box, as I've said before. The other thing is particularly the impact of this design is most pronounced on the structures that line Worthington that adjoin it. And that is particularly true the further you go back to the rear of the property. And I do think that is why you asked the applicant to do some additional studies on the rear to try to mitigate the effect of the contrast to the neighboring structures. And of course, that wasn't done. And it seems like the rationale is, well, it's not viable. Now, the Rays don't say why it's not viable. I assume that means they can't make as much money and get as a greater return on investment if they do engage in some of these studies and modifications that you had suggested. Of course, being not viable can't be an excuse for not complying with the guidelines. Because if that's the case, every developer who's trying to build a McMansion in Dilworth would say, hey, this is not valuable. It makes more money if I can build a McMansion and not comply with your guidelines. And frankly, it would apply to every homeowner that's trying to build a structure or a renovation. If they could say, well, look, we don't want to comply because it's makes more money if we put a garage in front and what have you. So to say it's not economically viable is not an excuse for a failure to comply with your guidelines, but that seems to be what the Rays are asking you to do. And so I would just kind of go back and just say, I oppose this application. I do not think the massing, the height, and the width and the scale fit within the context of Dilworth, and particularly the neighborhood where this is planned to be built. And would ask you to disapprove it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. I believe we have Rick Cohen with us. Rick, are you with us? Rick? Candace
Hello,
says the
can you hear me?
Oh, hi, Rick. Yes.
Okay.
Rick, have you been sworn in?
I have not been.
Okay, we'll do that first. Anyone else who's on the call wishing to speak about this project, please also be sworn in and raise your right hand.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Rick, thank you so much. Rick, if you would state your name and your address and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
Sure. It's Rick Cohen, Cohan, 1912 Euclid Avenue, EUCLID, Charlotte 28203. I oppose this project and I won't repeat all the comments, Ken, about, in terms of it's fitting in with the neighborhood. I agree with all of what Ken said. The couple things that I'd like to address that I don't think Ken covered is really, when I look at the last meeting, which I also participated in, the commission made some very specific requests and tried to help the applicant and, in terms of moving towards, what they felt was needed for approval. And it seems like in a lot of those cases, the applicant just decided not to do it. And again, not completely clear why. That I do agree with Ken that it looks like their rationale is not economically viable. But, the commission first requested they explore 3 separate options, and really none of those options were really addressed other than to say they weren't viable. Some other things that I see in that again seem like the application is missing things that a couple of things that seem to be odd to me in the application is the landscaping. If we go to page 17 of the presentation. So when I look at where those trees are and I look when the existing property line is, it looks like, again, it's hard to tell from the drawing that they're kind of outside the property line or maybe right on the property line. I'm not really sure. Also, I didn't see anything in there. I think the specific request that was number 2 of the request was landscaping, including dimensions, all property, I can't read my own writing, and all the dimensions and setbacks. And I see a few dimensions on here. I don't see setbacks. I don't see anything regarding the height of the trees, right? They've sort of given us pictures of some of the examples, but nothing in terms of these are going to be, 1-foot baby saplings or 10-foot trees they're going to put in. And again, I'm not familiar with exactly what you look for in a site plan, but I would think you would want something enforceable, and I don't necessarily see the things in here that are enforceable. The other thing I found interesting is, the commission asked for, some ways to reduce that back and make it sort of less an impact to the back property owner, which is mainly me. and I see that they've added a back porch, which to me doesn't, again, it takes away green space and doesn't seem to add green space, which is one of the things I'm looking for. Because again, I do have a wooded lot and I like it that way, but this project will sort of take away a lot of the sort of privacy and kind of green space of the view in my backyard. The other thing I noticed that was kind of odd is if I look to the addendum to the submission, which I didn't see in the presentation, there was a note about removing the existing fence. If you go to, let's see, which page 20, wait, I don't have the number, but if you go to the picture of where they talk about the fence in it, the rear. Sorry,
Maybe
I should have
page 17.
Yes, that's it, page 17.
Okay.
It
On the
says
addendum.
existing fence and small weed trees will be removed. Well, that existing fence is my fence, so I kind of don't understand that comment, as well as, it looked like in the actual submission they had some brick fence with some greenery kind of in it. And again, I don't know how that would be green on my side of the property. Again, I don't know what the intent is, but that seemed odd to me. Again, just kind of some things that didn't seem to make sense to me. If I look at the site plan on page 29 of the actual presentation, it doesn't seem to show the new proposed porch. So I just kind of question, and again, I'm no architect, maybe I'm missing something, but it doesn't seem to show the proposed porch. So I'm wondering, is that really a complete picture of again, the footprint of this property? And then just to kind of comment, about their one other comment I wanted to make about their, viability, and Ken already talked about it in economic viability. The fence that you see the back of in their other picture, we just replaced that fence I think we applied for the, approval in September of 2020, I think it was. And we were told, it was sort of a simple picket fence, and we were told, originally our people who were going to do the fence were going to use 4x4 fence poles, and we were told that this kind of fence that we were looking at could only be approved if we had 6x6 fence poles. I think the difference, and again, I tried to look today quickly but couldn't find it. I think the difference, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $2,000 extra. Yep.
Can you keep your comments focused on the application?
Yeah, well, I think this is going to the fact that I had to pay an extra $2,000 to put a fence in. I couldn't argue with the commission that, hey, my fence, this is not economically viable for me to put in smaller fence posts. So I do think it's relevant to this application, because they're sort of saying they can't lose whatever it was, 2 units or whatever, because it's not economically viable. So that was my point, is that, the neighbors, and the homeowners in particular, I think, seem to be held in some cases to higher standards than commercial development. So for the reasons of, not fitting in with the neighborhood, and especially, I would say, not responding to the specific things the commissioners asked for, we talk about, we know the commission, spends a lot of time on this, and we appreciate it. And it seems like the applicants keep coming back with the same thing with, very small and negligible changes, when these things have been continued. And I think there's also, the neighbors who have been involved. This is a lot of our time trying to make sure we're here and able to respond to what we see as a building that doesn't fit in. And so when these kind of things come back, basically the same plan as was continued last time, because there were things that the commission thought needed to be changed, it seems like it's a waste of everybody's time. So, my recommendation and my ask is that the commission deny the application.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Yes, Attorney Thomas.
Members of the commission, I just want to make sure I just advise everyone that in regards to comments related to the cost of a nearby fence, the economic viability, that is not something that this commission can consider at all in regards to making a determination. I will caution that I understand that the applicants are stating that the reason that they did not make the changes is it was not economically viable for them as a reason for not necessarily fulfilling the commission's request, not to the extent that cost was the only reason or the reason why they didn't do it. So I will caution that we do not consider at all cost as part of the discussion for this commission on the decision, but I am interpreting the applicant's statement of why they did not make those changes to be, this is the reasoning for it, but not necessarily, again, cost as the driver for your decision. I'm hoping I'm clarifying why cost is not relevant for your decision, but why the applicants are making or explaining why they could not meet your request from a previous meeting. If there's questions that needs to be asked to further clarify what I'm advising, please let me know. But I'm hoping I am stating this with enough clarity to allow you to move forward with your decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see. Is Lou Lesney with us? He had signed up to speak against the project as well, but I don't see him. Okay, Candace is saying no callers, no one else. Okay, so I think this is it for neighbor comments.
Sure. Scott, Jennifer, any rebuttals or any comments on anything the neighbors may have said?
Yes, I just wanted to remind the commission that we were asked to study 3 options, or to consider 3 options. One was reducing the depth, 2 was reducing 20 feet of the building, reducing the height on that 20 feet, and the third being an option of our choosing. And so, you know, after we looked at these plans and we felt that the best way to do that, given that we cannot make the building work for us, and that's not about profits, that's about the mission of this project and literally not being able to make it a viable project. If we do option 1 and 2, that we felt the best option was to put extensive landscaping in the rear yard. And we feel like we've achieved that with this landscape plan. If it doesn't go far enough, let us know that, please, and we can look at adding additional trees. We can add more fencing, whatever it is that we need to do to add more screening. I also wanted to say that we did try to reach out to the neighbor behind us before we engaged Urban Design Partners to see if he would like to kind of have part of that discussion with us and talk about the types of trees and what might make him feel comfortable, but we did not receive a response. So I don't know whether he got that email or not, but we did attempt to try to engage him and work together. So I just wanted to, and I think Scott has.
Yeah, it's Scott Ray, 2120 Cumberland Avenue. I just want to reiterate, and Thomas, I just want to make one statement. You can strike this after, but this is not about profit, the viability, and I know he's already struck those comments. It's not about profitability. It is about the fact that Historic District is the least socioeconomically diverse suburban area, even more than Myers Park and Eastover. And if we continue to strike down buildings and strike units away, projects will never happen and there will be 0 socioeconomic diversity. So that can be struck from the record, but it has to be said. And it's not about profit. You don't build affordable housing buildings for profit. There's a lot more profit in everything else. And that's why I'm so probably sensitive about that. As far as the fence goes, we did not realize until we did our study of the back that the new fence that was built is built 4 feet over the property line. I hate it. I hate that that happened. Normally people get surveys and they make sure that their fence is put on that line. There's also a shed over the property line that was placed. So I hate that. We're not removing a fence to, to remove part of the neighbor's privacy. That's just the fact that exists.
He could certainly move it.
Yeah.
All right, great. Any other questions or comments? We're going to get into commissioner questions and comments. All right, so I mean, my first comment is, again, the mission of the Historic District Commission is to preserve the streetscape, right? To preserve that historic nature. we're incredibly excited about your project. Still though, we gave you 3 options in August, and landscaping is not a scale reducing technique. And I'm just gonna bear with me while I read a couple of sentences out of our guidelines, and I'm reading out of 6.1. It has to do with the edge of the historic district. Zoning along the edges of the historic district allows larger multifamily commercial buildings. To minimize the impact on neighboring historic dwellings, the HDC shall enforce the design standards through scale reducing techniques, right? Scale reducing techniques are, as an example, the ones we were asking for in August, whether it was stepping the building back or, giving you another option. Landscaping is not one of those options. Personally, in June, we asked the same thing. Use scale reducing techniques to reduce the massing at the rear of the building.
We did.
And in August, that wasn't considered. In August, we gave you 3 options to look at. One of them being maybe there's something we didn't think of, but you came back with landscaping. So, in June and August, I feel like we're hearing more about what you can't do or can't adhere to the standards. And, from a standard perspective, your application is incredibly thorough. And I love all the examples that you've given. However, some of those examples were approved with older guidelines, so cannot be used as an example. I've heard examples about, the Kingston on West project, how we didn't ask them to step down the back, but, we asked them to step down the side. I mean, every multifamily is unique. They're snowflakes. We did recently ask a project on East Boulevard that was multifamily to step down on the rear. Now, that was a corner lot, but that doesn't matter. So my point is simple. In the interest of time, what I want to do is, commissioners, if you feel that the applicants haven't done what we've asked, then in the interest of time, the applicant's time, the other applicants that are waiting to hear, I think we've got another 7 applications to hear, then my recommendation would be, let's go into deliberation and let's continue, right? That would be my recommendation. But with that said, we haven't closed for deliberations. We still have time. We can still ask questions if we want. With that said, the applicants have a question. Yes, Jennifer and Scott.
Yes, Christy, could you please go to slide 33?
Or 33. There you go.
Well, it's page number. It's like the actual page number 33.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me look for that. 25. $33.
Yes. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. So I just wanted to correct something that was just misstated there. When we went from June to August, we were asked to look at scale reducing techniques on the rear. We were told that the rear was too plain, and we should look at some different options for that back. And so that's what we came back with. You can look on the left there at what was the June rear, and now then what was the August rear. We added 3 porches. We did a huge jog in the roof. We added metal railing, more cast stone details. I mean, there was a significant change. I mean, you're talking, I don't even know. I mean, that's probably $10,000 to $15,000 worth of extra work there with these porches now that we're willing to add to the back. It's got these brick bump outs that match the front. I mean, it looks every bit as nice as the front elevation. So we made a huge change between June and August for that change. Now we've added the rear patio that kind of further breaks up that basement level. It's a raised patio, so it breaks up that height. You can go to slide, I think the best view of that would be, let's see.
I have it on 27, which is from October, but if you want.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. Yeah,
so you want like an addendum where you show it on the sides too?
Actually, can you go to the one that shows the landscape detail, which is
Sure.
page
17?
No,
No.
the
Oh,
next one.
16.
Yeah. that one.
16. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so we kind of made adjustments to those landscaping details to make that bigger kind of green wall in the middle there. We added the door to the back, we added the patio, we added the railing there. That kind of further breaks up that basement level. So, I mean, when we say you're supposed to do these scale reducing techniques, it doesn't actually say reduce the scale. It's techniques to give the appearance that the massing is broken up, which we're doing here. I mean, this gives the appearance of different bays. You've got the porch in the middle. You've got, it's hard to see on this plan, but you've got these brick bump outs, pediment style on the left and right of the porch there. The roof jogs. Like, there are actually techniques being done here to break up the back of this building. So to say that we just have ignored what you've asked us, I just don't think that's true. We've continued to change the back of the plan. And now we're bringing you said we could bring you an option 3. That is the option 3. We're trying to show you, like, what if we just add all this extensive screening? How do you feel about that? So if that's not enough, if we need to add more landscaping, we can explore just adding a little bit of a bump out there to give the appearance of a second story, adding to the building. What we're telling you is that we can't take away from the building, but we've got 15 feet back there to play with. The East Boulevard townhomes were just approved with about a 5-foot
Bump out.
Well, no, there's like 5 feet between the alleyway and the back of that building. So if you would prefer us eat up more of that backyard with a bump out just to give the appearance of part of the building being 2 stories,
We're
we can
absolutely
do that.
amenable
We
to that.
can't do that where the stairs is on the left, but we could remove the porches and we could do that in that area.
The second part of that is PJ, and I want to not to get contentious. The second part of that is we also provided case after case after case to show that we're being asked to reduce the scale to be amenable to the lot that's behind us, which is not in our context per your guidelines. It's not in our context per your guidelines. And we have shown case after case after case to show that as hard as it is to hear, there is potentially, and this will have to be decided, but there's potentially no legality in your guidelines for asking for that. So let's not diminish that as well.
So we could debate this until the sun goes down, and we're
Sure.
not. So I'm going to make 2 comments again.
Sure.
Any multifamily that was approved with the old guidelines are not and will not and cannot and should not and not be used as an example, period. It's not an
Okay,
example of
let me
context.
say one thing, PJ.
No, hold on, I'm not done. Let me get to
Okay, go ahead.
my second point. So maybe that leaves Kingston on West. Again, I'm just going from the top of my head. That recent one on East Boulevard is an example. Anyhow, I'm not saying all of your examples are null and void, right? The second point is it has to do with stepping down into the neighborhood. And that's what we're asking you to do. We're asking you to step down into the neighborhood. We're asking you to step down your rear elevation into that neighborhood. So that's no different than we've asked all multifamilies to step down. So your contention is the fact that we're asking you to step down on the back.
No, our contention is that this is the private realm of our yard. It's the backyard. No one sees it from the street. It's completely different than being on a corner and seeing it from a road. Like, this is our backyard, but and we're kind of being punished for, like, the topography of our lot. I mean, we didn't step up the building. Our lot drops off, and so our basement is taller. So I feel like we're kind of being punished because our lot slopes.
In addition to that, I want to say one thing. If you think that there's equity in what we're being asked to do, the new guidelines, which are going to be voted on, state that the context of a single family is 360 from the street. For a multifamily, it's 360 from the center line of the rear lot. If you want me to believe that there's equity in that and that we're trying to create social justice and equity, I'm dumbfounded.
We're not on new guidelines. We're on these guidelines. So
Well, those are going to be
let's
fought.
keep our focus on these guidelines. You are welcome to attend one of our public meetings on the draft for the new guidelines, but let's keep it at these. I do have one point of clarity, maybe.
I want to add,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Chris, I
Sure.
want to, and I'm going to interrupt, so I'm sorry. the comment about being punished about topology, I can't tell you how many applicants come in here and are flip the argument the other direction. They love the fact that they're able to leverage topology to a benefit. So topology works both ways, but my comment is that's why every application is unique. And you have to take that into account with the context. And go back to our guidelines and read the entire page of 6.1. But again, we're almost at an impasse. So what I want to do is I want to open it up to other commissioners' questions. And if there are none, we'll close for deliberation.
For the applicant's benefit, may I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, please.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
Sorry.
So, in August, if we go to, and this is to help them because, you know, we're talking about the options, right? Was the intent that they were to explore all 3 options and bring back to the commission, or that they were just, here were some suggestions, pick an option and bring it back to the commission? Because I think that might help clarify for everybody what's being, or what was asked, what's being asked.
Kristen, let me answer that question.
Yep.
From my perspective, legally, they were not under any obligation to reduce the height of the building whatsoever. The options were presented to them. They could choose any of those options. They were not required by this commission to choose an option to reduce it. So I do want to clarify, for all intents and purposes, when we gave them the options, it was to explore those 3 options. They gave an answer saying they looked at the first option. It was not something they could do, which means they have met your request of actually determining they looked at it, they considered it, they deemed it not to be something they could do. Now, whether it was for economic reasons, which I've said is not really a consideration, whether they personally chose not to do it, whether they didn't want to do it, that is not something this commission can actually then turn around and mandate. You asked them to consider it. They gave you a response saying they considered it and denied that request. Similarly, on the second option, they also said they could not consider that request. So then that goes to the third option, which the commission then presented as come back with an alternative that we have not considered. Now, if the commission believes that's not adequate, that is a secondary issue, but from a primary standpoint, they have come back with an actual proposal based on what they could work with to try to meet and fulfill the commission's request for actual reducing, scale reducing techniques. I will caution the commission that if this is deemed inadequate, I will have to say that that level of inadequacy is not on the applicants, because we did not say that you could not consider this, nor did we say that if you're considering vegetation, it must be a minimal height or minimal tree size. None of that actually was discussed at all. So they being the applicants, get the benefit of the doubt on this, not the commission. So I do want to give some clarity that before we make a decision to say that they have not fulfilled the request, I do not believe from a legal standpoint that they were obligated to do more than what they've done thus far and have not shown a willingness to meet the commission per their last request. So if the commission wants to have any considerations on a new request, meaning different vegetation, different kinds of bump outs, I'm not going to say you can't consider that now, but at least for the request that was presented last month, they have fulfilled that request in good faith to the commission today.
Sure. All right, commissioners, what other questions do you have for the applicant?
I have my hand raised, but I'll go ahead. Nichelle Bonaparte here. Just a quick question to the applicants. You mentioned, and sorry if I missed it, because you guys were very thorough, so I could have overlooked it, but the trees that are going to be removed to then replace additional trees, do we, and this may be more of a question to Christy, do we need a tree protection plan for that effort.
Michelle, this is Christy. I don't know that there are trees on this property.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
can I answer that?
yeah,
Um,
Jennifer, please do. Yes.
So again, I mean, honestly, when you pointed out that the survey was hard to read and we blew it up and put it on this supplement, that's when we realized that that fence appears to be, at least by the survey, on our property. And if that fence is on our property, that these little brushy trees in front of it, which they're not really
What about
trees.
the ligustrum bush that grew into a tree?
Yeah, I wouldn't really, there's a picture of them on
Can you
supplement.
give me a slide number,
Yeah,
maybe? Okay.
supplement page 2.
Okay.
They're really weed trees is what they are.
Yeah, so we did not realize that was on our property.
Okay. Oh,
But
sure.
they-
To
but they're-
clarify for everybody, if trees are ornamental under 10 inches diameter like this,
Okay.
like we don't really consider them.
Nope.
We're looking to save maturing canopy trees and replant the canopy that is dying very quickly.
And then if you go to slide 10 in the main presentation.
Slide 10 or page 10?
It's numbered 10 at the bottom.
Page 10 at the bottom. Okay. Okay, so this is
Yeah, so that
slide,
one,
slide 18 and then slide 19.
yeah, so between that one and then the next slide, I mean, that shows you the type of trees that we're going to be putting in, what they would look like at maturity. You know, help us understand, I guess, what they need to be when they first go in. I'm not sure how that works with your requirements, but this is certainly the look of all of the plants at maturity of what we're going for back there. So if you can imagine, you know, 8 of these trees, a mix of these couple different types of trees that we have, that's going to create a very large canopy back there. And you're not going to be able to see the back of that building when those mature. But yeah, I would love to have more clarification on exactly how mature they need to be when we first put them in. I'm not sure how, I don't know if the guidelines address that.
We can work with you on that, Jennifer. The standard, we go by landscape architecture standards, 3 to 5 inch caliper, no bigger because then they don't grow as fast. But staff works with you on that. The only thing that really the commission gets into is small, medium, large maturing. And so maybe you could tell us, it looks like the one in the middle here, I'm not even going to try and pronounce it, is a Chinese elm. And it's like a medium canopy tree. Is that right?
Yeah,
And
so
those are going in the back.
Yeah, those are those 3 in the middle there of the rear yard.
Okay.
Yep. So those are substantial trees once you get 3 of those together, I think.
Do you know how tall those grow? Are they like 40 or 50 feet?
I think they don't get to about 40 feet. Our biggest issue is planting trees that then, if they were to be pruned up by neighbors, reduce the canopy. Does that make sense? Because you're allowed to trim them, I guess, if it's on their property. So we tried to pick a tree that wouldn't get enormous, if you will.
Yeah, we tried to pick things that would provide some coverage, but not get too wide where they're, you know, going into the building or flowing into the neighbor's backyard.
Back to you, Nichelle. Did you have any other clarifying questions for staff, Nichelle, or is that it?
That was it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Barr, sorry.
So aside from the rear of the building and its massing and all that stuff, I have a couple questions about details, and perhaps the applicant can help with some of those. For your corbel and cornice details, can you go to that, Christy? It's their page 14. Not sure what it is on your side. I'll go ahead and start. So basically,
So The cornice and corbel details, is that what you're looking for?
Yes, right there.
Okay, perfect. Slide 22.
Yeah. So what you all show is basically a lot of historic details, which I really appreciate. The precast or limestone lintels and sills, and have a huge appreciation for that. You know, some other comments to speak to those in a moment, but for the cornice and corbels here, typically on a building of this style, we would see those elements being either shaped stone or precast, or I think on a project recently, we approved EIFS to be used, which I'd have to check with staff to make sure that that is still acceptable.
No,
Okay.
we did not approve EIFS. It was deemed not acceptable. I'm sorry.
Okay. I take that back. But anyway, was curious if you guys would be open to more of a stone in appearance element for this, you know, this piece up here.
So we actually chose wood because we thought that that would actually be the preference by the commissioners, because it is in a residential area, and that's kind of more in keeping with the houses around there, what the roof details and porch details would be. So that's why we had chosen wood, but we certainly would be open to stone or precast.
I think the concern on the amount, the weight in those overhangs would be the concern, engineering wise,
There's
you know,
100 of these corbels.
on
So
each side, right?
Well, throughout the whole building.
Yeah.
When you go all the way around, it's 100 total. So that could create a weight issue. Some of those details obviously may be hard to figure out before we get the building engineered.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I would just say that, you know, for this style of building, being all brick, you know, you've done really well with taking cues from other similar buildings in the area, which I appreciate. You know, I would certainly look to those, because we're not trying to, you know, mimic details on houses here. This is certainly a different design than those altogether. So I would look towards those brick buildings and what materials they use for cornice and corbel.
And we would be amenable to something like that. We would be amenable. We would just need to make sure that it's engineered correctly, you know, and we'll work with that overhang. That, I think it's almost 2-foot overhang, you know.
Exactly. And then, you know, depending on how this goes, I would just ask that you know, think about that clearly, as well as, you know, thank you for providing the details as far as the window, head sill, and jamb. I think we need a little bit more detail there. I think what we were actually searching for, which I apologize if that wasn't clear, was probably section details showing the profiles, shape of these sill and header elements, and how they relate to the windows, you know, the windows being set back in the facade, as well as there's certain architectural details. For example, the precast header, we would expect to see that overhang, the jamb condition, to represent a structural header piece. Same thing with the sill. Just so little things like that, I think we'd like to see a little bit more information on, but this is very helpful to see. So thank you for doing that.
you're welcome.
Other Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, hi, I have a question. On slide 16, where you added that patio area, am I correct? Is the wall of that patio, it looks like it's maybe, what is that, 5 feet from the property line?
On the side or the
On
rear?
the rear,
On the rear, yeah.
it would be 10 feet from the property
No,
line.
it'd
I
be
believe.
5, because we're 15 feet from the property line, the wall of the.
So it's about 5 feet?
Yes, correct.
It's about 5 feet from the property line. And that's a patio area that would be for people to stand on and hang out on.
To sit, correct, yeah, to sit down and.
Correct, for
And
residents.
so
to have
it's
their house.
literally 5 feet from the neighbor.
5 feet from the rear property line of the neighbor, which
Okay.
is 120 foot from his home,
Correct.
about.
Yeah, all right, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah.
We have a member of the public who has her hand up, but she was listed as a speaker for the last case.
Okay.
And when we called on her, she wasn't available, but I would like to maybe acknowledge and see if she is wanting to speak on this case. Is
Sure.
that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Carrie, thank you for joining us. You have your hand up.
I'm sorry, I did not see any chat option, and I did want to speak on the last case, and I didn't know how to do that. I just received the update on the agenda.
Oh, okay. Well, we have finished that case and we have moved on. That case has been decided on. So if they come back in the future, we will certainly allow you to provide comments. Do you want to, okay, and we're really sorry. Is there anything you are commenting on this case?
No, are you able to share the outcome on the previous one?
No, that's been closed in deliberation, and we heard comments on that an hour or two ago. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I understood that we weren't going to get to these cases until late in the day, and I did not get the updates via email. So I'm sorry it worked out that way.
Oh, I'm sorry too,
I
Carrie.
have
Thank
written-
you.
I
Thank you for
submitted
engaging in our thank you for engaging in our process.
Okay, I submitted written comments, so hopefully you have those.
We do. Thank you so much. Have a great
Thank you.
day. Okay. Back to you, PJ.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I keep asking myself, what can be done with this property in the shadow of the Tremont right next door, very close. The applicant is taken many measures to reduce the scale of this, and the huge one being taking off one level of this building and reducing it from 4 levels to 3 levels. So I wonder if the applicant would be willing to explore providing more details for their option, this third option. I'm a bit concerned about the porch being added at the rear. If we're only 5 feet from the property line, you're really encroaching on that small amount of green space that you have, which you say is 15 feet. So if that could be considered, and then also on this landscape plan, I cannot make out the names of the trees at all. It is illegible, at least on the slide that I have. But would you be willing to specify trees that are large at maturity and with a caliper size of 3 to 5 inches?
So the trees are all, the names are more clearly on slide 10 and 11, or numbered slide 10. Yeah, those. And so I have the quantity there and kind of where they go listed as well, because I know that is hard to read on the main landscape plan.
And the 3 trees in the rear go 40 to 50 feet, no larger than 70. And so they'll go anywhere from 40 to 70 at maturity, the 3 in the rear.
And as far as the patio question, I mean, obviously this was kind of our first stab at the landscape plan. We, put this 10 by 30 patio, but we are certainly amenable to a smaller patio or no patio at all. If we want to make that grass, if we want to add more trees in that space, whatever would make everyone feel more comfortable about the screening back there. This was just kind of our first go at the landscape plan.
Yeah, I think that the espalier depiction that you have is not going to provide much screening, and that perhaps using that space for more trees or landscape plants would provide more screening that's needed.
Okay.
Okay, other commissioners, questions for the applicant? Okay, Jennifer Scott, I want to say I was wrong to state or insinuate that you made no changes between June and August to now. Looking forward to to a session with the commissioners to talk about if, you know, the landscaping plan that you put forward and the patio is sufficient for scale reducing techniques. Fair?
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any other final questions? Okay, let's close for deliberations. All right, commissioners. Landscaping plan. Love the landscaping on the rear. Is it sufficient as a scale reducing technique?
Short answer,
Commissioner Walker.
the short answer for me is no. I don't see how those trees can grow to their full maturity and not be all over the neighbors' yards, given that there's just 5 feet. You need, you know, the trees need root space to grow underground, given that there's a building flat right next to the tree trunk. I can't see the viability of that, but more importantly, I don't see the scale reducing techniques used that I'm satisfied with.
So commissioners, as we're working through our motion, I mean, there's been changes to June, changes to August. Let's make sure that we're more prescriptive or as prescriptive as we need to be so the applicant can make any additional changes if warranted. Okay.
Hey.
Yeah, Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yeah, Nichelle here. So my question to Jill would be, are there any tree recommendations that you think we could make to the applicant to help guide them as far as using the trees as kind of shading or screening?
I'm not an arborist. I do know a bit about trees, but I think that the limitation of space is an overwhelming issue to address when you want to get a tree that's going to reach its mature height and has such a narrow space in which to do that. Unless you were to pick, you know, pencil post cedars or whatever those things are called that are 6 feet wide and grow to be 20 feet tall. I can't think of much. I think it's just you know, you're limited by the space there. If there were more space, they could grow something.
And I guess the question is, if there were more, if the idea is if there were more space, are we or could we suggest modifications to the patio that's being recommended or suggested right now? Because they were saying that this is their first pass at it. So if we think that there's some direction that we could give regarding the patio and providing more space for the screening, maybe that's a conversation we can have.
Michelle, you're asking me that?
It's really to everyone.
Just
Just
everybody,
part of the
yeah.
conversation.
Well, I guess I'm more concerned with just the building not getting reduced in terms of its stepping back and scale and massing that we've talked about. So we could talk about trees, but I think the larger picture is the lack of scaling back this building on the backside for me.
I'm sorry, and getting back to the landscaping, I think that some foundation plantings would be very effective to soften and buffer this building from the rear. Some hollies can easily exceed 20 feet in height and get up, you know, probably halfway, almost halfway up the building, and still be relatively close to the building, and still have enough room in that buffer area to do that. And then also combined with some large trees near the property line, I think would provide some very adequate screening. You know, once again, I think that the applicant has done a lot, especially in reducing the height of the building from 4 stories to 3 stories. And I can see that shortening the building is going to result in the loss of numerous units. I believe 6 units if you just shorten the building. I can certainly relate if you had stepped it down, then the rear staircase would not be useful for the upper floor and not meet fire code requirements. So that would be my recommendation is heavier landscaping. And if that were shown on this depiction here, I think that you could see that it would provide a great deal of screening and help to minimize the impact of this building.
Can I just point out one thing?
Please.
Okay, that black battery pack thing right there, I'm gonna guess is about 15 feet from this wall here.
The people at home can't see
Oh, I'm
that.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm
So
sorry.
my point is that
Yeah.
when you're 15 feet from a property line and then you have 3 stories of patios looking out on your backyard, that's a substantial impact. It's so close. 15 feet is so close to have people, 10, 15 feet up and then 10, 15 above that, having some drinks.
I'm sorry. Is your microphone on? Can you speak more closer?
Oh, I'm
It-
sorry.
Yeah, we're having problems hearing.
Well, I don't need to detail. I just think that that short of a distance, having patios in a person's backyard is I wouldn't want it.
Good. Commissioner Mern.
I just wanted to say that I agree with Jill on this. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, this is a 56'8" building at the back of all of it, and that's looking straight up at that. That's daunting, and I appreciate what they brought to the table with the landscaping, showing other cases in other districts and some in this one as well. But to me, that's hard for me to get my head around, that's where we're going to look at a building that's 56'8" on the back of a site that's backed up to a single family. I think there's still ways to bring down that top floor, but if they're telling me they can't do it, then I trust them, and obviously their exhaustion through this process, that I'm sure they've looked at everything, but that's just where I'm standing right now.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes. Do you want me to comment on the rear massing?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not completely satisfied with the extra.
Chris, you are breaking up. Can you just start over?
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
My comment was going to be that the exercise that was done by the applicant as requested, I don't feel that it was fully explored. And I don't feel that landscaping is a viable alternative, because as we all know, landscaping changes over time. It can be taken out, trees can die and not be replaced. All sorts of variables come into play when you talk about landscaping. Furthermore, the examples that were presented of case studies for projects that have multiple floors, multifamily projects, were all 3-story. And that was the purpose of our request from the last meeting, was to show us or explore these ways in where we can minimize the impact to the neighbors behind this property. And the proximity to the property line of a single family home, 4 stories, all of these things come into play when you're talking about this. And it is unfortunate that, the applicant's site does slope, and that's the reason for their 4 stories there. But, we can't get around that. We have to look at every site differently. So, I don't know that I can, say without any sort of reservation that I would move forward with this. The landscaping certainly does help. I just don't know that it's enough.
Commissioners, we need to start working towards a motion. Let everybody be bashful. So, I mean, you guys want me to do a quick poll to find out if landscaping is a sufficient scale reducing technique? And kind of go from there?
PJ, if I could just say, I feel like we are just focused on the landscaping, but did the addition of the patio help at all to anybody? Because I feel like that was a technique used to assist in breaking up some of the massing in the back. But go ahead. I
mean, that's a valid point, Michelle. So commissioners, again, apologies for limiting that to just the landscaping. It's all of the techniques the applicants did at the rear, including the patio. I really like that surface level landscape. Commissioner Lineberger.
There's so many of the other comments. I guess Jill and Chris really addressed this or revised it well. A scale reducing technique is just that. It is scale reducing it is reducing the actual scale of the structure. So landscaping is not a scale reducing technique. So I don't think it goes far enough. I don't think that was addressed. I feel like we were pretty, we verbalized that very well previously, what we were looking for. So I'm just adding my 2 cents to that.
And Chris, I think we need to be careful because, I mean, landscape is a scale, can be a scale reducing technique. I really think what the question here is the landscaping and the patio, is that sufficient enough for what the commission is asking of the applicants?
No, it's not. Well, it's not for me.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Mern.
I can make a motion. I don't know if it's to continue or to deny. I'm looking at just what we talked about with massing, section 6.5, number 2, height and width. Well, maybe not height and width, but scale 6.7, number 3 of what was already kind of in the write-up.
So, Chris, but before you start getting into your motion, again, we want to be, I mean, this project has, it's improved every iteration. So we just need to make sure that in your motion, you're prescriptive enough. Obviously, we can't design for them, but we're giving them enough guidance so that they can make the necessary changes, if any, and move this to the next level.
Yeah, you asked about emotion and I'm saying that I'm getting there, but this is a rough stone right now. It needs to be shined up. So is it enough to say the fact that the back facade is 56'8" tall? I mean, I think that the, option 1, 2, and 3 that we talked about, I understand why option 1 doesn't work. Option 2 kind of gets into landscaping, and to me that doesn't work for me, not talking about everybody in general. And then option 3, reducing the overall length of the building. I mean, as far as what that 4-story piece is on the back to make it 3 stories, I'm not sure how else to craft that up.
The applicant has a question. Let's go ahead and open it up for a question from the applicant. Go ahead, Scott or Jennifer.
I just wanted to remind everyone that we were continued for 6 different items. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Well, and on that note, I think it fulfills everything else. I mean, like you mentioned about this back patio, I think it's a great space for the building and the tenants. So I'm not trying to take away anything that you guys have done in the application, and I appreciate you addressing everything. Just for me, that I can't get past the height of the building. That's still a very tall building on the backside of the site.
And let me close this back. I never close this. So let's close back again for deliberations. And you said you have an issue with the overall height of the building or the height at the rear?
I'm sorry, the height at the rear.
Okay. All right.
Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries. Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, thank you for your comment on the PJ on the use of landscaping for scale reduction techniques. I mean, that very much changes my opinion of this project and its treatment of the back. Do I wish that one of the other options was explored more? Yeah, I do. But, you know, and as our attorney spoke, you know, this is the option they've chosen to mitigate some of the height in the rear, which, you know, having landscaping back there will help. So it is viable. Do I think it needs work? You know, the landscaping plan and the plants they choose, as well as for the other 6 points that were brought up in the last meeting. Yes, I do. So I think, you know, in my mind, at least, this is a continuance for additional information and more details for basically each of our points.
Okay. I see Cindy reaching for the stack of names. Okay, we'll reopen for the applicant. Scott, Jennifer, is that a final question?
Sorry, I didn't mean to have it raised. I'll lower it.
We'll close back again. Okay. Commissioner Goodwin.
Just wanted to add one thing too, is that better? Can you?
They had a hard time hearing you last
Okay,
time. Thank
all
you.
right. Yeah, in looking at the side elevations of this building, I mean, even if you did lop off those last 6 apartments and brought the building back, or if you brought it back 20 feet, you know, the upper levels back 20 feet, the height is still going to be, I mean, it'll be a little bit less because of the topography, but it's still going to be close to the 56 feet that is specified currently. Just wanted to add that.
And to add to that, that's not going to change the distance of the first story to the houses that are in the rear, right? Any type of, if you're taking up that first 20 feet as part of, anyhow, I think I'm designing. Never mind.
Please repeat your comment because only those in this room heard that comment. So I'm not sure if everybody necessarily on the video heard that comment.
Sure.
Or even your initial thought.
Yeah, so my initial thought before I stopped was, you know, with our option 1 that we had recommended, by reducing by one level, taking 1 story off 20 feet back. Yes, that is a scale reducing technique, but it doesn't reduce the impact of the distance of that first story to the rear, you know, to the neighbor in the back, to the neighborhood in the back, right? It's still 56 feet high, regardless. And I stopped because, I don't know, not relevant. Anyhow, all right, commissioners, we need to start working towards a motion. So again, first and foremost, we've got a patio, we've got landscaping plan as a scale reducing technique to break up that first story. If that's the right direction with some tweaks, then let's continue this for, you know, with enhancements to the landscaping plan. If you feel the landscaping plan with the patio is not sufficient, then let's, I don't know, continue with some other recommendations on what to do to the structure. Again, scale reducing techniques are broad and vary. Commissioner Barth.
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for reasons referenced from our last meeting, topic 1, that the applicant explore a more appropriate landscaping plan utilizing large maturing trees as well as foundation and mid-level shrubs for use as a scale reduction technique.
Ooh, we heard large maturing trees, foundation, and then you skipped out.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, if you just repeat.
Sure. Let me start over at topic 1. I'd like to ask that the applicant explore topic 1 by providing a more appropriate landscaping plan, including large maturing trees towards the rear property line, as well as foundation and mid-level plantings against the building. Did you get that?
Yes.
Okay. That
Can I make a comment?
Commissioner Barth, we do have a comment from Ms. Walker, but also this application was continued for 6 points of light, right? So please, in your motion, if the cornice and trim wasn't addressed, if the porches wasn't addressed sufficiently, if the door and windows wasn't addressed.
Oh no, I'm getting there.
Okay, all right. No, sorry, Paul, I didn't mean to get ahead of you.
I would also deny the patio at the rear of the building and for this area to be used for buffering using landscaping material. I guess that would be referenced in item 2 of our continuance from the last meeting. Regarding topic 3 for cornices and trim, would like additional details at windows through the head condition, jam condition, as well as sill conditions in section drawing form to provide details for each element and relationship. Additionally, would request that precast head and sills be extended beyond the brick jam section. I'm okay with topic 4 and how the applicants approach that, unless other people have an amendment, which we can address after I go through the next 2. Topic 5, more along the same lines as topic 3, more details with sill, jam, and head trim conditions. Also would request that the applicant explore either precast or stone cornice and corbel details at the parapet section. And signage I'm good with as well. That's all I have for this motion.
Yeah, excuse me. Just a minor amendment. I think that a large maturing tree requires at least 20 feet on either side at a minimum. So given that the backyard of this property is only 15 feet, they would have to plant a tree at a minimum of at least 10 feet from the building. You couldn't plant a large maturing tree, I don't think, in that space unless you wanted to let your tree, spread its wings on someone else's property. So I would suggest perhaps another tree size, maybe.
I'm not an arborist. I'm not a landscape architect.
Did Jim leave the meeting?
However, trees, hedges, again, I don't want to be too prescriptive because I'm neither a landscape architect, arborist, et cetera, but I don't know. So maybe we don't specify large maturing and just say, it's very specific, yeah. And Chris, you could use the word such as, that seems to be popular. Such as hedges, such as planting, such as trees, I don't know.
I think,
I would suggest just saying planting material and
well, planting material could be a 4-foot high shrub. You know, I think the idea is that we want them to plant out the rear end of this property so that it provides a visual buffer as a means of alleviating the visual impact to the neighbors towards the rear.
Yep.
So, you know, some way to indicate that we're requesting them to put a sizable, or, you know, a tree that will grow in, or shrub or whatever, hedge that will grow into a sizable piece of plant material to disguise this building would be preferable to us. That's my motion, at least, at least at this point.
Perfect.
So if I need to
Okay.
remove the large maturing,
So-
absolutely. We just request that large plant material be placed at the rear of the property. Does
Okay.
that help, Jill?
thanks a lot.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a motion to continue. Chris, I am going to ask you to restate it, but in a minute. Just want to make sure, commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay. So Chris, when you're repeating your motion, I just want you to be very clear. There's 6 points that this was continued for. I just want to make sure that we're clear as to, did the applicants address that point that it was continued? Or does it need to come back as part of the continuation? Okay, that was the massing, the landscape, the cornice and trim, the porches, the doors and windows, the signage. Good?
Yeah, good.
All right. You want to start at the beginning?
Sure. I would like to continue this application, requesting that the applicant study with regard to continuance item number 1, to come back and explore their landscaping plan to incorporate larger plant material towards the rear of the property, as well as shrub and hedge material against the building. I would also like to note that we are denying the patio on the rear of the property, so that we may include plant material in this space. For continuance item number 2, I'd like to cite the same reasons. For continuance item number 3, cornice and trims, I request that the applicant explore a more appropriate material for the cornice and corbel details as presented, referencing other architectural features in the area. Historical architectural examples. For item number 4, I would like to approve. Item number 5, requesting additional details with regard to head, jamb, and sill as it relates to sections, and also request that head and sill precast members extend beyond the edge of brick. And for item number 6, signage, I would like to approve.
Thomas.
Just want to clarify, this is not necessarily an approve or deny of each individual item, because again, the commission only approves the entire project. So I understand from the proposed motion, when you're using the term deny, or let me actually back up. When you're using the term approve, it means that that item from last month is satisfactory to not be considered for next month's meeting. Whereas the denial, quote unquote, of the patio area is more of a, we do not desire that patio to be placed in that spot. Because the reason I'm saying that is because I don't want a denial necessarily on the patio because that's not a separate item that's been broken out for all intents and purposes. It was an idea, as I understand it, not necessarily the only option. But I just want to kind of make sure I clarify that because of the terms denial, approve in this context. So I'm willing to answer any questions of the commission just to make sure it's clear for everyone.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Can I simply say that we feel that items number 4 and 6 are satisfactorily met?
Yes, sir. That'd be sufficient.
Okay. And then with regard to the patio, can I just say that we'd like that to be omitted from the next iteration?
Yes, that's sufficient.
Okay.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion?
Yes,
Mr. Walker?
yeah, I would like clarification by presenting this motion, is what we're doing stating that the massing and height on the rear of this structure is no longer a point of objection.
My understanding, Chris Barth can say yay or nay. If this passes as a continuation, that is correct. That we as a commission have agreed that the height at the rear, we already agreed about the streetscape, we already agreed about the overall height in previous sessions. This would mean that the height at the rear and future scale reducing techniques with the actual structure are no longer needed, and we're using landscaping, enhanced landscaping as that scale reducing technique.
That's my intent.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Goodwin, you have a second? Okay. There's a second to the motion. Any other discussion on the motion? Let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
No.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Mern, Commissioner Lineberger,
No.
Commissioner Henningsen. No. Motion,
Need a new motion.
we need a new motion. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
so your hand was up.
Oh, no, sorry. It's not. But I believe I was on the other side of this vote. So I think somebody else would need to chime in.
Okay.
We have 7 more cases tonight, folks. Someone who voted no, please submit a substitute motion, or someone other than Commissioner Barth.
Can somebody read back Commissioner Barth's motion, please? I did not get all those notes down. Hello?
Are
I
you
can state,
look-
I can
yeah.
state it back if
Yeah.
you want.
Yeah.
The first item was to request that they come back with another landscape plan that meets our requirements, which is for points 1 and 2. Point 3 was that the applicant explore more suitable materials for cornice and corbel details, such as precast or stone elements seen on historic examples in the neighborhood or region.
That was what else do you have there, Chris? Precast and
Precast or stone.
stone. Thank you.
And we have a question or comment from Commissioner Limburger.
Thanks, PJ. I just wanted to clarify, I mean, I didn't step up and say I would do a motion, because I was mulling over what, I guess I would like some clarification. If we make a motion to deny, does it need to include all of those points? And maybe this will help Commissioner Mern, as well, but all of those same points. Or can it be a little bit of a broader motion, as in that the applicant did not adequately address those 6 points?
Well, that's what I was going for, was just in the event that not addressing number 1 and then trying to do a continuation based on the other 3 votes, I guess, or 4, excuse me if I counted wrong, but just the continuation of these pieces. So if they come back and the massing still isn't there, or 1 isn't addressed from the 6 points, then I guess that's when the denial comes, but giving them the benefit of the doubt on that.
Okay.
So, question, Thompson Christie, since that motion didn't pass, is it possible for another motion be a continuation with an expanded scope?
Absolutely. There's no limit to what your next motion can be. It was just that motion didn't pass, so you now have to float another motion.
All right, Chris, I got 3 explore cornice corbel details with precast stone from historical precedents.
Yeah, I was good for items 4, porches, and 6, signage. But I did request for item 5 that the applicant come back with more details in section for the head, jamb, and sill conditions of windows and door openings, as well as to extend the precast head and sill members beyond the edge of brick, which is a typical historic detail.
Extending head and sill?
Yes.
All right. All right. I guess I would like to have a motion.
Okay.
That the applicant continue to on the 6 points listed from August 11th, under number 1, that the applicant look to resolve the issue and the back facade height as it pertains to its rear lot line. Request for number 2 with landscaping and private sites or site. Request a landscape plan. For number 3, cornices and trim, explore cornice and corbel details with precast, with possibilities of precast or stone materials from historical precedents. Number 4 and number 6 is resolved under the current application. And then under number 5, please provide more details in section on head jam and sill, and look to extend precast on head and sill conditions. Precast header and sill conditions. Is that right, Chris? I think you're still on mute.
Maybe I missed it. And this may have been the last thing you said, so I apologize if so. Did you mention extending the sill and head conditions of the precast beyond the brick?
Beyond the brick, that's
Beyond the edge of
friendly
the brick.
amendment accepted.
Yeah.
Thank you. PJ, does that work?
I think so. Krista, you have a question?
Sorry, I just forgot to lower my hand.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on the motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. Let's vote. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
No.
Commissioner Murin?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger?
No.
Commissioner Henningsen? Yes. Motion to continue passes. 5-2. Thank you.
Thank you. Would like to get through, ideally, I'd like to get through case number 12 tonight. Oh,
Let's roll.
we are backed up.
Why not?
We need to get through number 12. I think the next couple can go pretty quickly. But that is up to y'all. We're gonna start with number 9.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Christy, I gotta leave.
Okay, and note for the record that Chris Murren is leaving and Commissioner Hinman is returning. Yeah. Okay. Thadi Jitender, are you with us? Have you been sworn in? Going
Yes,
once?
this is
Okay.
Jitendra. This is
Hi,
Jitendra Jain.
Jitender. Hi, Jitender. Have you been sworn in?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I have.
Okay. Is Mr. Murali with you?
Yes, Christy, I am on too. I was speaking on mute, but I haven't been sworn in, but
Okay, we'll do that first. Okay, so anyone who's on the call and waiting for their item to be heard, be sworn in now. If you're not, we're gonna skip you. So PJ, you're up.
Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Okay, if you would state your name and your addresses for the court reporter, I'm gonna let you jump right in. Please be as brief and concise as you can. The project has been completely redesigned. They do not have complete drawings. They have sketches. They understand they're not getting a decision on approval tonight, that you are improving and looking at if they should continue down this path. So I think this can go very quickly. Jitender, Mr. Murali, if you would again state your name and your addresses for the court reporter, please, and then you may get started. And spell your names, please. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Jitendra Jain. I'm the architect. Jitendra
last name Jain, address 319 South Sharon Amity Road, Charlotte, North Carolina 28211.
And this is Toddy Murali, T as in Tom, H-A-D as in Denver, I. Murali, M-U-R-A-L-I. And I own the property 1418 Lexington Avenue.
Okay, please explain your project changes.
Sure. I'll go ahead and get started. Appreciate everybody's time. I know it has been a long day so far, but thank you for another chance to present. Like what you said, Christy, we presented this the first time in August 11th, which is actually in the packet. The drawings are obviously there. For the sake of time, obviously, I'm going to skip that, but on slide number 27 is, if you're looking at that, kind of shows what we have presented at the time. This was based on a prairie style home, and we got obviously received several comments. We were pretty much asked, yeah, thank you. If you look at the screen there, that was the prairie style home we had proposed. We had got several comments. We were pretty much asked to go back to the drawing board, which we did. Last month and a half or so, between August 11th and now, we met with Christy a couple of times informally and showed her a few options. It was the idea, the feedback provided was instead of a prairie style home, which is not, you don't see in that area of Dilworth, or also, of course, not on that street itself. We were asked to look at cottage style or colonial revival. So that's what we did. So what we are showing you today will be a design development package kind of, or even schematic design. Like Christy was saying, we don't have all the details, but we wanted to make sure we are directionally going in the right path, and hope to come back to you next month and provide the remaining details. So that's kind of giving you an overview. If you can, Christy, go to slide 6. And what I'll do, again, for the sake of time, I'm going to address items which you provided the comments on. First comment was obviously 6.2, which was regarding the setback requirement. So what we went back again to the drawing board, what you see on the screen, there are two addresses adjacent to our property, which we are working on. 1418 Lexington is, of course, the subject property. To the north of the page is 1410 Lexington Avenue. And the distance from Polaris is what you see on the right side of the page there, which is 39 feet thermal, 33 feet to the porch. And then on the south side of the page, at the bottom there is 1432 Lexington Avenue, which is 28 thermal and 23 feet to the porch. So one way obviously is taking the average of that, and that's what we show there. And the other consideration is, of course, the way the street curves in that area, and we've taken several pictures obviously on that, and you can see coming from, again, from the north side of the page, which is Berkeley Avenue. If you're coming down, you see that house, the house, which is, the address is 1422. So anyway, we took all those into consideration, and we are proposing the house. So this is different than what we did, in August 11th, where we were about almost 8-9 feet closer to the street. So we did step the house back, and we are proposing the average of 1410 and 1422. So we're saying that 33 feet or so plus or minus thermal, and 28 feet for the porch. So that's one of the main things we're trying to address, the comment which was about the setback requirements. Number 2 there, slide, if you go on slide number 12, if you can, Christy. That's about the comment you had last time on 6.5, which was about massing and complexity of form. So like I said before, we went back, studied the houses on the street, looked at the architectural style, the proportion, the roof slope, the forms, and this is what we came up with. We took the clues from the surrounding homes, the gable, for example, and obviously we had before was a prairie style with a low pitch roof. That was one of the comments. So we were trying to address without actually copying obviously the house, and also making sure the client's needs are met in terms of spaces, in terms of what their requirements are. That's what you see there. These drawings, again, these are hand-drawn drawings. Obviously, we will be getting to we didn't want to get too far ahead like we got last time. We just want to make sure we are, again, on the right path there. So that's kind of, if you can go to this next slide just for a second. So you can just quickly look at glance at the two different slides with 4 different elevations. So this one is one, and I'm sorry, Christy, the next page on the bottom, yes. So that was kind of the back page, again, just giving you at a glance this part. Then the next comment obviously was about the height and width. The height was something which we again looked at. The height last time we were about, comment we got was we were higher than the compliant homes on the street. So the maximum height right now, the compliant homes, there are obviously homes which do not comply with Historic District Commission, which are even taller. We went back and looked at it. 25 feet 7 inches is to the top of the ridge for the highest, one of the top from the grade. And we are keeping this house, just an inch or so below that. So we're obviously trying to comply with the height requirement as well. The width of the house, just by the way we have creating the form, this width of the house is still the same. Obviously, we have reduced the porch, the way you approach the porch, and also giving the scale to the porch where the form kind of reflects or more, talks, I guess, to the neighboring homes. So that's what we've done here. The other comment was 6.7, which was creating a human scale, and that is obviously with the columns there, with the bringing the house slightly lower, and also we will, which you don't see on the page here, we are, instead of the way we had before, where we had a curved kind of a walk from the side, from the front sidewalk, and going to the entry of the house was an indirect entry, and we had a comment about creating obviously some kind of a directional, direct entry to the house. So we are going to do a direct straight entry to the front porch there. So that kind of brings, I guess, to the scale a little bit more there. Obviously, the windows and other things are proportioned accordingly. We are obviously open to your suggestions as we go further in as far as what you think about those things. Then next was 6.8, which was again direct entry to the house I just talked about. The next comment was on 6.10, which was the roof form. I briefly talked about that. We got away from the hip roof, got away from the low slope of the roof, and tried to be consistent with the surrounding homes. So that's kind of what you see there. And then of course, there were some other comments, 6.11 and others, as far as the window details, as far as what kind of window. So I can tell you quickly, we are planning to use the Pella Reserve Architect Series windows. I will provide more details in the next submittal. And we will doing the latch siding, which will be smooth, fiber cement, obviously it's fiber cement board. This will be brick, natural brick. We'll obviously provide samples for that. So that kind of overall, again, in a short time, giving that. I know we got some staff analysis already. I think saw those, and we'd be happy to obviously address those as well. There was one about the windows, one about the height, first floor, second floor, and there was a question about the material transition between the brick and the siding, especially on the side elevation. So, with that, I would leave it. We'll welcome comments. I mean, the homeowner has a couple of other things they would like to do. If, for example, in the front, if there is a possibility of adding a couple of more windows, and we are showing one window on both those gable ends. If there is a way, obviously, to add a couple of more, one more window on each side, still keeping the proportions, they would like to do that, but obviously we'd like to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's no one speaking for or against this project, so Commissioner questions?
Commissioners, what questions do you have of the applicant? Jill?
Thank you. The width of the house you said was 46 feet?
Yes. I think
And then,
that was what we had before. We have kept the same right now.
so then with the portico share, what would that make it?
With the portico share, which is about 12 feet wide total, is the driveway we have. And so it will add about, close to 10 feet more if I'm looking from that elevation side. And of course, if you look at the floor plan, portico share is obviously set back much further. It's obviously, it's not aligned.
Right, so that would, I guess, probably be right on the property line, the pillars for it, right?
That's correct. Yes. So there's a wall, existing wall, which is actually sitting on this side of the property, and there are trees planted, like a screening trees are there, and we obviously will save those. But yeah, it is close to the property line. We looked at option of doing cantilever, but that came out to be too contemporary, too modern. So that was the reason we went with this option.
Thank you. And I missed the August meeting, but did you provide the height and width of the neighboring houses? That's probably in a.
We did.
Okay.
Yes, we
I'll
did
look
this.
that up.
Okay, yeah,
Thank
we
you.
did the study. Sorry. Yeah.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I'm looking at all the doors, and at the front door is double doors, and you got several lights with and the side lights. You have the lights are broken up. Did you intend for all the doors to be single light doors?
So we evolved a little bit in the last couple of presentations we made. We were doing, and I'll address your question, we were doing much wider with doors in the front with double door plus other doors. And then the comment was to do the side light. So we added those side lights there. And we are open. We would like, again, because we reduced the amount of light coming in the front of the house, we would like to have as much light inside there, but if it needs to have mountains and divisions, obviously we are open to that.
Thank you.
Krista?
Hi, I want to compliment you on first because the previous, we continued this and I think we were on the fence on denial or continuation. And I'm glad we went continuation on your project because I think you really responded and listened to all of our feedback. And I'm sure that you had assistance from our wonderful staff as well. But I didn't expect you to come back with such a dramatic difference in design. But I think it just speaks to how much effort you put into the feedback that you got. So we really appreciate it. At least I appreciate that. I do have a question about, and I think Commissioner Walker touched on it, the question about the Zoutwell survey, the street view, showing it in context with the surrounding homes and the street, as well as the site plan that shows it in relation to the homes on either side. It looks like we just don't have that piece of information. Is that something you just didn't revise and add in the new design into those drawings?
Yes, we did do some sketches to show that the surrounding homes, and we think we didn't want to go too further into doing. Not that we don't want to. Obviously, But yes, we have studied those, and I think in one of our informal presentation, we did share with Christy, but we have not included in this presentation. So definitely can include, obviously we'll include that in the next presentation, but we do have in the previous, if you go, Christy, in the first presentation
Sure.
we did.
Yes.
If you have.
So I can help with this question too. This is really more conceptual feedback they're looking for, Krista. So let's look at the big elements: size, scale, massing, width, height. Are they in the right direction? Are they meeting those? And then you would just, continue it with the request for a full package, right? Next time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So then I'll move on to fenestration, and Commissioner Goodwin touched on this as well, with the doors, but I wanted to just ask about the some of the window details, like the single light details you have on I guess it's on the left side elevation. If you would just be open to, I just don't think that that's a consistent with the rest of the windows. It's a consistent detail.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. If again, Christy, if you go to slide number 12, I think we can see the both the front entry as well as the left side elevation. So you're talking about those two windows. Yes, that was the kind of the kitchen, and that was addressing the functional inside. But obviously, we can look at the proportion of that and see if we can widen those. Yes.
Okay. That would be great. And then also the small, in all of the gables, just that detail of the double stacked, I guess that, for lack of a better term, that the small square windows that are appearing in your gables above the single stack. I just think those might need some study, but overall, I think it's the overall fenestration, the windows and the doors, and the details of those. But overall, they're pretty consistent. And then one other thing I just wanted to comment, I think on the scale of that porte-cochere, and I guess Commissioner Walker touched on this as well when she was trying to understand that width, the overall width. That was one of my concerns as well. And also just the scale and the mass of it, it just feels heavy, and that those supports are not sufficient for that heavy of a gable on that porte-cochere.
Yeah, we did look at the staff comment there, and obviously this is, and I'm not saying it's because of the hand drawn, but I think the way it was drawing, obviously the column was kind of curved because of hand drawn, which makes it look more, almost like crooked, and that maybe makes it feel even more bulkier than what it needs to be. But I agree with you; those columns do need a little bit more study, and we will do that.
Okay, and it wasn't just the columns. I think it's just I think I appreciate that. I think it's the also the scale of that gable and the mass of that. But I'll let other commissioners weigh in on their comments.
Other commissioners, further questions or comments? Can we go to the rear elevation?
That'd be next page.
Yeah, so with the rear elevation, I love all the windows and glass. I just think it's overcomplicated. My initial thought is it's just incongruous. And I think that rear elevation needs to be simplified. The fenestration, it needs to be simplified. I will echo what Commissioner Limburger was saying about the side gable on the porte-cochere, as well as what Commissioner Goodwin was saying about the all glass double doors with side lights. I'm just trying to think, I mean, Entrances are very, very important, and just thinking is double doors with side lights, is that fitting, or is it more, single door side lights? I don't know, just a couple of comments. Commissioners, any other comments for the applicant? Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Murin?
That's
Commissioner
good.
Left, I
That's
apologize.
good direction to ask the applicant to do further study on similar houses and bring back examples to support their request.
Yes. All right, so what I would like to do is close for deliberations if there's no other questions for the applicant. Again, the goal here is we want to make sure that he's continuing on the right direction or course correct as we need to, if he needs to. Cindy, is that a question from a commissioner? Maybe. Krista, was that another question?
Sorry, I obviously keep forgetting to lower my hand. Sorry about that.
No worries. All right, let's close for deliberations. All right, commissioners, again, like Christie had said, let's encourage the applicant maybe to bring some pictures of, where his inspiration has come, coming from the historic context of, is he on the right direction? Where does he need to tweak? Bill's writing.
Well,
Jill's
somebody else
thinking.
is thinking of an answer to that question. I probably would be more comfortable if I had just a better understanding of the scale and massing of this structure in comparison to the others on the street. I don't feel like I really have my arms around that.
Commissioner Limburger?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Walker. I really feel like we need to see those site context drawings that we're used to seeing. I think those are just really important in understanding the mass and the scale. And I almost feel like we can't totally address that without having that. But that said, I think in general, the direction, it feels like it's going to be consistent. The general concept is consistent with the neighborhood. I think in the street, I think that the restudies really revolve around the window and door, just a restudy of all the window and door, all the fenestration, and also the roof forms, in addition to the comments about the porte cochere. I think also those gables, or I'm sorry, those dormers that are seem to be the scale of those and how they relate to the other roof forms that they're coming onto and going into. I think just an overall study of the roof forms. And maybe someone else can weigh in on that and articulate that a little better than I am.
Are you suggesting a restudy of the roof forms, all of the roof forms, or just the ones for the dormers on the rear elevation?
No, I think just really the dormers and the gables and that porte cochere. I mean, just an overall, and I think that it also directly relates to that massing, understanding the context question as well. I don't know that we can fully evaluate those without that context and the relation to the homes adjacent.
Okay, motion, are we feeling we have enough for a motion? Again, I'm hearing need to better understand the context, need to better understand the scale and massing of the house as it relates to its neighbors. I'm hearing a restudy of all of the fenestration, doors and windows.
PJ, I can attempt a motion if I'm open to anyone else weighing in. I have my points that I've discussed, but is there anything else anyone wants to add, or do you just want me to throw one out there?
Crystal, why don't you start with the motion? Don't forget there's comments on the staff analysis, and then people can do friendly amendments if needed.
Okay. Okay, jump in on the staff. I lost my, on the staff comments, I lost my internet for a little while, so I don't have that pulled up, back up. I got my computer back up, but not my laptop. Not my iPad. So I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following conditions. To provide a detailed site plan showing the setbacks and elevations per 6.5. Massing and form. I'm sorry. I'm getting my words mixed up. Provide a detailed site plan showing setbacks per standard 6.2 and elevations per 6.5 for massing and form as these items relate to existing adjacent historic homes. Provide a restudy of the windows and door details per standard 6.12, specifically single light elements, double stacked units at the gable ends, front dormer scale. And PJ, I should add in your comments about and I might be getting too detailed, but your comments about the rear elevation. Should I just say and rear elevation?
Yeah, well, you can include that as part of the fenestration, right? Restudy of all of the fenestration.
Yeah. Do y'all just want me to say that? Restudy of the window and door details be consistent with the 6.12 standards? Or just per 6.12?
Yes.
Is that enough?
Yes.
Okay. Restudy of roof forms for 6.12.
But let's be,
Okay, go back. Sorry.
and I would say just be specific as to what roof forms. It was the dormers.
Yes, the dormers, the porte cochere.
Yep.
Any others? Does that cover it?
Just it was 6.10.
Yes, 6.10. Thank you, Michelle. And then I do want to add what we had on the last continuation, which was standard 6.11 through 6.16 have not been reviewed. Christy, does that cover on the staff comment?
Let's leave it up to the rest of the commission. And see what they have to add.
Definitely want to make sure that we label all materials. As well as provide a window and trim detail.
So PJ, I was covering that through the standards that we have not reviewed, 6.11 through 6.16. But should I revise that to say provide?
That's fine, Krista. I think it's implied that because you haven't reviewed it, they need to focus on providing that information.
Okay, so leave that as I have it?
Yes.
That it's not been reviewed? Okay. Okay. On the first one, the provide that I mentioned, provide detailed site plan showing the setback per standard 6.2 and the elevations per 6.5, showing massing and form as they relate to the existing adjacent historic homes. Do I need to reference the Zoutwell street view?
Yes, that's
It's just
helpful.
implied.
That's helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, to include street view, elevations. Okay. You want me to reread it? Is there anyone else that wants to add anything?
The court reporter is nodding her head, requesting for another rundown, please.
Okay, okay. So I'm making a motion to continue this application for the following items. Provide detailed site plan showing setback per standard 6.2 and elevations per 6.5, massing and form, as these items relate to existing adjacent historic homes and to include street view elevations. A restudy of window and door details to be consistent with standards 6.12. Specifically, the single light elements, double stacked units at gable ends, and front dormer and rear details, rear elevation details, and provide all design details of the door and windows of all fenestration. A restudy of roof forms per 6.10 to reduce the scale of the porte cochere and dormers. I'm sorry, reduce the scale of the porte cochere and restudy the dormer detail. And standards 6.11 through 6.16 are not reviewed in this application, or not reviewed.
Do we have a second to the motion? Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any further discussion? All right, motion is to continue. Let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen. Yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0.
You have to recuse for the next application.
Ooh.
320 West Kingston.
Yes.
Okay.
I have to recuse.
Jessica Hinman, you are on for
Yep, I got it.
chair. Okay. Mark, Carrie, Harold, are you with us?
Yes, we're here.
Hi, welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. And you were sworn in about 30 minutes ago, right?
I was not. This is Carrie.
Harry, was Mark and Harold?
Yes.
Um,
Can y'all hear me?
yes, okay. Shelley Hughes, are you with us? Michael Hopkins and Michael Dooney, are you with us?
This is Shelley. Yes, I heard the swear in earlier, but I couldn't get it off mute to say I do.
Okay, that's fine. Michael Hopkins and Michael Dooney, are you with us?
Christy, this is Carrie. Mark and I are in the same boat. We heard the swearing in. We just couldn't say anything. We were on mute.
Oh, that's okay. We consider you sworn in.
Okay.
If you heard it, you said yes.
Yes.
You are affirming that you said yes, even though we couldn't hear you. Great. Okay. This application was continued for a number of items from September. I am turning it directly over to the applicants. The staff had some questions on the staff analysis on page 3. I would direct the commission there. I would recommend the commission and the applicants, address those during the, use that as starting point for discussion. Applicants, state your name, your addresses, and spell your last names for the court reporter, please. And please be as concise as possible.
Carrie Cook, CARRIECOOK, 1023 Margaret Brown Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Mark Wilson, MarcWilson, 1023 Margaret Brown Street, Unit B, Charlotte 28202.
Harold Jordan, American Architecture Collaborative, 4919 Albemarle Road, Jordan.
All right, y'all go for it.
Okay, well, just to start out from the top, we received the comments from the from the committee. We responded back by responding to everything that was addressed. Sorry for my voice. We made all the changes that was required. I'm just trying to go through it quick. If I'm moving too fast, just please let me know. One of the main things was about the roof, the result of 2 roof pitches. As you can see, we provided a roof plan, which is sheet AO 400, as well as we show how to handle the roof drainage issues on sheet AO 501 as well as AO 503. We provide an oversized roof drain and scupper. The next thing was about showing the correct elevation heights. We corrected that. All elevation heights are shown it was on sheet AO 500G. Those have been corrected. So all our elevation heights are shown to be all the exact same. The next thing after that was add impervious area calculations for the yard. We provided that on sheet ASO 100. The next thing was showing the precedence of the front columns as if it was craftsman style, if acceptable. We provide a picture showing address 412 West Kingston, which is shown on our sheet AO 700, which that is the same type of columns that we're using on this particular home, and then for the rear elevation, we moved the door over at the balcony, which is provided on sheet A502, which is, if you're looking at the PDF, is going to be on sheet number 19. We provided document materials for the roof, which is on sheet A400. Show window trim, corner boards, primary structures. We provided that all on sheet A700. We have a couple of details on that particular sheet. And then, sorry to be using these The next was about the accessory structure. As y'all can see, we cut the accessory structure down to just to be a 1-level garage due to the elevation points of the land, in order to make sure that our roof would not go over the height of the existing dwelling unit. That is provided on sheet AO 500G, which is number 22 in the PDF. The upper windows need to be either resized or moved away. We did resize the windows, move them down some, even though it's still a 1-story. The next comment was talking about the garage doors need to be 2 doors, not 1. As you can see, we provide showing the doors being 2, and we provided a picture which is on slide number 23. Just like one of the neighbors in the community that had got theirs approved. The next suggestion was provide a distance between the garage as well as the home. We provide that on the ASO 100, which is the site plan sheet, and we show it on slide number 21. And we try to cloud all our changes that we made. And that's about it. Sorry. Hello?
Great, thank you. We have no callers and no one wishing to speak for or against. So Jessica, over to you for questions of the commission. And I'll
Sure.
keep an eye on the room for you.
Do we have any questions from commissioners here? I can see Krista Lineberger, and I'll call on her first, and then Cindy, if you can let me know who's next, that'd be great.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up from earlier.
No
I'm very consistent today with that one, sorry.
Cindy, who do we have in the room?
We have Jill and Phil with us in the room. And I don't know that any of them have anything to say. Is there anything you wish to say?
Sure, I will start. I want to thank the applicants for their responsiveness to the comments from the last application. I think you've really covered your bases and there's a lot of clarity about the application, and I honestly just have a few questions. One is just a graphic question, slide 18, I believe. I just want to be sure that in the existing side elevation, the upper level window in the gable is located correctly. I think it's just a graphic misrepresentation because I believe the existing window is to remain. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, no problem. Just, for the final submission to Christy, just get that fixed. My next question is slide 24. And it's the window trim elevations. Typically on these houses, we do not see that large piece of trim below the window. We see the sill directly below the window. If there's a large piece of trim, we call it a picture frame molding, which we don't usually see on the exterior of these homes. So if you can zoom in on the window detail, it's this piece of trim that's above the sill and below the window that needs to disappear. That's something that staff can work with you guys on. I don't think it's something that the commission needs to see again. I think that can be directly to staff.
Okay,
And
so
typically with these shared windows, we don't do a pre-mold window. We actually have two separate units with a jamb in between that is, has some structure in between the two windows. But again, I think staff could handle that. I can tell, I'll stay on this slide because we have the picture of the neighbor's house here. Great job on the precedent for the columns. And I will say on the existing and proposed documents, I think we need to see any brick detailing on the house. In this one of your neighbor's house, you can see the Rolox sill and you can see there's like a specialty detail at the floor there. Any brick details that are existing on the house, I think we just need to see on the existing and proposed documents. Again, I'm comfortable with staff on that. The other question I have actually has to do with the size of the corner boards, specifically how deep they are, because I can see that you're proposing the Nichiha Savannah Smooth product for the lap siding, and we just need to make sure your corner boards are deeper than 2 layers of the siding. At the deepest point in that lap siding, the corner boards need to be deeper than that. So again, I think staff could work with you on it. Nichiha Savannah Smooth is closer to a 1/2 inch. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we'd be looking for a corner board that's like maybe 1.25 inches thick. Thick enough that it's thicker than 2 layers of the Nichiha, if that makes sense. And then my last question is the front elevation. I did not write down in my notes which slide that is. It is slide 17, I think. Yeah, if you can zoom in on the proposed. Again, this is just a graphic thing. At the middle of the front roof, what you're actually proposing is that there's the existing ridge at the middle of it. What you're actually proposing is that there's a little triangle there, kind of at the top. In order for the middle to come through. And I think it's more obvious on the side elevations. If you can go to the next slide, slide 18. And if you can zoom in there, this piece that comes higher than the front ridge is going to appear to be a small triangle. It's something that we've seen people do in the past and is not tremendously noticeable from the street. But I just want to make sure it's graphically shown in the front elevation and in the roof plan correctly. That's everything for me. Do we have any other commissioners that would have questions or would like to speak? Anybody in the room?
Not in the room?
Okay, with that, it sounds like we can close for deliberation. Does that feel good, Christy, to close for deliberation?
I'm getting head nods in the room. Yes.
Okay, all right, let's close for deliberation. Since I am chair on this one, I cannot put together a motion on this one. So while I made most of the comments, I need one of the rest of you to put together a motion.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, so thanks again to the applicant for all the work that was done to address all the concerns from the last meeting. So in looking over the staff analysis and Jessica's comments, I'd like to make a motion to continue, to approve this application based on the following conditions. From the staff analysis, we need to show materials and architectural specifications for the addition and work with staff on those items. The right and left elevations, the corner board trim needed on the second level rear wall, we need details for that to ensure the corner boards stand proud of the siding, and the applicant can work with the staff on that. The front porch columns, clarify that the column beam alignment will match the photo on A0700. Again, staff approvable. For the rear porch columns, they appear to be undersized, and the applicant can work with the staff on correcting the column size. For the windows, for the new windows in the fields of siding, the bottom trim sill detail needs to be corrected, as discussed earlier. And we also need to add mullions between the windows that are joined together. And that's also, you could also work with staff on that item. For the site features, the rear yard open space calculations, I believe that the current calculation uses the entire lot area. We need to do the calculation from the back wall of the original house. And can work with staff on that. On the driveway width, work with the staff to provide the new driveway width. And then also ensure that the new driveway is not run up to the foundation of the house, a minimum 12-inch planting strip. Again, can work with the staff on that. Slide 16, delete the arrow to an existing window that's not shown or there. On the front elevation, correct the elevation to show the correct triangular shape of the roof above the original ridge line. Work with staff on that. And also, Jessica, I think you said something about adding brick details. We needed to add brick details. You might want to elaborate on that. And that concludes my motion.
Sure. I'll just elaborate a little bit that in the existing part of the house, we need to see the headers and the sills in the brick. They're probably soldiers and rowlocks. And then this band that we're seeing in the existing needs to show up in the proposed as well, since it's existing to remain. Do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
I think I heard Nichelle second it, so I'll give it to Nichelle. And let's go ahead. Is there any discussion of the motion, or can we go ahead and take a vote? All right, let's see. Chris
can
Barr.
help-
Oh, sorry. Is Chris still with us?
Yes.
Chris Barth, your
I
vote?
vote yes.
Okay. Nichelle Bonaparte?
Yes.
Chris Mears?
Chris has left.
Oh, sorry, Chris Mears has left the meeting. Krista Lineberger?
Yes.
Jim Hayden?
Left too.
Okay, Jim Hayden has left. Jill Walker?
Yes.
Phil Goodwin?
Yes.
And Jessica Heineman, I'm a yes. So, and PJ is recused from this, so the project is approved per Phil's motion, and I will let you guys do the count for me.
6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, PJ is back. Let the record show. We are on case number 821 Woodruff, and I'm gonna try and pull it up very quickly. Shelley, if you would come on, please.
I'm here.
Hi, Shelley. You've been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, great. This application was continued from last month for a restudy of the windows and the French doors. The applicant has provided multiple studies based on this. They have also provided a preferred option that is noted on the plans. So Shelley, if you would state your name and your address and spell your name for the court reporter, that would be great.
Okay. Shelley Hughes, that's Shelley. Last name's Hughes, Hughes. My address is 7421 Coors Drive, Coors, Arvada, Colorado, 80005.
Thank you. And Shelley, I've started with slide 6, which is your showing all of your options that you've provided. If you want to maybe start there to give an overview.
Yep, I'll try to keep this quick for you guys. So there was some comment back and forth with Christy. We kind of did a intermediate review before I submitted these officially for this review again. One thing that seemed like it might have been unclear, and I've labeled it here, is that there were a couple of lines above the windows in our original drawings that I think were perceived as siding, but they're not siding. One of the lines is the beam header, and the other one is the trim that would fill in between the window header and the beam. So there's no siding around or between the windows and columns here. It's all trim details to just fill out between the window frames and the columns. Obviously, you can see that the columns are tapered, so we're just going to have to cut material to kind of fit into those spaces between the windows and the columns. We initially presented the option that is on the top, so the existing elevations there to your left. The one on the top is the one we initially presented, and the one right below it is another one that we are presenting this go round, and the client prefers either one of these. Christy asked us to study maybe making the window headers a little bit higher, so we went back and looked at that. So both of these options show the original 8-foot head height, which matches what's existing, as well as a slightly taller window that goes closer to the bottom of the beam at the top of the porch, so that you can see those options. The other options on the page are others that we explored. I felt like it was important for you to see the other options because one of the commissioners, and I'm sorry, I can't remember which one, had stated that they might want to see double hung windows here instead of casements, which we had presented previously. So I'm showing that option as well as just a large picture window with no smaller windows shown to make it look or appear as open as possible. I think we're open to any of these. We're just trying to get an approval at this point. This is our second or third round on this, and it's a pretty small project, so we just want to get moving on it. So hopefully there's an option here that you guys like that we can get approved this go round. I will go back and kind of reiterate part of the reason that we presented casements to begin with is because we're trying to show this as an enclosed porch, which was one of the things that the commissioners had asked us to do at a workshop portion of the meeting that we initially presented this to see if it was even a feasible project. We know front porches are sacred in the historic district, so we are not trying to take that away from the house. We're trying to retain the columns, all of the porch elements like the railings, and keep those expressed on the outside. And where we do need siding is just a small amount on the inside of the porch where we've got French doors that go from the room we're adding out onto the front porch. And I've also included, I probably believe on the next slide, a perspective sketch of this door next to the front door, as well as kind of a view from the driveway or sidewalk, so that you can see these not just flat. One person had commented last time that they weren't sure that they liked the idea of the 8-foot door that we proposed for the new front door. The original front door was only a 6'8" door, and all of the window headers existing are 8 foot. And we just felt like the front door could use some update and kind of bring this up, give it a little bit more presence. So we're either proposing either a taller 8-foot door to match the existing 8-foot window headers, or a 6'8" door with a transom above it. And where I think you'll see that this is important is in that perspective sketch that was on slide number 9, where you can see these side by side. If you don't like the idea of taking the window, the door heights higher, I do think that whatever we do at the front door needs to be the same on these French doors. They both need to be the same height. So we wouldn't propose a transom over the French door if we don't have a transom over the front door. We would keep them the same height, or if we have it over one, we need to do it over the other, I think. And I pulled some information from the Get Your House Right book showing that even though it's a different style house, that they recommend that the front door should align with the window headers. So we've included that. There was a comment too in the last presentation that they weren't sure that we should even be allowed to enclose this front porch. And I would just like to say on that, we wouldn't have even moved forward with this if we had been told in the workshop portion that that it wouldn't be approvable, because obviously our clients spend time and money for us to go through these options and present these to you, and we would have stopped the project right there. So I'm hoping that we're beyond that, and wanted to note that I guess another commissioner also brought up that on this side of the house, there's about 10 to 12 houses of the same age. They were built sometime in the 2000s. They're not truly historic homes, even though they are in the historic district. And yes, we need to follow the historic guidelines. But a couple of the homes, Christy, if you'll go back to slide 9, I believe, there are 2 houses there have shown that had enclosed front porches already in the district, which may have been approved by a different commission. And the slide at the bottom there shows the 2 houses that are on this side of the street that were brought up in the last presentation that we hadn't included. These only have half front porches, but note that the enclosed portion on the front of the house here is the thermal wall of the house. We are not trying to look like this. We are trying to look like an enclosed porch. So therefore, we proposed a slightly different window around the porch. We didn't want to do the double hungs. We felt like it needed to be celebrated as a different element and a different type of space. So the last page in the presentation materials I submitted, just to kind of reiterate some histories, I found quite a few websites and links that talk about the evolution of sleeping porches, screened-in porches, and eventually sunrooms and how they evolved, and that they are appropriate in the historic districts. They first started showing up probably as back as the early 1900s. They really became prominent as sunrooms around the 1960s. So it's right in line with the age and style of the houses in this neighborhood, and I feel like it's a acceptable way to enclose this porch as long as we're retaining the column and railing details like was requested by the commission when we first presented this. So any questions, I guess?
Thanks, Shelley. There's no one signed up to speak for or against this project, so over to you, Chairman Henningsen.
Commissioners, what questions do you have of the applicant? I'm going to start with one. Shelley, you've got a lot of options.
Yes.
What's your top 1 or 2? What is your preference?
I still prefer the look of the casement windows, either 3 or 4, which are those top 2 that are in the square on page number 6.
A or C?
Yeah, either one of those. The top one was the one that we first presented. Studying it a little further, I think it also looks nice with a narrower window as well. Maybe makes it have a little bit less trim between the windows, so it's a little bit more glass. But I don't think that we really have a preference whether it's a full 8-foot door on the front door or a 6'8" with a transom. 6'8" with a transom might be cheaper for the client, but I know we can't talk about really the economic side of it. But I guess the only thing that I will stress is that whatever you guys decide that you want us to do on the front door also needs to be done on the French door now that we studied that in a perspective sketch. I think if they are different heights, it's going to look odd.
Thank you. Commissioners, what other questions do you have?
I have a question, or not a question so much as a comment.
Good.
Okay. Really thorough, Shelley. Great job in coming back with stuff for us to look at. I would agree that the casements do tend to work better on these enclosed porches. I do like transoms over doors if it can work. I think in this instance, the transoms do get a little narrow, in which case, I would probably, for me, I would push towards an 8-foot door. In that way, both these areas look more open. Just my 2 cents.
Agreed.
As far as which option to choose, I think, I don't think double hungs work. Some of the other ones might be viable, but I think we leave that up to the discretion of the applicant, provided they meet our guidelines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually drew out all these and I sent them to Christy first off, and we talked about it, and I said, should I submit all of these or just the couple that we want? And we decided in the end, you probably should see all of them so you could see what was working and what wasn't.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Barth?
Nope, that was all I had. Thanks.
Good. Jessica.
Hi, Shelley. I also want to thank you for sort of the thorough application here. This is really helpful to see the evolution of the things that you've looked at. I also prefer the casement windows in the porch enclosure. I think they're more consistent with the historic patterns of these things, and they work really well for this block and this street in this context. I completely agree with Commissioner Barth. I think when we're taking a 6'8" door with an 8-foot header, by the time we work in the actual frames of a transom window, there's just not a lot of glass left. And so my preference would be for the 8-foot door. And I also agree with you that it needs to match when we come around the corner. Can we go to slide 8? Really, my only concern, Shelley, and I think there's probably a pretty direct answer for this, is the fields of siding on this interior porch elevation here. And I wonder, with the 4 casement plan, which the proportions are really nice, if you might have the opportunity to do a 3 panels with 2 of them operable, and if that might be something that you'd consider.
We could certainly look at it, I think, but if you look at option E, that's a 5-foot wide double door and it just barely fits in there.
Oh, gotcha.
The option D that we are proposing that we like the best is only a 4-foot wide door. So I think trying to, go any wider and fit 3 panels in there is going to get really tight and not usable.
I totally understand. I totally understand. And if we're talking about an 8-foot door, I think the proportions on that 5-foot would be completely different.
Yes. And we felt like if there's one place that we need to have siding, it was okay on the interior here because it's meeting at a corner where there's also siding across the front of the house, and we would match the existing siding exactly.
Okay. All right. That's fair to say. Can we go back to slide 6 and 7? Between the 2 option Cs, I will say my preference would be for the taller window that actually meets the beam. I don't know how other commissioners feel about that, but I think in the spirit of, looking truly like a glazed enclosure on a porch, that really is a home run from my perspective. That's everything I have.
All right. Other commissioners? Okay. Jess, are you close to a motion?
Yeah, I can float a motion.
closed for deliberation?
Oh, thank you. We are not. The commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Barth?
And I guess I'll just comment that we want to try to stick with a stock size window and not have to go to custom. So as far as I can tell right now, we will be able to do option C with the 6-inch taller window that will go to the bottom of the beam. But if we find out during construction that we are missing it by an inch or two, are we able to go back down to a stock size window and not have to do custom?
Jessica,
Something I
I'd
could
like to
work with
comment
Christie
on
on.
that. Hello?
Yeah, I have every confidence that you could detail that perfectly to work out so that the beam is the dominant architectural feature. I'm fine with that. Chris, do you have an opinion about that?
Yeah, and the way we've done it before, and Shelley and Jessica, I'm sure you guys have too. If there's like a mole cap or 1x trim that goes around it, and it's only an inch and a half wide, I mean, it still reads as a infill piece rather than.
That was something I mentioned to Chrissy too, because obviously we have a flange around the window that has to be attached to something. So I think we're going to have some sort of small piece of trim below the beam that's only an inch or inch and a half max, so that flange has something to attach to. But I do think they can bend it out and maybe attach it to the bottom of the beam too. But I think that's going to be a question for the window manufacturer too, to make sure we do that properly. We could always build up the seal slightly more too to kind of make it balance out.
All right, any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberations.
I'd like to float a motion. This is Jessica.
Okay.
I would like to move to approve this project with the option C windows and an 8-foot doors.
Motion to approve option C and 8-foot doors. Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, whoa, man, that was like in stereo. Chris Barth, I think you were first.
Can I clarify which option C, the taller window option C?
Christy, I think they both work, and I think that Shelley's really clear on the beam being the dominant architectural feature. The way that she described how she was going to detail it made perfect sense to me. I will let Chris weigh in on that too, but I'm confident that whichever of those two she needs to go with, it's going to be detailed appropriately for the reading that we're looking for.
Okay, that's all I needed for staff. Thank you.
All right, motion to approve by Jessica, Chris Barth is seconded. Discussion on the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, staff, once more. Are you also going with option C for the door on slide 8?
So my understanding of the application was that based on the perspective view on slide, sorry, I'm pulling it up.
9.
On slide 9, that the applicant's intention is for us to approve the same height door configuration at the front and the side. Am I incorrect in that understanding? I think that they're looking for us to approve an 8-foot door in that.
So correct. So that would be option D for slide 8, which is, I would just need you to state that it's option C for the windows, but option D for the door. Is that right? Or is it option C that you're approving? I gotcha.
I was thinking it was an 8-foot door, but we're still talking about a 6'8" door with a transom. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because the option C and D are different, so I just need to know which one you're approving. Or if you're approving both and leaving it up to the applicant.
My inclination, I'm going to lean on Chris since he's my second on this motion to weigh in on this. My inclination is to say option D, either option with a transom or 8 feet.
My understanding was that whichever 8-foot door or transom the applicant's preference would be to match that condition on both.
That was my understanding too. And that there's a note here that says they should align no matter which door option is approved.
I think either C or D minus the transom. So 8-foot door option C or D is signed.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
8-foot door is what we're talking about.
Quarter light door would be just as great as a full light, in my opinion.
PJ, would it be possible for us to reopen briefly just to make sure that we've got this right with the applicant?
Yes, let's reopen for questions of the applicant. Shelley?
Yes, that's correct. If you want an 8-foot door at the front door, then we can also do an 8-foot door on this French door without the transom. Or if you are okay with the transom, we're fine with it either way. We just want something that's approvable at this point. I actually didn't draw it out complete. So the original option that we proposed was a 6'8" door, which is that one in the top right. But we could do that as an 8-foot door, and we can do it either as a full French door or with the 3/4 glass with the panel at the bottom, just like the front door option that we proposed. We were just like, I think to match them is the primary thing. So if you're approving the 8-foot tall door, 3/4 light with the panel on the front door, we would do the same on the French doors.
Thank you. I think that's the information we needed. Christy, is that working?
Yeah, I just need to know, they're all just different designs, right? So I need to know what I'm looking for on the final. Like, are we looking for all these divided lights? Are we looking for 2 single panels? Are we looking for a panel, like 2 lights with panels below?
So my intention would be to have the individual lights on the door to match the French casement windows, or not the French case, but the casement windows, like we have the grids on those as well. The front door, I think we want to keep clear glass to differentiate that, make sure that's the primary entrance.
So I'm just going to repeat it back to make sure we have it right. We're talking about both the front door and the French doors being 8 feet tall, the front door being the 3/4 light clear glass, and the French doors being the 3/4 light with STDLs to match the casements. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think that sounds great. That I will include that in the motion.
Yes. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, PJ, you can close it again.
All right, and we're closed again. Turn it back to you, Jessica.
So I'm just going to repeat my motion with that change. So we're approving option C with 8-foot doors. The front door, 8 feet, 3/4 light clear, and the French doors, 8 feet, 3/4 light with STDLs to match casements. Commissioner Barth, does that suit you?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Jessica that suits Chris Barth for the second. Any discussion on the motion? All right, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen. Yes. Motion approved, passes 7-0.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Shelley. Mike and Mike. Mike and Mike confirmed to me via email that they have been sworn in. I'm going to get started and then introduce them. This next case is 611 West Park Avenue. It was continued for a list of reasons. I included that information in my staff analysis. That might be a good starting point for discussion. They also provided very detailed information about what they have changed and what they have included. And I would direct you to slide 13 and 14 for some window details, as well as slide 15 and 16 for all of the information and dimensions they've given. There's some information on slide 18 as well, but this information was not included on the site plan. Okay, Mike, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear us?
Hello, we hear you. Okay, if you would state your name and your addresses for the court reporter, please.
Michael Hopkins, 211 Mill Road, Charlotte.
And Michael Doney, last name spelled D-O-N-E-Y, 211 Mill Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28216.
Okay, I'm gonna start you out on slide 8. And feel free to give a quick overview of what you've changed and any other details you'd like to add.
All right. So we went through the list of concerns and pretty much just going through those comments. I can tell you what we've changed based on the commission's recommendations. So they wanted to provide an accurate representation of the existing conditions. We went out there and field measured the placement of the front door and all of the windows to get exact sizes on location and all the details, and tried to make new renderings with accurate measurements and details. And you'll see those on, well, throughout all of the elevations and slides. Provide thorough notes on existing materials, conditions, and proposed materials and conditions. So we broke down exactly what the original house consisted of. We took off a small section of siding to expose the original trim siding and the details that we could discover. And then each item, we broke down exactly the materials that we'd be using. Everything would be replaced with wood except the siding that we were using. Nietzsche House Savannah Smooth Premium Plank. To provide clarity on finish shade changes to the front porch. Those are broken out in detail in slide 11, 12, and 13. The existing center pier to remain, we left that, so that will be remaining in the new proposed front porch. We did consult staff about materials, porch rails, beam columns. The right elevation, the commission has concern about the right elevation looking, or just the appearance. So we added windows to it to give it a little more appearance of a front of a house and not so much looking at the side of a house. And we also added a 3D elevation so you could see the depth of the addition to show that it steps back. And it is recessed 4 feet past the front line of the house. And that's shown on slide 8 as a street view. Actually, I'm going to slide that on right now. Okay. Clustered windows, need shared jams. We made sure all the windows were consistent with no siding between the clustered windows. There were a couple aprons left in some of the windows. Those were removed. They'll just have window casing on the top, the 2 sides, and a window stool on the bottom. The pork chop eaves were removed. Clarification on parging the foundation and the existing and proposed. So currently the foundation's in very poor shape and it's been parged. All of the existing foundation's been parged. The front porch under the parging, from what we can tell, is in very poor shape and cracking. And we're proposing to remove the entire front porch, rebuild it to the exact same dimensions it is currently, but out of brick, and then reparge the existing foundation and the addition to be consistent. Provide documentation on the historic windows. You'll see the pics and notes showing all the new vinyl replacement windows that have been added in the house. And we're going to replace those with simulated divided light wood windows. There was one existing window that was covered up with sheetrock inside the house and the siding on the outside that looks like it was in an old bathroom to suggest the grid patterns. So we are mimicking what we believe to be the original grid patterns. Provide information on siding under vinyl. So you'll see that we removed some siding on the front left corner of the house. The siding's in very poor shape. A lot of it's rotten and dry rotted. And then all of the windows have been cut out and changed, so none of the trim around any windows are existing. But we are proposing to recreate the exact corner boards, siding, rafter tails, the soffits. So we are going to put everything back to hopefully exactly like it was built before, from the best we can tell from removing the siding. And provide information on fence, HRC screen, existing trees and trees preparation, the protection plan. The current wood privacy fence will be removed. We did locate the AC units on the plans on the rear of the house. They will not be visible from the street. And then we will be doing a tree protection plan on the existing mature trees at the back of the lot. That's going to include a deep root fertilization and then a protective barrier around the trees to protect them and the roots. I believe we've answered all of the commission's questions and hopefully have lots of details about exactly what we're proposing to do. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you so much. We don't have anyone on the phone to speak for or against, so over to you.
All right, commissioners, I'm actually going to start real quick. So question for you, with the windows, 2/2 is kind of odd. Not something you typically find with Craftsman. So you said you found a boarded up window within a wall that was a 2/2 pattern?
It was a single pane window. It was a 2-light window. So it would suggest to me the existing windows were either 2/2 or 2/1. But we seem to see 2/2.
This house, this is Michael Doney. This house, you know, if you look at the pictures of the inside, when we measured out the interior of those windows, we've done a lot of renovations on all bungalows. This is the first time well, maybe not the first time, but they're significantly taller, which was interesting. They were taller and a little more narrow than what we typically see for the window openings. So, you know, just looking at other architecture and thinking what this could have been, we feel it would have been a 2/2. We're not set on doing that, but that was the evidence that we found. So we thought that that was the most appropriate way to go.
Okay. If we were to ask, would you get a 6/1?
No. Well, I mean, there is a 2-light window in that house. It is absolutely an old historic window. So I don't know why we would change something that we know is original in that house.
Yeah. Donnie, I know you know as well as anybody, you know, what the bungalows look like in Wilmore. So it's just odd. I don't think I've seen any that are 2/2. But
yeah,
okay.
I get it. No, I get it. And the window's there in the house. It's definitely an original window. It's very old. It's on the page. I have page 2 of 6 in our notes, but I took good pictures of it.
Hey, Mike, what page is that window on?
So slide 10.
I think it's slide 10, but your slides aren't matching up to what my presentation was, so I'm not sure.
We've added pages where
we notes of all the exterior details. It's on the second page of that. So
okay,
it's
so maybe
yeah, that's it on your screen right now.
Is it this one? Are you talking about this bottom window?
Yeah. Yes.
That doesn't. It looks old, but I don't know that that's a.
Is that a casement?
It's a casement which would have been in the original bathroom. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet that's an early replacement.
Yeah.
Would be my guess.
It's an extremely old window.
Yeah.
Yeah, weird.
Okay. All right. Next, just a couple more questions. The porch. Why are you rebuilding the porch versus just repairing it?
Well, it has a lot of settling, and it's cracked up pretty good. We also thought it'd be nice to actually have real brick on the porch, have a porch with brick, so it kind of covered two things at once. The stucco is not real pretty. We don't, you know, most of the new houses we build all brick when we build these recreation bungalows. So it gives us a way to have at least some brick on that house and to repair the damage that's there. We feel like we're going to tear most of it out anyways, trying to repair the settling, et cetera.
Do you have any better pictures of how damaged the porch is and how damaged the siding is?
Well, we didn't take off all of the siding, so you know we're going off of the assumption of what we can see by looking underneath the little edges and you know right around the windows, et cetera.
Yeah. But also, I'm sure this will come up in deliberation. On your, can we go to the front elevation real quick? The front and then the left elevation, just talking about the fenestration, the windows, right? Changing from the one window in the front elevation to the left and right of the front door, going to, two double gangs flanking the door. On the left elevation, I think you're changing another one window into 3-bay. So again, I know that's something that'll come up in deliberation, but so just a comment there. And I've got other commissioners that are lining up to ask questions, so I'm just going to toss it to them. Jessica?
Sure. I'll just reiterate what PJ said and be as concise as possible. I think these 2/2 windows have a really elegant look, but they're really much more typical of a Victorian farmhouse than they are of a craftsman bungalow. And so, while I love the look of them, I think even if the small window that's been uncovered was original, it probably was in the context of a 3/1 window, more likely. If it was coordinating with a craftsman window of this type of roof pitch, that would be more likely. In general, I think one of the struggles we're going to have in deliberation is the materials. The standards are very straightforward about repairing or replacing in kind, and so we don't have a standard that we can lean on to remove wood siding and replace with Nichiha Savannah Smooth. And so I just don't think that the commission is in a position to approve that because the standards don't allow us to, if that makes sense. The left elevation is probably the one I'm going to lean on, if we can go to that one. The standards are fairly direct about not changing window openings. And so I think I have two questions about that. Is the intention for the new windows to fill the historic rough openings, which are taller, or is the intention for the new windows to be the same size as the current windows?
The intention is so there's probably two parts to that answer. We made the new windows the same size as the old rough openings. But we did add some windows. So they're taller and there would be some added windows.
Okay, so this slide that we're looking at now, which is slide 11 of the elevations, the proposed windows that are shown in here appear to have the same relationship with the eave and the grade as the existing windows in terms of the height. But the intention is they would actually be the larger window for the rough openings. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we made very clear notes on the exterior details of what we would be replacing with and what we found in our discovery process.
Okay, thanks. And then I think the other challenge based on our standards is the changes in the window sizes in the old windows. So where this one sort of appears that we're adding a window to the right on this leftmost existing window, and that we're adding a window in the middle on the right two, the relationship between the right two windows doesn't seem to support that size. So it looks like the whole rough opening is getting much larger on both of them.
Yeah, it is getting wider, yes.
Okay, all right. I think that covers my questions. Thank you.
Sure. And we on the last plan, we actually did have 6/1 windows, and we changed it just based upon what we discovered behind walls. So it's not like we don't like 6/1 windows, so that wouldn't be really an issue for us. The wood siding, we can go back to wood siding. That's not a problem for us either. We just, from what we've seen, that wood is in pretty rough shape. If we take it all off and most of it's in great shape, then, that's not really a problem for us to change this plan and to say we would do wood siding. You can see everywhere else we were doing wood, and trying to replicate what was there. So that's also fine for us. It just, and then if you guys don't want to see as many windows, I don't really think that's as much of an issue for us either. It does make the house nicer to have more windows in it. It's a little dark right now, but we can let that be your call.
Thank you. Those responses were actually really helpful. I appreciate that.
Anything else, Jessica?
Nothing else from me. Nothing else from me.
Great. Commissioner Barth.
Sorry, I had my hand raised from last time.
No worries. Any other commissioners? All right, no other questions of the applicant. Let's close for deliberations. Commissioners. Repair versus replace, fenestration, 601. Jessica, you thinking about a motion? You had a bunch of great questions.
I'll be happy to float one. I'd love if the other commissioners have any comments. I'm just going to cover the staff analysis and the comments that I had.
Let's do it. I see Jill looking at her notes closely, so she may have something to add as well.
Okay, my motion would be to continue this application based on the following. The right elevation needs fenestration. The site plan needs a tree protection plan. The materials should be to repair or repair as possible and to replace in kind. I'm going to have Christy weigh in on whether I've said that correctly. That includes the vents and the porch ceiling.
Yes, so you're approving all of the materials to be replaced or
to be
would you
repaired?
like to be repaired? Okay. Just so for your information, how we usually handle that, if the repairs exceed about a third, and they're creeping into like replacing over half of the material, we would probably bring that back to you. So maybe to head that off, you could allow staff the flexibility to work with them if it does exceed that 30%.
Okay, so I could say to repair as possible or replace in kind, and staff to approve a scope of replacement.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Then my next note is that the windows should match the discovered rough openings. That window openings, existing window openings should not change in size. And I'm going to need some assistance from the other commissioners about the STDL configuration part of this motion. My suspicion, based on the evidence that the applicant provided, which is extremely helpful, is that it was probably a 3/1 window, but I don't know how to say that in the motion.
I think you just said it. But given the configuration and the age of the structure, and the size of the window opening, that the 3/1 was more likely.
Okay, so the
It
window
could've- it
configuration
could've-
was
Yeah,
most
sorry.
likely 3/1 based on the age of the structure, the size and discovery, and the style of the house.
Yes.
Okay. That covers it for me. Do I need to repeat that? Someone in the room, does
Good to go, Jessica.
need me to repeat it?
No, good to go.
Okay.
All right, commissioners, do we have a second out there?
Second.
Nope.
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin was whispering. He's seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All right, motion to continue from Jessica, seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. Any discussion? Let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Commissioner Bonaparte, I just received word left at 8 o'clock.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion to continue passes
6-0.
6-0.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank
Thank
you all
you.
for staying.
Thank you, Mike and Mike in the evening.
Thank you, everybody.
Sure.
I've already made the announcement that we are hearing the last 3 at the beginning of the next month's meeting. Have a good night. PJ needs to close.
All
Yeah.
right, we've reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? All right, this meeting is adjourned at 8:16 p.m.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Thank
So
you.
much. You
Thank
too.
you. Good night.